Recently, the coastal area was shaken by an unbelievable discovery that sent the townspeople into a frenzy. Weathered fishermen accidentally found a giant oyster, so large that it took 10 strong men to carry it. Rumors spread like sea wind. Many whispered that it was the result of drifting nuclear waste causing bizarre mutations. Further south, at a 5 scenic spot, a strange ancient tree suddenly became the center of attention. Its root system stretched for dozens of miles, winding dramatically over the mountainside, drawing thousands of tourists to take photos and admire it. Yet at the same time, a series of small earthquakes paralyzed traffic and raised suspicions of an abnormal seismic vein hidden deep underground. It didn't stop there. This morning in a small northern town, a number of strange cars fell from the sky and clung to rooftops like a scene from an Andersen tale. People looked up in amazement, feeling a nostalgic flutter as if returned to childhood, only missing a fairy stepping out of the clouds. But the daydream quickly dissolved when a major road near the industrial zone suddenly broke in several places, causing a string of tragic accidents. The news immediately flooded the major papers. However, amid the world's chaos, Junior High School No. 3's campus remained peaceful like an oasis. The students paid no mind to the outside upheavals. What? It's all clickbait. A boy with a crew cut scoffed, voice full of indifference. Back in the day, the neighboring country even rumored about zombies, and they're still alive and well. Exactly. A girl nodded in agreement, but her eyes were fixed on a corner of the courtyard. Hey. Look, school bell Sotan Lai. That's her. Oh, the goddess Lai Lai. People say she broke up with her boyfriend, right? Yeah. I heard the goddess finally shook off that poor tale of hers. The gossip rose like crashing waves. Sotan Lai had just received her acceptance letter to Tan University, while her boyfriend reportedly couldn't even get into a regular school. Honestly, their futures truly belong to two different worlds. What's the boyfriend's name again? Fuang? Something?
Fuang dich.
In the schoolyard, surrounded by a crowd buzzing like a disturbed hive, the two principals faced each other. Sotan Lai, the cold beauty, her long hair stirring slightly in the breeze, eyes sharp as ice. Opposite her stood Fuang Dike, the boy about to be dumped. He stood silently, his gaze calm as he looked at the girl who had asked him to meet. After a moment, Tan Lai took a deep breath and spoke gently but coldly, as if she had planned it. I've thought it through carefully. I feel that what we have isn't realistic. Student-age love goes nowhere. At the moment when both of us are clear-headed, perhaps we'll realize we're not suited for each other. She lowered her head slightly, voice dropping to a whisper. Let's break up. It's better for both of us. Tan Lai finished, but felt no relief. She was almost certain Fuang Dike would cling, beg, even kneel like so many other boys she'd seen. No matter what he did, the outcome wouldn't change, but at least she wanted to see that she was worthy. However, contrary to expectations, Fuang Dike remained motionless, without protest, without a pained look, without any plea. The crowd began to murmur, eyes magnifying every detail. Why isn't he saying anything? Shocked, stiff, frozen? Or is there a mental issue? Good heavens, that's the school's bell. Why hasn't he knelt and begged? But look again, that posture never matched a silver spoon like Tan Lai. A wart frog wanting to eat the swan. Daydreaming. Or let me take his place. Amid the noisy tide, Fuang Dike finally spoke, his tone calm to the point of coldness. Fine. A single short word, as sharp as ice, rang out across the crowded schoolyard. It left Tan Lai stunned. Her face froze, eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at him. Fuang Dike turned and said lightly, like announcing the end of class, If there's nothing more to say, I'll be going. Tan Lai stood rooted, face flushed with anger, and suddenly shouted, Hey, you stay right there. What do you think you're doing? A strange feeling rose in her. Fake? Definitely fake. Who breaks up with the school bell without changing color? Fuang Dike paused, turned his head, his eyes indifferent as if looking at a stranger. What else? Tan Lai shouted, as if to be heard by the whole world. I don't care what you're thinking. I don't care what tricks you might use. But whatever you do, I will not take you back. Do you hear me? Huang Dike snorted coldly, his gaze passing over her like an old, boring story. Stop indulging yourself, school bell. I'm very busy. With that, he decisively walked away, leaving Tan Lai frozen like a statue and the crowd gaping in shock. No way? That was so casual. A breakup and he doesn't even try to hold her back. What's wrong with him? Huang Dike kept walking without looking back. Ahead of him, thick black clouds roiled in like a raging wave ready to crash. No one in the crowd noticed, nor could they guess a crisis was quietly rising. Wealth, education, and social standards, the measures people once saw as success, would soon turn to dust. The Huang Dike who walked away quietly was actually a reborn man. He had survived the apocalyptic catastrophe, witnessed the world collapse, died and come back to life. So Tan Lai was only a faint figure in a distant memory. Now he had far greater concerns. What was truly terrifying wasn't a breakup, but annihilation. Not losing love, but losing the entire world. Last night he awoke beneath a shattered sky, the moon glowing blood-red. Massive tsunamis swallowed coastal cities. Above, swarms of monsters dove down like heavenly plagues, destroying everything. Amid the chaos, a string of characters appeared before his eyes. Warning: energy anomaly detected. After 364 days, 11 hours, 59 minutes, spiritual energy will be fully restored. When spiritual energy revives, the world will undergo cataclysmic upheaval. Social norms will be overturned, and the era of cultivators will begin. From now on, strength will determine everything. Huang Dike jolted, his voice trembling slightly. Wait! Who is speaking to me? Immediately, a blinding light flared before his eyes, forcing him to step back and nearly fall. In the light, a holographic panel hovered in midair. Welcome to the Supreme System, the universe's pinnacle product. The system possesses a top-secret algorithm that can automatically compile appropriate techniques based on the spirit creature the host encounters. Huang Dike widened his eyes and reached to touch the panel, but his hand passed through like mist. Oh, it's really an illusion, he muttered. Before he could steady himself, a jagged set of teeth suddenly lunged right in front of him. He recoiled in horror. The giant monster froze midair, its eyes cold and soulless, reflecting the gruesome image of thousands of corpses piled in its mouth as if long since crushed. That was the fate of Huang Dike in his previous life, and of billions of innocent people on Lamstar. He clenched his fist, bit his lip, eyes darkening. Was that once me? The dark memories of his past life surged back like a flood. Back then he was just an ordinary person, no talent, no backing, only trying to survive day to day. But the country collapsed and humanity was slaughtered. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape the claws of the mutated monsters. He died in despair and unwillingness. Perhaps it was that intense emotion that caused the system to choose him, dragging him back 1 year before the spiritual energy's revival. Now Huang Dike understood clearly. No one else sensed the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy around them, but he did. He would seize every opportunity, every anomaly, every smallest sign to start anew. Suddenly, a blinding light flared again. When it faded, the system panel updated. Proceeding with the second judgment. The host's eyes have completed evolution. Huang Dike's eyes flashed a golden hue, sharp as a blade. Another notification appeared. The host has been officially bound to the Supreme Compilation System. The race officially begins. All things, phenomena, and living beings can become material for compiling techniques. Become the strongest cultivator and save this world. Back in the present, on busy streets, national television broadcast an emergency bulletin. The anchor's voice was low and heavy with pressure. Humanity now faces an unprecedented situation. This is an event never seen in modern history. We cannot find answers in the past. We must rely on ourselves to adapt and survive in the future. Huang Dike watched the large screen on the building, brow furrowed. He realized the government was no longer hiding things as before. Instead of soothing people with empty words, they were calling for preparedness. This isn't an ordinary warning, he thought. Ha Nation, a country normally cautious in its media, had never publicly acknowledged supernatural phenomena. Their blunt hinting like this was a serious, quiet but effective warning, helping the populace gradually adapt without panic. Compared to free gunfire at the convenience store in the neighboring country, Ha Nation's cumbersome approach was far more credible. Suddenly, Fong Dike recalled the system's words. Everything in the world can be used. He snapped awake. Wait, doesn't that mean wherever there's an anomaly, I have to rush there immediately? Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and quickly scrolled through the latest news. His eyes stopped at a notice from Tauntaun University. Due to unusual weather fluctuations, students were advised to avoid going out at midday, take careful cover, and implement strict sun protection measures.
Fuong dich Frau nicht.
Sun protection in mid-July, warning as if they're about to roast people alive.
Fuong dich Frau nicht.
Sun protection in mid-July, warning as if they're about to roast people alive. He said nothing, just looked up at the sky. His eyes grew serious. Not right. How can it be so different just 15 minutes away? There must be something wrong. In this world, whenever something strange happens, people tend to dismiss it as a stunt or fake news. But Fong Dike, who'd experienced the future catastrophe, knew those tiny signs were the gateway to a miraculous encounter. Less than half an hour later, at the north gate of Tauntaun University, the heat was unusually intense. The pavement steamed as if about to burn. Students passed by wrapped up like ninjas. Fong Dike ran over, sweat pouring, his face flushed from the sun, but his gaze swept the campus sharply. Sure enough, not normal, he muttered. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Under the blazing sun, tiny golden bubbles hovered like mist, blooming up from the ground. Fong Dike sat down, his eyes shining brightly. He gently reached out and touched the smallest bubble. At that moment, the anomaly erupted. The system issued rapid notifications.
Strong yang attribute fluctuations detected. Proceeding to unlock yang attribute data.
In an instant, a golden orb of light enveloped Fong Dike. Spiritual energy rushed into his body, making him feel as if every muscle and joint was being burned. In excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth, sweat pouring off him like a shower. A blinding burst of light exploded in the courtyard, causing nearby students to scream in panic. A few people gaped. Could it be a real-life superhero? No, it looks more like a Destiny envoy. Or maybe a sci-fi film crew shooting on location? Amid the intense pain, Fong Dike ground his teeth and hissed, "Are you done yet? I'm about to vaporize." The system slowly displayed the notification. Compilation complete. The host has acquired the first technique, Golden Yang respiration method. At the same time, at the main gate of Tauntaun University, the scene was completely different. The freshman welcome was lively. Upperclassmen swarmed around Tan Lai like bees around a blooming flower. "Hey classmate, need me to carry your luggage? Which building are you headed to? I know the way, I'll show you." "Beautiful classmate, here's a club recruitment flyer. Take a look. If you're interested, leave your number." Tan Lai kept her cold, haughty expression, replying nonchalantly, "Thanks, no need." She walked on, eyes scanning. Passing a hand-in-hand couple laughing sweetly, she snorted lightly, her look disdainful. "What a bunch of love-struck idiots. Lucky we got into the same city. Yeah, half an hour's ride isn't far. We can meet every day. Hee. Perfect." Their syrupy affection made Tan Lai so nauseated she almost vomited. Before she could turn away, a distant explosion rocked the main gate. The campus loudspeakers immediately issued an emergency announcement. Currently, an abnormal high-temperature phenomenon has appeared in the North Garden area. All students are prohibited from approaching the North Gate. Tan Lai frowned, thinking that strange events had been increasing lately. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth, determined. "I can't not go. I have to check it out." Meanwhile, at the North Gate, the golden halo around Fong Dike gradually dissipated. He stood in the courtyard, his body wrapped in a faint light, his aura completely changed. His sharp eyes glittered with golden light, emitting an invisible pressure that kept people from approaching. A line of text from the system appeared. "Cease reckless acts. Breathe deeply. You may perform body purification with the just-learned technique. The technique has been specially compiled for the host and unlocked without study. Credit 50 compilation points." Fong Dike looked at his slightly trembling hands, Suspicious. Compilation points? What is that? But he quickly shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Though he didn't know its use, it surely had value. Keep it and investigate later. He closed his eyes and focused on operating the golden yang respiration method. The sky suddenly darkened. Black clouds rolled in, blocking the fierce sun, and the air grew cool like autumn. Soon after, the sun shone brightly again as if nothing had happened. A group of curious students ran over from afar, chattering, "Hey, did you see it just got dark?" "Yeah, it suddenly cooled down. Weird. It was blazing hot a moment ago. Look, the north gate's packed. What are they watching?" The crowd quickly surged toward it. But before long, the president of Tauntaun University appeared, face red and drenched in sweat, his voice booming, "Why are you all gathering like this? Didn't the school send a notice to stay away from the north gate?" He pointed at the gate and barked, "Failing to report on time will result in demerits. Don't say I didn't warn you." His words were like a bucket of cold water. The students immediately dispersed, bowing their heads as if they'd seen nothing. Beside the president, a woman in a black cloak with her hood pulled low spoke in a low, commanding voice, "Please establish a security perimeter and completely seal off the north gate area." At the same time, the system notified Phuong Dike, "The host has completed purification of the level A contamination at the north gate of Tauntaun University." An explanation appeared. The contamination zone formed due to abnormal restoration of spiritual energy and is usually marked by the Ha government as anomalous points with varying danger levels. Phuong Dike flinched, thinking, "The Ha government has marked the anomaly? Did someone detect it before me?" Before he could ponder further, an urgent announcement blasted in his ear. "Warning! The north gate is about to be closed. All students please evacuate immediately." Students began to chatter. "Hey, is that person in uniform the military? Is this serious? Oh no, the president brought people." Phuong Dike was slightly startled. Realizing this was a major incident, he didn't hesitate and immediately turned to slip away from the north gate. Before long, the mysterious woman escorted by the president appeared. She inspected the area, slowly bent down, and lightly touched the ground. Then she subtly sniffed her fingertip. Her cold voice rang out, "This was made by humans. Could someone have accessed spiritual energy earlier?" The president tried to shoo away students still recording, "Leave the area immediately. This is an order." One student kept scrolling his phone. "Wait, professor. I need to post this to my friend's circle first." In the crowd, Tan Lai froze when she heard the phrases "man-made" and "contact with spiritual energy." This terrifying phenomenon caused by humans? She involuntarily remembered the figure who had just left the scene, someone who looked a lot like Phuong Dike. But she shook her head in denial. Impossible with those grades. How could he have even passed Tauntaun? At home, Phuong Dike collapsed onto his bed, drenched in sweat, muttering, "What the hell? This heat clearly came from my body. Cold showers and the air conditioner were useless. No sleep tonight." Suddenly he shot upright like he was electrocuted. "Wait, I made a big scene today. What if I was discovered? I need to check right away." He opened his phone and scanned the news. Strangely, every story revolved around the Spiritual Cultivation Association. Phuong Dike frowned as memories stirred. Now he tilted his head and wondered, could the mysterious person today be from that association? Without hesitation, he accessed the association's homepage. A detailed notice appeared that made him shiver. The cultivation tiers. First tier, spirit envelopment, lead spiritual energy into the body, form divine work, refine and transform mundane weapons. Second tier, spirit creation, borrow the force of heaven and earth, open divine bloodlines, create internal chi for cultivation. Third tier, diamond, spiritual energy strengthens the body, blood vessels become indestructible, bones tempered and body fortified, grasping attribute-based power. Fourth tier, divine moon, break heavenly earth restraints, accumulate faith, give birth to a divine body. Fifth tier, sun ascendance, peak cosmic mastery, manipulate life and death, dominate a region of the universe. Ultimate tier, transcendence, escape the cycle of life and death, establish heaven and earth. Hold the way of heaven and earth. At the bottom of the chart in blazing red text, spiritual energy is now recovering at an unprecedented rate. To avoid cultivation errors, this tier chart is public. Practitioners are advised to self-assess and position themselves to avoid falling into demonic paths. Huang Dike frowned slightly. Though mystical in content, the presentation felt familiar, even with a faint watermark. He thought, this kind of announcement should come from the Ha government. Why is it from a strange association? In his previous life, he never heard of this group. As an ordinary person during the catastrophe, he only worried about lining up for relief rations. Could this be a covert signal from the government to those fated to encounter spiritual energy early? He clicked his tongue and murmured, for now, just run the Golden Yang respiration method. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes to calm his mind, and circulated his qi according to the routine. The spiritual energy within his body began to move. His body gently floated, emitting a brilliant golden light. The technique initially purified his body, turning it into a vessel to hold spiritual energy, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, forging it into a divine shell. Huang Dike entered a state of focused cultivation, his body merging with the invisible current of energy. Suddenly his body trembled, a faint layer of light surrounded him, and a powerful aura burst forth. He broke through the first-tier spirit envelopment. The system announced again, the host can use compilation points. Technique data can be forcibly imprinted onto any object. Huang Dike raised an eyebrow and immediately remembered the nearly forgotten gift. Compilation points. The display showed he had 50 compilation points. The system had just mentioned forcibly imprinting onto objects, and he quickly calculated.
Golden yang respiration method charies a yang atribute.
If he used compilation points to attach this attribute to an object, wouldn't it gain supernatural yang properties? His eyes lit up like headlights. Try it now. He reached out his hand toward the tea table. The glass on the table trembled and then floated in midair. System notification. Do you want to spend compilation points to add a yang attribute to this object? Huang Dike smiled faintly, eyes glittering with delight. Just as predicted, forced imprinting turns an object into a primary magical tool. If this glass gains a yang attribute, what about a blade, a gun, or armor? They would become special weapons. He glanced at the decorative sword hanging on the wall, a 12th grade birthday gift from his roommate that had never been touched. Or try this cheap Excalibur. If it works, he can order a proper Japanese sword tomorrow. Thinking of a future where mutated monsters run rampant and lives are as fragile as paper, Huang Dike became more determined not to repeat past tragedies. But at that moment, outside the window, a dark figure watched silently. Under the tree canopy, a deformed creature hid, its eyes blood-red, jagged teeth bared, giving off a strong metallic stench and murderous aura. It had been stalking Huang Dike before he even noticed. When the moon rose high, his room fell silent and the lights were off. Huang Dike lay in bed, about to fall asleep after a tumultuous day. Just as he dreamed of feasting with a fairy, a strange rustling sound rang out. Huang Dike lay in bed, about to fall asleep after a tumultuous day. Just as he dreamed of feasting with a fairy, a strange rustling sound rang out. He frowned and muttered irritably, "What mouse dares host a midnight party in my house?" He sprang up, got out of bed, and circulated spiritual energy to scan the area. Strangely, his spiritual sense detected no creature inside the apartment, nor any sign in the pipes. Huang Dike furrowed his brow, wondering if the neighbors' pets were having a midnight chat. He stood still and listened. Having just entered the spirit envelopment realm, his hearing was far keener than normal, able to catch small noises from the next unit. But he quickly realized the strange sound did not come from inside the apartment but from the corridor outside. Creeping to the door, he peered out. Under the faint moonlight, a dark shape moved silently at the end of the hallway, light outlining the form of a malformed creature. No mistaking it. It was the mutated rabbit that had been lurking outside his house. Huang Dike took a cold breath and muttered, "Green bean. It's it." The mutated rabbit, affected by abnormal spiritual energy, looked terrifying. Even with memories of his previous life, facing this creature up close sent shivers down his spine. In that life, These seemingly harmless monsters shredded countless people. Rivers ran red with blood. At the same time, a few kilometers away on the rooftop of a high-rise building, the cloaked woman stood motionless, gazing at the glittering moon. She whispered, "That rabbit still hasn't been caught? It swallowed the nightshade fruit. Its growth rate is terrifying." The radio at her ear crackled with a teammate's voice. She responded softly, "Report any new intel immediately. I'll pursue it once." With that, she pushed off and shot down from the rooftop like a black arrow. Suddenly she sensed a faint trace of aura. Her eyes flashed. She halted midair, pressing her foot against a wall to reduce speed. "I detect traces of nightshade spiritual energy. The target is moving toward a residential area 20 kilometers away. Request location and full force pursuit." She kicked the wall hard, tumbling through the air, speaking into her radio as she flew. "Alert the team. The mutated beast recently swallowed the spirit fruit and may continue evolving. Do not be complacent." Her figure moved like a phantom, leaping from roof to roof. Below, an office worker working late spotted the scene, rubbed his eyes repeatedly, and muttered, "Must be hallucination." Working until 2 a.m., seeing someone flying between the 65th floors, he shook his head, turned back to his desk, and muttered, "Boss capitalist, what are you staring at? Did you finish drawing the comic for Fat Monkey?" Back at Phuong Dike's place, the mutated rabbit suddenly attacked. It lunged on all fours, claws slicing the air, aiming straight for his throat. Phuong Dike froze for a moment but quickly composed himself. His eyes flashed as spiritual energy circulated, and he dodged aside with lightning agility. His reaction speed had increased dramatically. He thought to himself. After breaking through spirit envelopment, his body had changed noticeably. Sharpened senses, strengthened muscles and reflexes made the rabbit's movements seem slow to him. But he didn't dare be careless. Why did this ferocious beast appear so early? In his past life, such mutated creatures only appeared after the anomaly had spread widely. This rabbit had absorbed the nightshade spirit fruit and gone mad. Its speed and strength far exceeded the norm. If he didn't stop it, the whole building would become a bloodbath. Without hesitation, Phuong Dike detonated his spiritual energy and lunged forward, reaching out and grabbing the rabbit. It struggled violently, growling, eyes blood-red, emitting a sound like metal scraping stone. He let out a low roar and concentrated his strength to throw it hard, sending the rabbit flying through the window with a clatter of breaking glass. It tumbled several times through the air. Phuong Dike leapt after it, his gaze cold as a war god. Hovering in the air, he gathered spiritual energy into his fist and unleashed a thunderous punch into the rabbit's abdomen. The blow carried a heat like the sun, puncturing its belly. Blood seeped from the large wound, but the monster wasn't dead. It still writhed, trying to absorb yang energy from his body like a bloodthirsty creature seeking life. Phuong Dike curled his lip in a cold smile. "You dare dream of the sun's power? You're on the road to death." As predicted, a few seconds later its body trembled and exploded into chunks of flesh, splattering across the ground. The explosion echoed through the residential area, jolting some people awake. They ran to windows, looking around in confusion. A middle-aged man frowned and muttered, "Clear skies like this. Where did that thunder come from?" But when they looked down, they saw only the quiet night, no figures, no sound. Phuong Dike gently landed, dusted his hands, a confident smirk curling his lips. It had been like a starving ghost trying to swallow his strength. Suddenly something rolled to his feet, the rabbit's remaining eye wide open, its deep red glare full of malice. Without a word, he lifted his foot and crushed it mercilessly, clearly bearing nightshade attributes but recklessly absorbing yang. "Not madness but hunger, a terrible hunger," he murmured, his expression darkening. The mutation had spread. If he hadn't awakened, this building would have been its meal. He looked up, eyes icy. He couldn't sit still. He had to collect more techniques, as many as possible. At the same time, near the complex, the cloaked woman from the association appeared, descending as gently as a falling leaf. Seeing the scene, she was astonished, eyes widening. "It's dead." She knelt to inspect the ground and keyed a radio report. "Target is deceased," body shattered. I am retrieving the remaining Nightshade's spiritual energy. When she touched the ground, she recoiled reflexively, her expression changing. Hot, too hot. This heat is a pure yang attribute, strangely pristine, identical to the energy at the north gate of Tauntaun University. She pondered, then contacted headquarters. The rabbit has been eliminated, but not by me. It was another practitioner, seems to be a newcomer. Headquarters replied, incredulous. The aura of that person has only reached spirit envelopment. How could they possess pure yang attributes like that? The woman nodded. Yes, I confirm that. Another voice from headquarters sounded. We checked records but found no information on this person. With such talent, the association must contact them quickly. She smiled and stored the remaining Nightshade's spiritual energy into her containment device. I agree. Headquarters issued an order. Suspend all missions. Top priority is locating the new practitioner, registering them, and inviting them to join the association. Hearing the order, the woman nodded, a lollipop appearing in her mouth from nowhere as she said, Roger, but inwardly she wondered who could possess such power. What deity or origin could someone with that strength be from? Anyone of that caliber, the association must establish ties at all costs. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed across Phuong Dike's face. He looked out the window and murmured, a day's plan starts in the morning. The fresh air put him in unusually good spirits. Early morning is not only healthy but ideal for cultivation. He hurried on a shirt and sat cross-legged on the bed, relaxing his mind, and began operating the golden yang breathing technique. A gentle morning breeze passed by, bringing the warmth of a new day. Above him, an axe formed of yang energy floated, taking the shape of a warrior ready for battle. So soon I'm about to break through? Phuong Dike muttered, joy welling up that he could hardly hide. He gripped the axe and performed a few basic moves. Cultivation is like chopping wood, nothing but persistence. With both hands tightening on the haft, he brought his strength down hard into the void. Immediately, the system chimed, congratulations, you have advanced to spirit envelopment. Second star. Phuong Dike's eyes flashed with a metallic gleam. His body felt renewed, muscles firmer, physical strength markedly greater than before. Yet he stayed level-headed. The rapid rise owed largely to leftover energy from his previous breakthrough. Cultivation cannot be rushed. Steady steps are the long path. The only problem was that every time he cultivated he caused flashy anomalies that attracted attention. Tisk. Next time I need somewhere more private. He frowned and glanced at the corner where the sword he bought online still sat in its packaging. At the same time, in the Superpower Association office, a middle-aged man sipped tea while scrolling his phone. Suddenly he frowned and whispered, a solar energy fluctuation again. Could it be him? Elsewhere, Phuong Dike found a remote pond. He drew the new-smelling sword, planted it upright, and nodded slightly as the system announced. Do you want to spend compilation points to infuse the yang attribute into this item? Yes, he recalled the last time he tried compiling a weapon from common materials. Although the system accepted it, the weapon burned out after 3 strikes like supply-grade gear attached to a superhero. This time was different. As yang energy merged, the sword trembled and glowed as if harmonizing with him. The system confirmed, compilation successful. You now possess a compatible weapon. Phuong Dike smiled with satisfaction, his eyes blazing like dawn. He swung the sword and murmured, all right, kid. Let me test your power. He slashed a few basic strokes at the water's surface. In an instant, the whole pond almost vaporized. Oh no! He swallowed, sweat pouring down. Luckily, the forest didn't catch fire, or it'd be headline news this afternoon. He scrambled to clean up and dashed away, his back soaked with cold sweat. After only a few steps, the cloaked girl appeared, hair fluttering, holding a cup of milk tea, her face furious to the point of tears. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! She gritted her teeth. She almost missed a big assignment just trying to use a discount voucher to buy milk tea. She glared around and muttered, water anomaly. Definitely a water anomaly. But when she saw the devastation before her, she halted. Wait, a hot spring? What's wrong with that Buddha statue? Oh my God! Where do I take it for repairs now? Who's going to restore it for me? Despair surged. She was about to be chewed out by the aftermath department again. Ever since that bastard showed up, I haven't had a peaceful day. She took a deep breath to calm herself and glanced toward the hillside where the sword's aura still lingered. Suddenly her eyes widened in alarm. Wait! Impossible! Last night he was clearly Spirit Envelopment first star, now he's second star. She sensed a strange aura, sharp like a spirit weapon. Spirit weapons, true to their name, are attribute-infused arms that unleash exceptional power. But even the association only has two, and their spirit cores aren't complete. How does he have a spirit weapon? She frowned, half amazed, half envious. Unable to find an answer, she gave up. Whatever, I must be seeing things. She sat down on a rock and sipped her milk tea to steady herself. Huh? Clean up this battlefield first. Start by cooling the spring. Meanwhile, Huang Dike walked and pondered. The sword now had the yang attribute, but the system hadn't said whether other attributes could be added. Earlier the system emphasized he could compile countless techniques as long as he had the idea. Everything from mud to stars could be material. If exposed to another attribute, could it be fused into this sword? Even layered. Yang produces yin fire, fire stacked on fire, complementing each other. Lost in thought, his phone buzzed. A message from a stranger. Hello? Are you also a practitioner? Huang Dike jolted and read on. Sorry, I checked your browsing history and saw your interest in recent anomalies. Plus you saved an article about the realm tiers. I have some friends who are practitioners. We often meet, train, and learn from each other. We're looking for like-minded people. He froze. Damn, forgot to enable privacy. He continued reading. There are 3 of us. After the anomaly, we banded together for support. Those who get it, get it. We're just hoping to find brothers to cultivate with and make friends. He replied politely, I'm new to this too. The other side was ecstatic. Great. How far have you cultivated? Reached any realms? I hear rotting body and spirit enclosure are tough. But according to Fong Tan, even some top national elders are only spirit envelopment, so we're not that far behind. Cultivate while living normally, progress slowly. Huang Dike messaged back. That's pretty strong then. He thought to himself that formal teams are only spirit envelopment too, so he's not far behind. The other messaged, Hey, here's a secret. A new contaminated zone has appeared. We're forming a team to go in. The more the merrier. Resources split evenly. Huang Dike was skeptical. A new contaminated zone? He typed, Send the location and I'll take a look. Immediately they sent an attachment compiling materials on the Amha Dung Long. He opened it, and the screen displayed information with images. The Amha Dung Long contaminated zone was originally an underground river, but after the anomaly, the water turned into boiling lava, turning the area into a natural crematorium. Huang Dike frowned, same yang attribute as his. He smirked, I can join the team. The next day, in Tanmak district where green forests and high mountains rise, a misty group gathered at the entrance of a gloomy cave. An impatient man asked, Old Lai, where's the friend you mentioned? Lai scratched his head and grinned. Coming soon. Coming soon. He turned to the girl. Little Na, thanks to your map and detailed materials, I found this place so quickly. Thorough, can't fault it. Truong Huna smiled modestly. Not at all, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't dare enter alone. Remember to support each other once we're inside the cave. She knew the association was an agency under the Ha Kingdom government with strict selection. Few people even knew the way in. Her joining was due to effort and considerable family favor. If this trip yields nothing, she'd inevitably be forced to work overtime. She sighed and glanced around. Suddenly someone shouted, Ah! Fang's here. A young man stepped forward with an easy smile. I'm Fang. Hello, everyone. Yu Na immediately took notice. She was secretly amazed, so young yet already spirit envelopment, second star. His aura was strong without being oppressive, even somewhat warm. Strange. The group was complete and the cave entrance opened. Someone announced, Everyone's here. Let's go. Huang Dike. Oops. Fang volunteered. Let me lead. You shine the light. Okay?
Hiu nhà nốt đét, an rai.
Those at the back were a bit hesitant. One whispered, Go slowly. The broken rocks underfoot are slippery. Another muttered, I thought this whole place had turned to lava. A drop of water fell earlier and startled me. Weird. Does anyone else feel it's not as hot as expected? Someone asked. Probably haven't reached the contamination center yet. Speak up if you're tired, safety first. Fong Dike walked at the front, feeling warm inside. He'd arrived last, yet they still treated him as a teammate. Whether due to his friendly nature or their need for a reliable ally in chaos, the feeling was precious. Suddenly before the group appeared a dazzling, fierce sight. A torrent of lava roaring up amid the dark forest. We're here, someone shouted. Is that really lava? Another exclaimed. Fong Dike silently advanced, his gaze bright like a low-burning flame. Hyuna shouted in alarm, Hey, it's dangerous ahead. Don't act recklessly. But he stepped forward and then jumped straight into the lava pool. The group panicked. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Pull him out now. Before anyone could move, the lava pool convulsed and the ground shook. The group hurried back, eyes full of panic. The system rang in Fong Dike's head. Anomaly detected. Analyzing inner combustion, initiating max computational power, commencing compilation. You have acquired the skill Scarlet Extermination Force. Inner combustion. Extreme temperatures carry eruptive attributes with terrifying destructive power. Scarlet Fire Blade technique requires a blade to unleash its might. Each slash roars like a furnace. The blade cloaked in flaming aura forming streaks of lightning like fire. Blade chi condenses, igniting battle intent and releasing enormous energy. Within the flames, a blade gradually materialized. Fong Dike reached into the lava, grasping the hilt tightly. The blade immediately resonated, becoming completely harmonized with him. He said calmly, just using a bit of energy. I'll implant the inner combustion attribute into this blade. From afar, Hyuna's group cried out in amazement. Everyone look, he's fine. His weapon is even absorbing the lava's power. Someone sighed with relief. Looks like Fang's okay. Probably just a small mishap during cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy stabilized, exciting the group. I can feel the spiritual energy changing. It's absorbing more smoothly. Another rejoiced. With more cultivation, I could step onto the path of cultivation. Hyuna smiled. I'm here to collect data. Everyone keep cultivating. I'll watch the perimeter. The group chorused. Thanks, Hyuna. One by one they sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and cultivated amid the hazy spiritual energy. Truong Hyuna carefully stepped around the cave, jotting notes in her notebook, her expression serious yet still lively. She suddenly froze, sensing a strange aura approaching. Before long, 3 burly, rough-looking men dressed like thugs appeared at the cave entrance. The leader boomed, Well, where did these little shrimp crawl out from? Clear off and disappear. This area is my crew's turf now. Truong Hyuna's face went pale in an instant. She gritted her teeth thinking this was bad. The 3 of them were all spirit envelopment first star. If a fight broke out, the group might not even beat one of them. She took a deep breath, kept calm, stepped forward with a gentle voice. Sorry, we arrived first. My friend is absorbing spiritual energy. If you don't mind, could we share the cultivation space? Spiritual energy isn't limited. The leader curled his lip, contempt in his eyes. Hey little girl, have you even entered spirit envelopment? Share what? Get out now. Don't make me say it twice. The leader curled his lip, contempt in his eyes. Hey little girl, have you even entered spirit envelopment? Share what? Get out now. Don't make me say it twice. But if everyone thought like that, society would become a jungle. A kingdom certainly wouldn't allow that. As a member of the Spiritual Cultivation Association, I have to do something. Just then, Fong Dike stepped forward to face the leader. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. Oh, so big and burly, yet you only know how to bully a weak girl. Before the man could react, he swung the blade in a horizontal arc. The ground split open, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. The leader flinched, his face turning deathly pale, and shouted, Retreat! Fall back now, farther away. The group who had been cultivating felt the tremor and the chaotic spiritual energy and cried out anxiously, What's happening? An earthquake. Huang Dike fell silent. Memories of the tragic previous life surged back. The idea of the strong trampling the weak had once caused irreparable disaster. He tightened his grip on the hilt, his eyes flashing with resolute determination. People like that would never be subdued by words alone. He raised the blade, pointed it at the leader, and unleashed his imposing aura, shouting, "Get out!" The single word pealed like thunder in the clear sky. The leader's face went ashen, his body trembling as if hit straight in the soul. He screamed, "Wah! What kind of monster is that?" All three turned and fled, stumbling and falling. They scrambled to their feet and bolted away as if chased by dogs. The people behind them buzzed, their eyes worshipful as they looked at Huang Dike. "Big brother, awesome. That slash was sick." Huang Dike scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Nah, they're just too weak." He turned to the group. "You all have cultivated quite a bit, right? Leaving soon?" Hyuna glanced at the cracked earth and nodded. "The spiritual energy in this contaminated area is depleted. Let's go." She was horrified inside. If that blade had truly struck, this place would be nothing but ashes. He is a natural prodigy, a practitioner with a high-tier attribute and top-tier talent. This must be reported to the organization. She quickly contacted the association. The woman on the other end picked up and, after hearing, immediately became serious. "Hyuna, do you mean another practitioner with a high-tier attribute has appeared?"
Hyuna Frodo.
Hugh? Again? There's no way. The woman on the line hesitated, covering. Never mind. I've noted it. Report any new developments immediately." She hung up, turned to the middle-aged man grinning broadly. "Teacher, we're in luck. 2 high-tier practitioners appearing back-to-back. Unprecedented." The middle-aged man sighed, worry in his eyes. "Luck? People like that will become centers of power, protected by the state like treasures." He rubbed his forehead and muttered, "Probably time to submit my resignation." The next morning, the sky was clear and the clouds white. Huang Dike slung his blade and strolled down the street, his bearing like a modern swordsman, turning heads. "Hey, what character is that guy cosplaying? So cool. Is that sword a real prop? It looks insanely epic. Where do you even put it? Exactly like a male god stepped out of a cultivation game." Huang Dike paid no mind and pulled out his phone to scroll the news. A headline hit his eyes. Cultivation novel becomes reality. Brilliant golden light and ominous death aura appear at the 1,000-year stone cave. A blurred image showed a giant dragon-like creature flying across a darkened sky. According to an anonymous witness, a master practicing with a great blade in the area swept once and sent a group fleeing. Huang Dike frowned, feeling exposed. It was all due to that damned inner combustion, over 2,000 degrees, not some new anomaly. But who leaked it? Old Lai or Hyuna? He clicked his tongue, thinking of the yang spiritual energy he'd just absorbed. The inner pressure was rising. Just one more use of the golden yang breathing method and he could break through. Never mind. I'll go behind the mountain first. 5 minutes later, in the backyard, a girl was diligently gardening, shovel in hand, sweat beading on her brow. She was Tan Huyn, a gardening expert and scene evidence handler. She exhaled. Phew, finally cleared this mess. Kind of tiring but still on time for bubble tea. Suddenly the surrounding temperature spiked, the air seeming to sear hot. She froze, sensing an overbearing aura surging from the mountain range behind. What the hell? Who's breaking through? Spirit envelopment 3rd star. Tan Huyn gritted her teeth and glared toward the mountain base, unease spreading. A spirit envelopment breakthrough causing this commotion. This isn't a monstrous beast. It's a national disaster. A name immediately came to her mind and her eye twitched. No? Could it be him? She clenched her fist, spun around, panting. Fine. Even if you hide underground, I'll drag you out. Just wait. In a quiet corner, Huang Dike sat cross-legged and entered meditation. His whole body was wrapped in a faint golden radiance, emitting a solemn aura. Waves of spiritual energy rolled out like tides, making anyone who glanced feel their chest grow heavy. Above his head, an illusionary axe gradually condensed. Its lines sharpened, as if forged from the essence of heaven and earth. ready to sever all mortal bonds. From afar, Tan Huin rushed over. Looking up at the sight, she flinched and nearly slipped. That axe. Is it a divine envelopment? He actually summoned a divine envelopment. Could spiritual energy be controlled so stably? Impossible. Has this person secretly cultivated for centuries without anyone knowing? Recalling past memories, her face paled. When I last broke through to spirit envelopment 3rd star, the pressure from the divine envelopment beat me until I coughed blood and bedridden for a week. It's still haunting me. If even my constitution failed, where on earth did this monster crawl out from? The spiritual energy around Phuong Dike flowed like an endless spring, each strand pure to the point of suffocation. His control was terrifyingly precise, as if every current had been honed countless times. Such a being was no longer a demon, but nearly a god. His mindset was as steady as a rock, not rushed at all. Unlike the other practitioners who grew impatient at the slightest spiritual sensation and rushed to breakthrough, he resembled a hidden master, deep and unfathomable. Suddenly, the divine envelopment shifted slightly, tilting toward the east. At that moment, Phuong Dike opened his eyes. A tide-like burst of momentum exploded outward in all directions. Breakthrough. Spirit envelopment 2nd star. A deep, steady voice echoed through heaven and earth. Tan Huin had just arrived, dazed and looking around. The spot where Phuong Dike had been sitting was empty. Only 30 seconds. Could he have detected I was tailing him? Her face showed a hint of disappointment. At this rate, she feared she'd never recruit him to the team. Must she follow him around like a shadow forever? Then her eyes lit up. Senior, you're probably not far away, right? Her voice was gentle, almost pleading, softly ringing through the quiet air. Her words drifted on the breeze. On a nearby branch, Phuong Dike stood silently, looking down with a faint frown. It was her, the one who had been tailing him like a shadow these past few days. Receiving no answer, Tan Huin continued, I am the captain of Team Huin, a unit under the Ha Kingdom Spiritual Cultivation Association, and I am also a practitioner. On behalf of the association, I formally invite you to cooperate. She inhaled deeply, kept her tone soft, and chose her words carefully. We've been tracking your movements for 2 days not for any ill intent, but simply to invite you to join the association. Please don't form a bad impression of us because of that. In truth, although the association isn't widely publicized yet, we have regulations, rules, paperwork. Everything is proper and legitimate. She thought to herself, he probably won't feel offended, right? I didn't mean to bother him. I must stay gentle. Suddenly Phuong Dike asked, why? Tan Huin froze, her eyes darting as her mind raced. Tell the truth or lie. But someone like him wouldn't be easily fooled. Better be honest. She took a deep breath. Because Ha Kingdom is currently seeking to locate and unify practitioners so everyone can operate in a more regulated, professional way. It will also provide practitioners an extra layer of protection as spiritual energy recovers. Right now, everything is developing spontaneously and chaotically. Sooner or later problems will arise. I know joining the association can be a form of constraint, but sooner or later we'll have to face the future together and the unclear powers that will appear. Phuong Dike cut in coldly. What if I say I don't agree? I still can't fully trust you. Tan Huin was momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she slowly took out a business card. Hello, my name is Tan Huin. Before the spiritual energy returned, I was an athlete. She smiled lightly, a bit shy. I wonder if you've heard of me? Here is my identification. Please trust me.
Phuong Dike watched her quietly.
Ah, I seem to have a faint impression. He studied the girl before him. Agile build, quick reflexes, strong stamina. Indeed, those with outstanding qualities before cultivating tend to thrive even more. No wonder she ran over so fast. But Phuong Dike's expression suddenly turned grave. It's a pity that in the previous life, despite countless talents, Ha Kingdom still couldn't prevent annihilation. Humanity was wiped out. Now reborn with support systems, he was determined not to let history repeat. Only it wasn't time yet. I am somewhat impressed by you. All right, let me think it over. Having said that, Phuong Dike suddenly dropped like a phantom, peering right behind Tan Huynh and startling her.
Phuong Dike calculated silently.
Based on her presentation, the association currently seemed too timid to provoke practitioners like him. Conveniently, he could use her help to accomplish some of his own objectives. Tan Huynh replied seriously, "I can cooperate with you, but the anomaly you caused when breaking through was already detected by the association. I still have to report it, only partially true, partially false. Is that acceptable?" Phuong Dike nodded. "Yeah, do it that way." Before they could discuss further, as Tan Huynh turned, Phuong Dike had vanished as if he had never existed. She hissed softly, "That guy really is a ghost." Irritated, she left, muttering as she walked, "Report to headquarters, I still couldn't catch him." "Whatever. He was clearly avoiding us on purpose, and we have to clean up the traces he leaves. What a hassle. Working for a wage feels like being everyone's servant." She sighed, then spoke sternly, "All right, put these matters aside for now. Actually, I don't think his going out on missions now is bad, because strange species have begun to reappear recently." "They're back." Her expression darkened. Those mutated species were brutal and insane, some bearing a shadowy, malevolent aura. They siphon energy from polluted areas. After spiritual energy returns, they mutate into aberrant beasts and deformities, devouring humans without hesitation. Some even disguise themselves as disaster anomalies, roaming and slaughtering, fighting for territory, gradually pushing the world into chaos and eventually creating new contaminated zones. If not eradicated completely, they will become a horrific plague, spreading like poisonous fungus and destroying humanity's world. That night, the sky unleashed its fury. Lightning tore the sky like rips in fabric. Rain poured down as if dumping an entire lake from above. Under the gray curtain of rain, a lone figure walked slowly, Phuong Dike. Emergency loudspeakers blared from lamp posts in a mechanical, grave voice. "Red alert. Severe thunderstorm. Residents are advised not to leave home unless necessary. Please stay safe. Nak Hong Scenic Area is at high risk of flooding. The area is sealed off, do not approach." But on social media, nobody really cared about the storm. The hottest topics were, "Oh my God, haven't seen a thunderstorm this insane in decades. Who's having a transmigration here? Is some great power about to ascend?" Phuong Dike frowned slightly but did not slow his pace. He clearly felt the raging aura in the air, sharp and heavy, both majestic as a heavenly decree and savage like an enraged beast. But he also realized the center of this lightning tempest was not here. He looked up and fixed his gaze on the mountain ahead. On the summit, lightning struck like rain, relentlessly. The scene resembled someone undergoing a tribulation. Without hesitation, Phuong Dike accelerated and dashed toward the storm-shrouded peak. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his head. "Low-level contamination zone detected approaching Nak Hong Peak. Risk alert. Nak Hong Peak is 1,545 m high, covering 25,000 hectares, a major scenic site of the city. Current pollution level undetermined." Phuong Dike immediately rushed to the mountain's base. But at that moment, boom! A colossal lightning bolt ripped the sky, like an angry dragon descending from the heavens, aimed straight at him. In an instant, Phuong Dike's body blazed. Electric flashes danced around him, as if the gods had called his name with overwhelming zeal. Far away, in a dim room filled with light, a heavy atmosphere hung over everyone. All eyes were on the report board. According to the latest report, danger at Nak Hong Summit has abnormally increased. Immediately seal off the entire area and establish a new contamination zone. The head of the association growled, eyes cold. He paused and his voice dropped as if reproaching himself. "I had intended to assign Tan Huynh elsewhere, but now she must be recalled at once." The door swung open. Tan Huynh entered, holding the report that still smelled faintly of measured spiritual energy. "Nak Hong Summit is currently inaccessible. Spiritual force with lightning attribute is erupting beyond control. We tentatively assess the area at contamination level A. But if this rate continues, within an hour the zone will officially reach level S." No one spoke. A few people perspired coldly. She continued, Based on records, there are no practitioners in my area with sufficient ability to approach this place, including myself. One person trembled slightly, not from fear, but from realizing how fast the world was changing. Even third-star spirit envelopment practitioners had an almost certain chance of death. The room fell into silence. Then seal it off from the mountain base. The elder spoke decisively. Deploy patrols 24/7, forbid any approach, cut off the risk at its root. Completely lock down the mountain. Spiritual energy is erupting violently. Do not approach under any circumstances. Wait until density drops before conducting surveys. At the same time, at the foot of Nakhong, another bolt of lightning split the sky and struck down. Under the storm, a lone figure still strode forward, Phuong Dike. His eyes burned with determination, his skin shimmering with the light of the golden yang breathing method. He thought to himself that thankfully he had this cultivation method. Otherwise he'd probably be dissected at a conference by now. But to extract a pure lightning attribute, he had to step into the storm's heart. No different from trying to drink a sip of water while diving into a level 12 cyclone. During the recovery of spiritual energy, Phuong Dike told himself, his gaze sharper than ever. Humanity would not only gain little benefit but risk being reversed in the food chain and falling to the bottom if it stayed stagnant. Not to mention weather changes, even rabbits or rats could threaten humans. Worse horrors than aberrant beasts would appear in the future, things that could easily defeat practitioners. Currently, he possessed the golden yang breathing method and the scarlet flame blade technique, representing yang and inner combustion. He had previously used crafting points to inlay these two attributes into his blade technique, letting golden yang boost defense and endurance while scarlet flame increase damage and destructive power. But relying too much on weapons is like digging your own grave. Only if one becomes truly powerful can one face the increasingly vicious and cunning creatures. The furious lightning here was a perfect opportunity to train and strengthen himself. He had to keep getting stronger and seize chances amid cosmic upheaval. Otherwise, the only path left would be death in catastrophe. Another bolt of lightning struck down. Phuong Dike swung his blade to block it. Boom! The terrifying force numbed his arm and nearly sent the blade flying. This type of lightning attribute was pure divine retribution. He gritted his teeth. It's angry because I dared invade its territory, trying to force me to kneel. But kneel? Sorry, that's not my thing. I must make it submit and turn this power into mine. Phuong Dike inhaled deeply, calmed himself, and recalled the system's instruction that he must directly contact the original spiritual force. Without hesitation, he poured all his energy into the golden yang breathing method. His body blazed with a golden light like a bursting eclipse, ready to confront the purest lightning fury atop Nakhong. A dense lightning torrent, bright as fiery meteors, roared down from the cloud layer as if intent on crushing all things. Phuong Dike shouted sharply, his eyes igniting with boundless battle intent. He swung his blade in a decisive cut as if to cleave the sky. Boom! Two forces, one from heaven, one from man, collided and exploded in midair. Shockwaves rolled outward like a divine tide. Phuong Dike's body trembled violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he still stood firm. Though staggering and exhausted, he did not collapse. As long as he could hold on to the summit, he'd live. Alive meant a chance to defy fate. Before long, he neared the peak. The air was dense, each breath full of crackling charge that numbed his muscles. It really wants to kill me. Phuong Dike let out a dry laugh, his gaze resolute. But sorry, I'm not ready to die. I still have a pile of deadlines. Ding! Detected extremely strong lightning attribute. Analysis in progress. Far away, in a city high-rise, office workers clustered at the window as if watching a real-life livestream. Hey, look! The lightning from before. My God! It's as big as an angry utility pole. Another frowned suspiciously. Could a mighty ascender be undergoing tribulation? A coworker whispered, Are we hallucinating? Why is there a figure standing in the sky? Wait, don't tell me it struck the central district. Don't lightning through my apartment. The air conditioner is brand new. Amid the lightning, Phuong Dike stood upright, absorbing the power of heavenly thunder. Whirling chi wrapped his body. each bolt coiled like a silver serpent around his sinews. You have acquired the skill. Divine thunder tempering. Channel heavenly thunder. Temper the flesh. Transform the body into a god. You received 50 crafting points. Among the elements, thunder supremacy excels in offensive power and the ability to temper the body, completely different from yang heavens, which favors defense and healing. By turning the body into thunder, both offense and defense reach peerless heights. Legend says ancient practitioners led thunder into their flesh over many years, letting spiritual energy cleanse their bones. Every fiber and muscle was forged like steel, attaining an immortal, indestructible state. Thunder Fury is both my spear and my shield. Phuong Dike quietly felt that the thunder's power not only destroyed but also cleansed and rebirthed. He could feel it honing and strengthening his tendons, muscles, and meridians. The tempering process was not painful at all. The system sounded, pure thunder judgment, punishes all evils. Critical damage plus 300%. Do you want to spend crafting points to absorb it? Phuong Dike looked at the blade, then at his arm, deep in thought. If he infused it into the blade, the power would be superior, but it might break the existing yang attribute. And if he overloaded the blade with attributes, what if it actually exploded? He laughed. Fine, I'll take the risk. He confirmed absorption into his right hand. Immediately, thunder fury surged into his right arm. Veins rose like electric waves. Skin and flesh shimmered silver as if forged by the gods. That arm had surpassed mortal limits. The next morning on Na Kuang's summit, a breeze swept across land cracked by the thunder tribulation, carrying remnants of spiritual force in the air. Tan Huyn, an investigator for the Anomaly Association, stood by the cliff, astonished by the scene. Beside her, a man in uniform with cold eyes spoke. Major Han Lo, the situation doesn't match our predictions, she replied, voice full of doubt. Within 3 hours, the spiritual pollution at Na Kuang's summit dropped from peak to mild. Han Lu raised an eyebrow, knelt, and touched the ground. A faint current made his fingertips go numb. There is still very strong residual charge. A transcendent practitioner was here. Tan Huyn hurried over. A transcendent practitioner? Really? Is that person still alive? She placed her hand on the ground, closed her eyes to sense, then shook her head. Attribute undetermined. Departure time unclear. The heavy rain last night may have erased traces. Han Lu pondered. If I'm right, he left around 8 p.m. The anomaly began at 6. The lockdown team went up at 7 but found no one, meaning he went up earlier. Tan Huyn frowned. Could he have known before us? You're not joking, are you? Not at all. The major nodded. The thunder anomaly erupted at 7. The association's predictive tools forecast pollution reaching S level and not easing until morning, but everything calmed right after 8. Too coincidental. He snorted. He possesses the lightning attribute and even successfully fused with the anomaly's power. The anomaly changed because of him. He didn't flee from it. A terrifying silence passed. Han Lu looked up, eyes icy. People like that are terrifying. It's unclear whether they're enemy or ally. If he opposes order and harms society, the consequences would be no different from an S-level anomaly. We must find him at all costs. For now, codename him Tyrant. Meanwhile, at Phuong Dike's home, he kept sneezing uncontrollably, not understanding what was happening. From afar, a voice rang out. Hello everyone. If you enjoyed this, please like and subscribe. We hope the association recruits the tyrant soon. A military representative added, calm but suggestive. We will seal off information and conduct a comprehensive investigation. The old association head nodded, face weighing a serious move. Of course. However, we also have a high-level transcendent practitioner quietly making contact. He looked at Tan Huyn. Tan, report the situation to Major Han. Yes, sir. She answered, though trembling inside. She took a deep breath and carefully said, the thing is, it's the transcendent practitioner who once purified the level A anomaly at North Gate of Tan University. Inside she screamed, oh no, this is bad. Must not be revealed. She kept a serious expression and added, I've been trying to approach that person recently, but his movements are extremely mysterious. I once found the corpse of a mutated rabbit that he had eliminated. If I'm right, he possesses the Yang Flame attribute. She clenched her hands, thinking, Ancestor, I've tried my best. With this half-true, half-false news, if they don't believe it, fine. Honestly, I'll probably get hauled in for questioning tomorrow. She inhaled deeply and continued, I'll try to contact him again and investigate how he purified the North Gate. Han Lu nodded, his eyes brightening slightly. The Yang Flame attribute. I understand. Little 2, you've worked hard. We need young people like you to step forward bravely and carry on the flame of the previous generation. The Yangtze never stops flowing. Tan Huin straightened and saluted in a military manner. Major Han, you're too kind. It's my duty. I'll keep doing my best. Han Lu smiled and turned to the old association head. We'll spread disinformation about a natural disaster to calm public opinion, but I'm still worried about those spiritual energy rumors spreading online. They could be exploited by bad actors. The old head forced a smile. Tan Huin exhaled in relief, thinking, finally got through this hurdle. At the same time, at home, Huang Dike practiced the golden yang breathing method. Heat radiated from his palms, drying his soaked clothes in an instant. After dressing, he gave his right arm a light shake, feeling the new power. Since fusing with the lightning attribute, his body had changed noticeably. I'm very close to the next level's cap. He felt a faint current run through his bones, vibrating every cell. Surprisingly, the once violent lightning attribute had become as docile as a well-behaved cat in his body, tamer than Aunt Sao's cat. Recalling the first time he used the golden yang breathing method, he remembered feeling as if thousands of fire ants gnawed at his insides, painful beyond memory. But it shouldn't be weakened after absorption, right? The system suddenly announced. The lightning attribute grants critical effect increased by 300% when attacking aberrant tainted beasts. Huang Dike's eyes lit up like headlights. Perfect. Can't wait. Must test it now. His phone vibrated. Huang Dike frowned, sounding weary. What is it now? Since the previous incident, he'd set system alerts and forums to priority. Any news of danger or anomalies popped up first. The screen displayed, unstable anomaly situation, widespread chaos. The Ha Nation Council will issue the earliest warnings to ensure safety. Huang Dike narrowed his eyes, a smirk at his lips. Times of turmoil bring opportunity. For someone half a step ahead of the era like him, every danger is a sweet invitation. Even risking his life, he'd gamble with fate. His expression instantly grew serious when he stopped at the breaking news. A large explosion at the chemical plant in the northern part of the city. Fortunately, because it coincided with a shift change, there were no reported casualties. However, the blast caused widespread contamination affecting many nearby residential areas. Authorities are investigating. Residents are advised not to panic, limit going outside, and follow safety instructions. Huang Dike frowned, suspicion flashing in his eyes. A plant explosion and heavy contamination right at shift change. Such coincidence. Looks like someone's writing a novel. Comments boiled over. Oh my God. My place is nearby. When it exploded, it felt like a cold wind ran down my spine. I also felt a gloomy, evil presence, like demons rising from the earth. Are you all possessed? A chemical explosion only smells bad. Where's the evil aura coming from? But looking at the scene, gray smoke and dim light, it's like a horror movie. Huang Dike swiped to the end of the page, his face growing somber. Gloomy, evil. Why does this feeling seem so familiar? A gray memory from a past life rose like a torn wound. He gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp as knives. It's them, no doubt, those monsters. In his past life, they grew in the darkest corners. Tree roots, mud, animal carcasses, and sewers. At first they were ordinary flora and fauna, but when exposed to mixed evil chi and spiritual energy, they mutated. Intelligence surged, feral strength increased, and their predatory abilities became terrifying. Huang Dike fell silent, thinking to himself, compared to the mutated rabbit last time, these are 100 times more dangerous. Huang Dike clenched his fist, lightning flickering between his fingers like suppressed thunder. We leave tonight. If we let them breed, tomorrow won't be just a few contaminated neighborhoods. The whole world could be plunged into darkness. He grinned recklessly yet confidently. Time to test combat skills. See if this 300% critical really works. In the driving rain, each drop lashed the road like a cavalry whip. A shadow streaked through the night, moving so fast the eye could only see a blur. The destruction team is hunting the anomalous creature codenamed File Number 7. Truckda. The voice in the earpiece came through amid the patter of rain. Truckda is currently lost. Confirmed abilities. Merges into darkness, conceals its form, emits a faint sizzling sound when approaching, prefers human flesh. Requesting urgent update support for the file. With this weather, it's definitely about to hunt. Do not let that happen under any circumstances. On the other end, the clatter of keyboard keys was clear. Additional data is uploading to the system. Request to raise kill priority to B. Operation expected within 12 hours. The destruction team pursued relentlessly, but always prioritized life-saving. The team's leader, face cold as ice beneath a black hood, paused atop a high rise. He silently calculated. 12 hours wasn't ideal, but under current circumstances it was the limit. The entire Han Nation was sinking into anomalies. Headquarters was nearly exhausted and couldn't support every small unit. Suddenly the radio lit up. A voice from headquarters echoed clearly. In the area you're entering, there's a cultivation organization cooperating with us. The Spiritual Energy Association. Team leader Tan Huynh is conducting observation there. We can send a message so she can temporarily assist you. The commander nodded, his voice low. Thanks. Contact her immediately. I've heard of her. She's not bad. Before he finished, a voice suddenly called from a nearby rooftop. Oh? Since when did I become famous? The commander jolted and looked up. In the pouring rain, Tan Huynh stood with her arms crossed on the roof, two teammates in cloaks behind her. She raised an eyebrow, voice mocking. Is it you lot? Calling me out in the middle of a storm for overtime? The commander looked up, stern. Tan Huynh, this isn't about overtime. It's about a dangerous class anomalous creature. Truckda, a man-eater. We really need your support. She frowned, face icy but voice dripping sarcasm. Oh, so this is the destruction team's plea for help? Seems the destruction team, despite their reputation, doesn't need overtime support after all? In that case, Huyn's squad will decline. She turned, her cloak billowing like an uncompromising full stop. Her two teammates whispered behind her. Boss? Come on. What if they really get eaten? Yeah, true. It's not our job, but it'd feel bad to see someone eaten. Another cut in. Give it a rest. Don't act like our missions aren't dangerous either. Seeing the tension, the destruction team leader hurriedly bowed his head. Voice urgent. Please wait. I misspoke earlier. We truly need you. Truckda is a threat not just to us but to all residents of the city. Without your group's locating ability, not only would we be eaten, I'm afraid there might be no survivors left in the city. Thus, the two teams quickly coordinated. Thanks to her special sensing ability, Tan Huynh tracked the mutant creature's whereabouts in an instant. Target identified. Truckda, File Number 7. Loves darkness, prefers damp environments, and has a taste for human flesh. The captain immediately gave the order, his voice hoarse and cold. Destruction team commence. Immediately, formations spread in 4 directions, moving like phantoms in the dark. But Truckda's keen instincts detected danger and it bolted in an instant. A cold voice rang through the comms. Target detected. Destruction team, deploy formation immediately. In a moment, members surged from east, west, south, and north, closing into a trap-tight encirclement. From above, the captain launched himself down, his momentum like a heavenly thunder. The blade flashed and swung straight into Truckda's flank. A gruesome shriek rang out. The monster's shoulders swelled, sprouting a pair of blood-soaked wings, immediately unleashing a violent sonic wave that shook the air. Tan Huynh face went pale as she shouted, "Watch the sonic wave! Dodge now!" But it was too late. The sonic wave, like an invisible tsunami, blasted the destruction team away from the captain's position. Someone asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" The captain gritted his teeth, clutching his injured arm with his left hand, a cold glint in his eyes. Indeed, Trukta was not easy to deal with. If they hadn't retreated in time, they'd likely be shredded. A creature with such destructive power and evil darkness attribute, if left in a residential area, would be an unimaginable nightmare. At that moment, Trukta opened its mouth and spewed a dark green viscous liquid like acid. The liquid hit the ground and immediately corroded the surface, causing soil and rock to sink as if forming an escape tunnel. Tan Huynh shouted, "It's trying to dig out and escape." A teammate hurriedly stopped her. "Captain 2, this is the darkness attribute with high physical corrosiveness. Any contact will destroy structures instantly. We don't have high-level countermeasures." The captain said solemnly, "Even if it corrodes earth and rock, it can't form a complete escape tunnel in a short time. Do not break formation. The main mission is to collect data, assess combat strength, and adjust tactics." At that moment, a member's vision was obscured by a poisonous bone, and he couldn't react in time, and Trukta slammed him away with a horrific impact. The captain ground his teeth and shouted, "Do not let it escape." The destruction team immediately gave chase, while Tan Huynh's group followed closely from above, tracking the target's direction. Wind whipped their hair, carrying an indescribable sweet fishy smell. Tan Huynh frowned, suddenly noticing something wrong. "Wait! The spiritual energy concentration here has spiked. Something's up." She ordered in a low voice, "Two of you stay outside. I'll follow them in." The two members replied in unison, "Understood." Tan Huynh and the destruction team quickly entered the abandoned, gloomy factory where Trukta was hiding, eerily silent. She glanced around and frowned. "Is this really the inside of an old factory? Let me check the spiritual energy level first." The captain asked curiously, "Is that new equipment you're using? Was it made by the Research Council?" Tan Huynh nodded. "Yes. This gauge measures the abnormal spiritual energy threshold a squad can handle. The limit is 50. But Trukta's level here is already 48. No sooner had she finished speaking than the device vibrated violently, emitting continuous alarm beeps. Wait, threshold exceeded 80, and still climbing rapidly. Impossible. There must be more than one anomaly here. The whole team went pale. Before they could retreat, the factory door slammed shut behind them. The captain shouted in panic, "Not good! A second anomaly. We've been lured into a trap. Trukta was just bait. Find a way out quickly. We can't stay here." Tan Huynh barked, "If it's blocking the way, it will leave traces. With our strength, we can break the big door on the other side." But at that moment she trembled and fell face first onto the cold ground. She whispered, "Not right. My vision is blurring. Both senses and body are being corroded by toxic gas." She forced herself to sit up, voice shaking. "Is everyone okay?" But only suffocating silence answered. She turned her head, unease rising. Could she be the only one left in the factory? She tried to steady herself. "No. They're still around. It's just that I can't sense them, and they can't hear me." Memories surged back. Trukta had led the group here and then vanished suspiciously. No. This place isn't Trukta's territory. It's an ambush den of another anomaly. A flash lit her mind. Moments ago she had vaguely sensed something enormously terrifying, like a giant serpent lurking in the shadows. Unlike Trukta's darkness attribute, this air carried a potent toxin so strong the whole team was hit as soon as they stepped in. "Damn," she muttered. The poison not only numbed the senses but also ravenously drained spiritual energy. Using spirit energy to counterattack now would be like draining their own lives. Fatigue spread through her body. Each joint felt frozen, spiritual power exhausted. No protective chi left. She knew soon she would be little more than a corpse. Gasping, she said, "What kind of anomaly is this? Intelligent, manipulating terrain, barriers, tactics, were being spun like tops." Tan Huynh collapsed, powerless, almost surrendering. But then, boom! An explosion rocked the factory. Light poured in from outside, blinding as dawn in the pitch dark. In that light, she dimly saw a heroic figure charging in. Before her consciousness sank into darkness, Huang Dike descended from above, his presence like a war god. His sharp gaze locked onto the target. A giant anomalous serpent, its whole body shrouded in dark chi. He murmured, "So it's an anomaly with a darkness attribute." The serpent lunged, mouth wide, aiming to swallow the intruder.
Huang Dike deftly dodged.
But before he could touch down, Truckda suddenly sprang from the darkness. With lightning-fast reflexes, he raised his arm wrapped in electrical energy and let it bite down. He curled a lip. So that's it. A decoy and a harvester. Clearly divided roles. No wonder the spiritual energy here is unusually dense. It's the lair of two anomalies, both as ravenous as starving demons. He sneered coldly. Like to bite people? Fine. Taste some lightning and see if you're obedient. A storm of lightning erupted, tearing Truckda to ash. Huang Dike spun, drew his sword, and charged at the serpent. Your turn now. You afraid of fire? The blade flared, crimson flames lighting the deathly factory. The demon serpent lunged to attack, but Huang Dike twisted midair, evaded skillfully and unleashed a counterstrike with his sword. The demon serpent recoiled in shock. The blade sliced straight, cleaving its skull before it could react, blood spraying everywhere. But what chilled the blood was that the serpent's head, though split in two, slowly fused back together, the wound healing as if it had never happened. Huang Dike curled a lip, eyes cold. So it still has a hidden move. Just as the demon serpent recovered, a burst of electrical energy detonated within it. Bolts of lightning swept through from core to surface, rending the massive body to pieces. Huang Dike murmured as if praising himself. Good thing I detected this serpent's dark aura was even denser than Truckda's. When I swung the sword, I drew back my inner blaze, used the blade as a conductor, and channeled the thunderstorm into its body. Compared to Truckda, a bloodthirsty demonic fiend of limited intellect and power, this serpent was on another level, possessing high intelligence and unpredictable dark maneuvers. But just as he prepared to walk away, Huang Dike felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Bowing his head, he saw a piece of serpent scale lodged deep in his flesh. Reacting quickly, he pulled the scale out and channeled the Kim Duong breathing technique to heal the wound. He frowned, his expression grave. As expected, it's a variant. He frowned, his expression grave. As expected, it's a variant. The covert attack carries strong toxicity and a paralyzing effect. If it had hit a normal person, they'd likely have died silently. Thanks to the continuous circulation of the Kim Duong breathing method, he felt the pain and detected the sneak strike in time. The Yang Flame attribute dissolved the toxin. The thunder purged it, combining like an automatic alarm system, both defensive and healing while awakening his combat instinct. Huang Dike muttered, if it were someone else, even with protective power, they'd likely have died. He concluded that this snake was no ordinary creature, having evolved to at least the level of a 3-star demon talisman. In coordination with Truckda's ambush, it surely killed countless practitioners before they could report back. But now, no matter how deceitful, vicious, or stubborn they were reduced to ash. He smiled and murmured, pure inner blaze, but 3 critical thunder strikes still stand out. Huang Dike exhaled, sensing his combat skills had reached a formidable level compared to other practitioners. He gave a faint smile and stepped closer to the charred corpse of the demon serpent, raising his hand to absorb its darkness attribute. Suddenly he froze, frowning. There's someone else. His sharp gaze swept toward a shadowed corner, where a figure leaned against the wall, face pale, coughing in fits. Not far away, several destruction team members lay motionless, a scene of utter desolation. Huang Dike narrowed his eyes at the figure, a corner of his mouth lifting. Oh, are you from that association? Something to? Seeing no response, he laughed. Hey, no need to play dead anymore. Your act is a bit amateurish. Exposed, Tan Huin blushed, privately thinking, oh my, what bad luck. Was the person who just fought the snake actually him? She forced a smile and replied, ha ha, I was roused by the scent, not playing dead. Huang Dike observed her, his tone calm. You have decent strength. Even though your teammates drained their spiritual energy and lost consciousness, you maintained a thin protective layer. If you hadn't held on to that last bit of will, you probably wouldn't even have smelled the blood and burning. Tan Huynh nodded slightly, her voice like a breeze. Thanks for the compliment, she sighed inwardly. I did have a sliver of protective spiritual energy left, and he still noticed. What puzzled her was how Phuong Dike had defeated both Trukta and that giant demon serpent. Phuong Dike glanced at her and said slowly, You don't need to be blindfolded all the time. Just be honest and don't reveal my identity. He thought to himself that her attitude today was much more pleasant than before. Then he turned and murmured, It's not early anymore. You and your team are fine, not in mortal danger. I'll be going first. Tan Huynh was startled and quickly called after him, Hey, wait! But Phuong Dike had already leapt through the hole in the roof and vanished. Before leaving, he left a lazily irresponsible remark. No need. It's inconvenient to talk with more people around. Please handle this place. He thought to himself, Good thing she didn't see when I almost touched Trukta's remnants to absorb the darkness attribute. That cold, slimy feeling really makes your skin crawl. Perhaps the dark spiritual power resisted me, so it failed. The system didn't react either. Whatever, I'll deal with it at home. At the factory, Tan Huynh sighed, eyes fixed on the hole in the roof. What a shame. I didn't even get a clear look at his face. Looks like he still doesn't fully trust the association. She stepped over to the captain lying unconscious and tapped his face lightly like patting a bun. Wake up! It's over. The captain jolted awake, sprang up in panic as if shocked. We were ambushed. After a while, the other members gradually regained consciousness. When they saw the giant serpent skeleton, everyone was stunned. Someone blurted out, What happened? Where did this pure yang energy come from? Tan Huynh nodded and replied seriously, As you can see, a practitioner came to assist. It may be the target of my mission this time. My original task was to identify a practitioner possessing a high-grade pure yang attribute. Someone asked in surprise, So that person was him? Tan Huynh interrupted, I haven't confirmed that clearly. His identity remains unknown. In fact, he even counter-surveilled me. He knew exactly what I was doing. Yet ironically this time he protected us. An excited teammate interjected, Defeating both Trukta and that giant snake alone, I didn't expect someone that powerful. The captain suddenly snapped as if remembering something. Wait, where's Trukta's body? We must process the scene first. Any remaining material needs to be submitted to the association. He stepped toward the serpent skeleton but unfortunately stepped on a patch of jet-black flesh. Immediately, a violent bolt of electricity shot out, turning his face pale. He quickly pulled his foot back. What the hell is that? What kind of energy is this? Someone turned and asked, Captain 2, you said he has the yang attribute? But this electric surge is too strong. Tan Huynh bent down, narrowing her eyes to analyze. This is likely Trukta's residue. The purity of the attribute on it is very high and it's high grade. The captain frowned skeptically. Could two high-level practitioners have appeared here in succession? One killed the serpent, another took down Trukta, and then they left together. Tan Huynh stood silent, tangled with thoughts, inwardly thinking. No, from start to finish it was only one person him, she murmured. Who would believe one person could possess two high-grade pure attributes at once? One alone would already be called a genius, a practitioner with dual high-grade attributes. That's a monster, not a human, she said in a low voice. A yang flame practitioner? A thunderstorm warlord? What on earth are you? Fortunately, she had stationed two teammates in ambush outside the factory. If she hadn't come out on time, they would have reported to the association immediately. Upon receiving the news, the association quickly dispatched an investigation team to the original site to collect the bodies. It sounded grim, and everyone had thought she was dead. Her two teammates rushed to hug her legs as soon as they saw her step out, sobbing as if reunited with a comrade from war. Oh, boss, thank goodness you're not dead. We thought we lost our captain. She laughed, moved but numbed in the legs from the tight embrace. Okay, let go. My legs are about to break. Now the objective shifted to a more important phase. scanning for remaining spiritual energy, analyzing battle traces, and reconstructing the combat. All data would be compiled and sent to the association. Based on the traces at the scene, the two investigation leaders, from attack habits to killing methods, reached a shocking conclusion. There is about a 99% chance the perpetrator who eliminated both anomalies was the same person. The captain stood stunned, stammering, "Truly a practitioner with dual high-grade attributes? Before this I thought we were mistaken. Those two anomalies were no joke. A single one could have crushed our elite team." A teammate nodded. "Indeed, this master acted once and cleaned up everything in the blink of an eye. Both are at the demon talisman level. How can the gap be so vast?" Tan Huynh immediately reported via earpiece. "The target I've been tracking has just appeared. Data updated. I request permission to forward the report to superiors." On the other end, the old association leader's voice sounded, calm but authoritative. "Little 2, I've got the situation. Your mission is suspended. The other party saved you and eliminated the anomaly, which indicates he has no hostility toward the association, at least for now. Such a person cannot be regarded as an enemy. My view differs from old Han's. For your safety and to keep a good impression with that warlord, do not approach him for the time being." Tan Huynh nodded but hesitated. "Chairman, I still have a conjecture about what happened back at House Sun. When the warlord was about to break through and ascend." The old chairman paused. "What conjecture?" "I once sensed an extremely strong aura in the area where he operated. At that time I suspected he possessed a spirit weapon, but it seemed unlikely. However, if he has dual high-grade attributes." The old chairman cut in. "He has a spirit weapon? Impossible. Even with great talent, without resources or backing, one can't possess a spirit weapon. Moreover, the investigation team found no sign of the third energy signature characteristic of a spirit weapon at the scene." Tan Huynh frowned. "But when I made direct contact, I clearly felt spiritual energy with the yang attribute. I'm certain it was the aura of a spirit weapon." The old chairman spoke in a low voice, as if suddenly realizing, "Ah, so that's it. If the spirit weapon harmonizes with his yang attribute, and he has reached the spirit forger realm, then he could completely train the spirit weapon himself without outside help." Tan Huynh was stunned. The spirit forger realm is so rare that fewer than 10 people in the current world have reached it. Scarcer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. The old chairman tapped the table lightly, calm in tone but eyes sharp as a knife. "If he truly possesses a third-type spiritual energy, the current situation would be completely overturned. The practitioner world would be shocked as if struck by a bomb to the forehead. Different spiritual energies usually repel each other, like water and fire mixed in a cup. There has never been a case of someone possessing 3 types of spiritual energy at once." He emphasized, "If he has a spirit weapon, our failure to detect the third attribute might not be bad. We only hope someone that powerful won't turn his back on humanity later." At the same time, elsewhere, Phuong Dike had just finished his shower. The hot steam blurred the mirror, but his mind was as clear as a lamp. Wrapped in a towel and drying his hair, he stepped out of the bathroom, sniffling. Less than a year left, until the spiritual energy fully restores, he thought. Heaven and earth have begun to mutate, anomalies sprouting like mushrooms after rain, creatures in chaos like an end-of-year night market clearance. Many practitioners like him secretly cultivate, opening the connection point between body and spiritual energy, so sensitive that even an odd breeze can herald an incident. Like the time they found an underground river full of anomalies, without spiritual intuition, he'd probably now have only scrap to show for it. Although not officially recognized, most free practitioners have reached the 1-star demon talisman realm, strong enough to smash a concrete wall if they forgot to open the door. The Ha Nation government is showing goodwill toward people like Phuong Dike with a tactful but complex strategy. The balance between free and official practitioners is being maintained for now. Anomalies remain under control, and no clashes between factions have been reported in the press. Although the Spiritual Practice Association has been established, the government keeps things secret like an upscale restaurant that only opens to VIPs. People gossip about the anomalies, a pervasive unease like fog in the rainy season. The government is clearly protecting humanity from threats while avoiding panic by keeping quiet at the right times. But this made Phuong Dike uneasy. He understood clearly. The government isn't confident enough to open a Chenmin cultivation era. With such a huge population, if cultivation were publicized, the first thing to collapse wouldn't be anomalies but social order. Chaos, power grabs, factional civil wars would erupt before they could respond to external threats. The official practitioner forces are still weak and can't control the whole situation. If they must fight anomalies and handle internal disorder simultaneously, the risk of collapse would be measured in months, not years. So the government's cautious, gradual approach isn't necessarily wrong. Sometimes what breaks the world isn't a monster's attack but human hearts. Scarier than demons and spirits. What truly unsettled Phuong Dike was the rapid evolution speed of the anomalies. What unsettled Phuong Dike was how fast the anomalies were evolving. They weren't just quick, they far exceeded his predictions. He understood that to protect the future he must prepare for a battle fiercer than any he'd faced. Opening his system panel, Phuong Dike glanced at the cold line of text showing the shadow attribute, a branch of dark shadow, the natural bane of practitioners. Unfortunately, he wasn't yet qualified to absorb it. He fell into thought, his brow slightly furrowing. Today's creature was clearly an anomaly tainted by dark shadow. When he touched the strange black bone, he felt a cold, sinister, suffocating negative energy. They're intelligent, Phuong Dike whispered, recalling the predator's cold, hunting eyes. They don't just eat people. They regard a practitioner's body as a delicacy of great nourishment. Though not comparable to the original dark shadow monsters, the kind that could blow away a nation or flatten a continent. If he hadn't followed through today, that practitioner team, even the one who once tried to recruit him, might have ended up inside them. It's only a branch and it's already this dark and nauseating. He swallowed, eyes flashing with fervor. So what if it were full dark shadow? The system says he can't absorb it yet, but it doesn't say never. It's a hint. When conditions are met, he could possess that power. Dark shadow suppresses humans. So what if it became his weapon? Phuong Dike gave a bitter smile. That could be the key to changing the tide. Currently, he possesses Golden Yang breathing method with the Yang attribute, life-nurturing body technique that speeds recovery, Divine Thunder 100 refinements with brutal thunderous power, annihilating evil, Red Fire blade with inner combustion, burning enemies from within. All are high-grade attributes, combined with compatible methods, non-conflicting, and at the 3-star Demon Talisman realm. With this strength, practitioners able to confront him are counted on one hand. But that's still not enough. Rung, rung, rung. The phone suddenly rang, pulling Phuong Dike out of his thoughts. The screen showed a call from her. He frowned. Who calls at this hour? Little Dike? Her gentle voice rang out. Are you well these days? Yes, I'm fine. Oh, my niece is coming to study here for a while. I'm not comfortable leaving her alone in a hotel. Could she stay with you for a few days? Little niece?
Phuong Dike frowned.
A vague image of a bookish girl clutching a pile of books the size of bricks flashed through his mind. But he couldn't remember her face at all. Yes, have her come over. My place still has a spare room. When will she arrive? No need. She laughed softly. I'll send the address so she can come by herself. Tell her to bring some local specialties for you. Don't be formal. Thank you, ma'am. She should arrive tomorrow afternoon. Sorry to trouble you. No trouble at all. I have a bit of work. I'll hang up first. Okay. Take care of your things. Remember to visit when you're free. At the same time elsewhere, a girl was glued to the chat group, Spiritual Energy Recovery, Martial Practitioner Team 7. Her fingers flew. Phuong Ha Siu. I'll arrive this afternoon. Elegant 81-year-old beauty. Meeting in person or go straight there? One reply. Not meeting anyone. I'll stay at my cousin's. Need to prepare mentally. Another chimed. Got scammed. Nam Hao after online dating still hasn't recovered. Oh, cousin Phuong Ha Siu is on the market. I'm out. The girl closed the app and opened the news to ease her headache. The front page flashed a blood-red headline. Town renamed to Death Grasp. 3 more dead.
Oh hát, Dung Hoa Tao.
She murmured. Just then, someone knocked at the door. Her mother pushed the door open. Is your luggage packed? The girl startled and hurriedly shut down her computer. It's done. But I really don't want to bother my cousin. The hotel wouldn't be so bad.
No.
Her mother shook her head decisively. Compared to wandering out there, staying with family is safer. I trust your cousin. When you stay at someone's house, don't cause trouble. Help where you can, understand? I know, don't worry, Mom. The girl forced a smile and gently pushed her mother out. Then she closed the door. She sighed, adjusting her glasses. She said, "One door at a time. Anomalies can't scare me, so a few remarks from my cousin are nothing." The sky that day was clear and cloudless. The girl rolled her suitcase along the sidewalk, following the map to a quiet residential area. Standing at the gate, she looked up and murmured, This is the place." Fong Dike stepped out and unexpectedly came face to face with his niece at the gate. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She asked softly, probing, "Cousin? Is that you?" Having not seen her for a long time, Fong Dike froze, failing to recognize her. He frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, "You are?"
Lam Yi.
Lam Yi, radiant in appearance, shook her head, exasperated at her cousin's poor memory. They both entered the house. The air between them felt like that of relatives separated for years. Fong Dike scratched his head and awkwardly said, "So you're here for the summer camp?" Lammy nodded lightly. "Yes, sir." He smiled. "Then call me if you need anything." She bowed her head politely. "Yes, thank you, cousin." Unable to find common topics, Fong Dike handed her a spare key in a steady voice. "This is a spare key. I'm heading to my room first. Yours is right opposite." Lam Yi took it, still maintaining a courteous demeanor. Watching her cousin's figure disappear, she breathed a small sigh. "Yes, I'll be bothering you for a few days." She observed him enter his room and thought to herself that he seemed approachable and wouldn't meddle too much in her affairs. Once inside, Fong Dike stole a glance at Lam Yi sitting on the sofa. A strange sensation passed through him, as if an unfamiliar thread of spiritual energy lingered around her. He wondered, narrowing his eyes slightly, was that just a glimpse? Could it be? She's become a practitioner too. Suspicion rose as he quietly considered whether her coming for the summer camp was merely a pretext. Lam Yi then took out her phone, fingers flying as she messaged friends under the account, Not Fong Ha See You. "Cousin is pretty nice. Seems not to interfere with my activities." On the other end, a user named 81-year-old alluring lady replied, "Don't rush. We must be discreet." Another account, Online Love Lost Nam Hao, chimed in, "I've heard about it too. Last time at that underground river, 2 teams clashed." 81-year-old alluring lady recounted, "There was a super strong elder. They say one slash shattered the sun, forcing the opponents to retreat." Lam Yi, as Not Fong Ha See You, analyzed, a slash that shattered the sun, if true, it must be an extremely strong yang attribute, a high-level practitioner. 81-year-old alluring lady emphasized, "So this operation must be handled with extreme caution." Lam Yi concluded, "All right, I'll wait for your updates." After chatting, Lam Yi resolved to temporarily set aside her cultivation to avoid being noticed by her cousin. But 3 days later, her presence caused no small amount of trouble for Fong Dike. Each time he sat in meditation to regulate his energy, he worried about being interrupted. When he practiced the Golden Yang breathing method, his body blazed like a torch. He frowned and muttered, "So bright, I hope I'm not noticed." He had never realized this method was so conspicuous. But what troubled him most was that Lam Yi had almost completely taken over the household chores. She prepared a lavish dinner and cheerfully called out, "Cousin, dinner's ready. Tonight there's stewed beef, tomatoes, cucumber salad, and rib soup." Fong Dike pulled out a chair, and before eating he said, "Okay, you're too polite. I'll wash the dishes later." Lam Yi waved her hand and smiled, "No need. I'm staying here, so I'll do these things." He inwardly marveled at how impeccably thoughtful she was. Lam Yi did housework as if possessed by a need for tidiness. During the meal, Fong Dike silently observed, his mind drifting away. He deliberately left her to be comfortable and refrained from intervening, intending to make her drop her guard. Suddenly, Lam Yi's phone rang loudly. Fong Dike quietly asked, "What's up? Is someone looking for you?" He politely stood up. "Go ahead and talk. I'll head back to my room first." Lam Yi watched his retreating back, then silently took her phone into her room. She took the call. "What did you say? A great terrestrial calamity will appear again tomorrow? When? 3 p.m. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there." She confirmed the time and the entrance location at Duong Hoa Town, vowing not to leave if she didn't meet them. Unbeknownst to her, Fong Dike had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation from outside the window. He thought to himself, eyes flashing sharply, "Duong Hoa Town. Isn't that the famous suburban town, about an hour's drive away?" Pale green strands of spiritual energy drifted into Lam Yi's room. Fong Dike watched, his gaze growing more certain. This girl really is a practitioner. Fortunately, with her current strength, she couldn't detect him. He muttered in astonishment. But she's still a high school student, and already reached 2-star demon talisman realm? She even shows signs of ranking up. As dusk fell, Fong Dike concluded. So, her coming for the summer camp was just a ruse. The great terrestrial anomaly is the real deal. His hand trembled slightly with excitement. Each great terrestrial anomaly is a rare opportunity. He smiled, wondering, I wonder what attribute will appear at Duong Hoa Town this time? Fong Dike silently left the side wall of the apartment complex, his figure gliding like a ghost in the night. He thought to himself, now that he had this valuable information, this chance would surely be his. Just as he disappeared from sight, Lam Yi suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. She looked toward the window, unease creeping in. A hallucination? She murmured, as if she had sensed someone's gaze on her. The next morning, Duong Hoa Town sky was covered in gray clouds, the weak sunlight filtering through. At the town gate, a voice called out to Lam Yi. A short-curled, energetic girl in a lime-green tracksuit approached. She was online love-lost Nam Hao. With a bright smile, she asked, Weren't you at your cousin's the past few days? So, is he handsome? Lam Yi gave a small smile, recalling her cousin, and replied, He's pretty decent. Looks are just normal. He's not the famous heartthrob type you like. Online Love sighed, a trace of disappointment flickering across her face. Suddenly, a red-haired girl burst into laughter, her voice sharp and captivating. She was 81-year-old alluring lady. Alluring and sharp, she teased. Don't forget he once rated himself as just an ordinary person among countless beings. As the group chattered, Van Truck, a man exuding maturity, spoke up to cut in. All right, enough. Let's get to the main matter. Lam Yi turned, eyes questioning. Right. That person still isn't coming this time? He replied in a steady voice. It's still the 6 of us this time, she won't come. Alluring lady interjected softly. She's always been mysterious, we're used to it. Let's go. From a nearby garden cafe, Fong Dike silently observed Lam Yi's group. He curled a lip, thinking, Seems my niece's team isn't weak. With a single glance, he gauged the strength of the whole group. Even the weakest was solidly at 2-star demon talisman realm. Van Truck, who had just spoken, had even reached 3-star demon talisman realm. Hearing their conversation, he realized there was a mysterious powerhouse in the team who was often absent. Fong Dike did not immediately follow but sat pensively, his gaze far away, fixed on the mountain above Duong Hoa Town. Suddenly, a colossal vine dropped from the sky, like the magic beanstalk of legend. The vine appeared randomly around Duong Hoa Town, its timing irregular, unlike anything the practitioners had known. It surpassed all understanding. Clearly a great terrestrial anomaly, yet unrelated to weather or land collapse. Just a foreign object drifting silently from the void, causing no damage, emitting no blinding light or thunderous roar. Lam Yi's group pressed deeper into the forest behind the town. From afar, a alluring lady spotted the vine, her eyes flashing with apprehension. Oh my, is that it? The giant vine soared into the sky. Her voice was full of wonder. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she truly wouldn't have believed it. Online, Love suddenly spoke up, her voice trembling. Wait, can we not go any further? Lam Yi looked at her worriedly. What's wrong? Online love trembled all over and said, seeing it in person is when I started feeling wrong. My whole body went cold. She recounted with panic in her eyes. Did you see the rumors on the internal forum? Actually, I know someone on that team. Last time when the Leo goat appeared, they tried to approach it. She paused, goosebumps rising. They were all practitioners far stronger than me. Their realms weren't low, but after coming here, they all disappeared. Online love clutched her head and whispered, I feel like we'll end up like them, torn apart. Fear spread, causing the whole team to falter. She shook, feeling as if the vine were tightening around her. At first I thought I could accept the gamble easily. Either gain great harvests as a practitioner, or end up with my body gone. Tears fell as she choked out. But seeing this, instinct makes me afraid. My intuition tells me this is a very high-level terrestrial anomaly. A powerful, entirely new type we've never seen. I don't want to be buried here. I want to withdraw. The alluring lady frowned. Quiet. Lammy spoke in a calm voice. Yeah, you're right. Actually, everyone can feel it. She looked up at the towering vine, her eyes deep. Within this wood-attributed vine there is a wild chi. I don't know how to describe it. It's like sinking into a river of time. All things dissipate, vital force drained. That's why we feel intense unease and discomfort, as if it wants to devour our life force. She squeezed Online Love's hand, passing some courage. But this is exactly the path of those who pioneer cultivation. From a precarious cliff, Fuang Dike watched silently, his sharp eyes assessing the scene. The dense chi hung heavy, giving an indescribable weight. Compared to the anomalies he had witnessed, aside from dark phenomena, this vine made him the most uneasy. He looked down at Lam Yi's team and thought to himself that they were brave to choose this place to cultivate. He turned his gaze to the colossal vine, where dried blood streaks, corpses and bones clung like a deathly plant masquerading as vitality. Though it looked like a symbol of life, it was cold and soulless, like a clay statue posing as a living thing drained of spiritual energy. Under the forest canopy, Lam Yi spoke decisively, commanding, Everyone, we don't have time to hesitate. She assigned tasks, her gaze sweeping around. Operate within line of sight. Don't wander too far. The team nodded in agreement. Lam Yi scanned the area, saw no obvious danger, and breathed a slight sigh. That should be a bit safer. With that thought, she climbed onto a sturdy branch, sat down, and began to cultivate. A ring of blue spiritual energy wrapped around her, glowing softly. From the cliff, Fuang Dike folded his arms, eyes flashing with approval. Not bad. She has vigilance. He silently praised her choice of position, not too close to the dangerous vine, yet not retreating cowardly. Truly an excellent student. But at that moment the spiritual energy fluctuated violently. A thunderous boom sounded as a column of blue chi shot straight up from where Lam Yi sat. Fuang Dike startled and murmured, About to rank up? So quickly reaching the 3-star demon talisman threshold. This cousin really is gifted. A sharp blue axe hovered in midair, catching Online Love's gaze. The alluring lady shouted with joy, Amazing! Online Love's eyes widened in astonishment. She actually already. At the same time, the giant vine began to move, like a hunter scenting prey. With rare alertness, Van Truck immediately shouted a warning. Not good. The vine is moving toward us. The alluring lady panicked, her voice trembling. What? It detected us from that far away. Before anyone could react, 2 team members were tightly ensnared by the vine. Harrowing cries for help echoed through the forest. The team panicked, everyone focused on saving themselves, no longer able to rescue others. Online Love fled in terror, shouting, Run! If we don't run, we'll definitely die here. The vine wrapped around Lam Yi's protective ring of spiritual energy, causing it to tremble violently. The team scattered in chaos, fleeing in all directions. The disturbance from Lam Yi's breakthrough was too great, drawing the vine's attention. If it ensnared someone, its wild chi would drain their life force in an instant. Lam E still hadn't realized her protective barrier had developed cracks under the vine's pressure. The alluring lady gripped Online Love's hand. Voice resolute. No, we can't leave yet. Why we'll be in danger? Online Love, already terrified, held back and exploded in anger. So what do you want me to do? Use my spiritual energy to shield her? She chose to cultivate here and irresponsibly ranked up. Does she want to get stronger by trampling over my life? The alluring lady tried to calm her in a soft voice. Calm down. But Van Truck, with a sullen expression, coldly declared, Life and death are fate. Wealth is granted by heaven. If we don't leave now, we'll all die with her. She's too young, don't be impulsive. We're just drifting duckweed meeting fate. Hearing that, the alluring lady flew into a rage and slapped Van Truck hard across the face. She hissed, Then you all get out of here. I will not abandon my teammate. With that, the alluring lady turned back alone and plunged into danger to save Lam E. From the cliff, Phuong Dike watched the scene, his expression darkening. He thought to himself that his cousin still hadn't realized how dire her situation was. Watching the vine coiling tightly around Lam E, he considered, though she's just a student, this vine's power is terrifying. Does his current strength suffice to save her? Time was likely running out. Without hesitation, Phuong Dike gripped his sword, Yang attributed spiritual energy flaring brilliantly. He had promised to take good care of his cousin. He couldn't swallow that promise. Under the forest canopy, the alluring lady concentrated her efforts on attacking the vine, trying to chop it through. But the vine was treacherous, as tough as steel, and suddenly coiled around her leg, binding her tight like a cocoon in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Lam Y's protective spirit energy ring shattered under the pressure of the vines. In that hair-trigger moment, Phuong Dike lunged forward. The golden sword in his hand blazed like a dazzling sunfire. The alluring young woman, trapped by the vines, could only helplessly watch Lam Y fall into danger. Even the fleeing spirit had turned back once to look at his friend as the cry echoed. Suddenly, a pillar of light, brilliant as the sun of truth, tore through space and descended. A thunderous blast shuddered the sky as the vines were cleaved to pieces by a single sword stroke. White smoke drifted, debris raining down. Phuong Dike landed lightly, his foot resting on the golden sword. On the scorched ground, the remaining vines seemed sentient and hastily retreated. Van Truck stood stunned, disbelief in his eyes. The vines were actually withdrawing. The fleeing spirit also realized they had stopped attacking, but countless writhing vines still surrounded them, leaving no time to escape. Unluckily, they were all reduced to ash by Phuong Dike. Light radiated from him brilliantly, like a second sun descending. Van Truck shielded his eyes and thought to himself, is this also an immortal cultivator? The heat and blinding light prevented the alluring woman from looking directly. She muttered, It's extreme Yang attribute. Only such high-tier power would dare to arrogantly force back the wild vines. Van Truck clenched his teeth, full of resentment. He prided himself on his talent, having reached the 3rd star of the Ghost Domain realm in a short time. Few in the country could match him. Yet now, Lam Y's very existence, and especially this mysterious monster, made him insanely jealous. He had thought Lam Y's talent was on par with his. So what exactly was this person? Phuong Dike stood on the high mound, the sword in his hand still radiating golden light, pushing back the surrounding vines. Van Truck looked up, his mind filled with emotion. If among the immortal cultivators there existed someone like this, then he and his companions were merely dim stars set against a bright moon. He wondered whether this opponent could crush not only him but all the immortal cultivators. Staring at Phuong Dike, whose aura was transcendent, Van Truck was bewildered. What kind of being was he? But Phuong Dike paid no heed to others' gazes. At that moment, the system in his head sounded, detected extreme would attribute, auto-editing, edit complete. He examined the new cultivation technique, endless growth, which could absorb surrounding vitality and quickly heal injuries. He assessed inwardly, eyes flashing. This wood attribute technique was indeed powerful. As long as there was life nearby, it functioned like a perpetual energy engine. Suddenly, the system sent another notification. The extraction process of attributes was not yet finished. Fuang Dike was surprised. This place not only harbored abundant with qi, but also an additional accompanying power. The message displayed clearly, extraction successful, wild attribute. With the system's absolute support, Fuang Dike easily absorbed both of these high-tier attributes fully into his body. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if he'd just awoken from a long dream. He marveled inwardly. No wonder such a demonic vine could only grow in such a perilous terrain. A strand of wood element spiritual force danced around him, then dissipated into the void. Fuang Dike calculated. If this grew on the plains or in populated areas, the life force within dozens of miles would likely be drained to withering. His gaze swept over the withering, retreating vines, silently judging that their plundering of vitality was truly devastating. The wild attribute was indeed tyrannical, seizing the life of all things to nourish itself. His train of thought was interrupted by a gentle, but still weak voice from behind. "Thank you for saving our lives." The alluring woman suppressed her pain, clutching her injured arm as she slowly stepped forward. "Thank you. If it weren't for you just now, we'd surely be dead. How can we ever repay you?" Fuang Dike had no interest in repayment. He decisively turned and left, only raising a hand in a light wave. "No need, see you." Another calculation appeared in his mind. Thanks to the information from this group, he had found this place and obtained the endless growth skill and the precious wild attribute. In fact, he was the one who benefited most from this operation. Glancing past the fleeing spirit and van truck, Fuang Dike's eyes flashed with a deep, calculating intent. Remembering the group's earlier internal conflict, he resolved to pay closer attention to his cousin's movements from now on. With that thought, he vaulted into the air, his silhouette quickly disappearing from the survivor's sight. When disaster strikes, human nature reveals itself most clearly. A scattered team like sand through fingers offers no real safety if a catastrophe occurs. The fleeing spirit watched the distant back, still shocked. "He moves so fast. What do we do now?" Van Truck stood beside him, unable to resist a taunt. "What? Regret not saving him just now?" He pushed his glasses up and analyzed rationally. "The threat is gone now. Lam Y has advanced to the 3rd star of the ghost domain. Our best choice is to try to stay within this group." While they were still arguing, Lam Y completed her ascension. She slowly opened her gleaming blue eyes, as if containing a sky full of stars. The alluring woman ran over joyfully at the sight. "Lam Y, you're awake." Behind her, Van Truck whispered to the fleeing spirit. "Now let's see. If she's rational enough, she won't let us turn on each other. Rather than fret over that, we should think about that mysterious man." Lam Y finished her cultivation and stared in astonishment at the ruined surroundings. The original team of 6 now had only 4 barely alive. She asked in confusion, What happened?" Her eyes fell on a nearby tree where the afterglow of the yang attribute still lingered. She couldn't help but be shaken. The residue of that yang attribute was truly powerful. Even from this distance she felt an oppressive, scorching heat. Seeing the alluring woman fall silent, Van Truck stepped forward to explain. "Let me tell you what happened." After hearing everything in detail, Lam Y returned home, but her mind was still in turmoil. The saying that when the great calamity ends and cultivation is complete, everyone returns home echoed in her head. Yet the image of that powerful man haunted her most. Van Truck's account replayed in her thoughts. He truly was a monster. Like a descending god, he carried a radiant yang attribute. The demonic vines they had strained their lives to cut couldn't be severed by them. Yet he pushed them back with a single stroke. Earlier Van Truck had pointed to the sky and said, "Did you see? Those vines have even retracted high up into the sky, not daring to come near us." At her front door, Lam Y inserted the key, her mind still unsettled by the terrifying presence of that mysterious figure. Though he had left, the vines were now obedient like a flock of chicks, no longer vicious and chaotic as when they attacked. The door opened and she found her cousin Fuang Dike sitting calmly in the living room. He looked up, his tone concerned. "Oh, you're back? You look a bit pale." Lam Y wasn't ready to tell her cousin about the restoration of her spirit energy, so she answered briefly, "Yes, the The study group tired me out a bit. Fwang Dike smiled, a hint of meaning in his eyes. That was risky. Rest up. I'll order takeout tonight. Okay? Lam Wai nodded and wearily trudged to her room. Okay. The bedroom door closed and she slid down against it, utterly drained. Breaking through a realm was mentally and physically exhausting. Each use of spirit energy to push the divine veil demanded extreme focus and was more tiring than months of sleeplessness. She collapsed onto the bed, feeling grateful inwardly. Thankfully, she was no longer an ordinary person. Otherwise, a few days like this might have exhausted her to death. Risking one's life? She wondered. But cultivation like this is the fate of an immortal cultivator. It cannot be avoided. While Lam Wai was still lost in thought, Fwang Dike had quietly left the house. With the world entering great upheaval, forcing his cousin back into an ordinary life now would be impossible. Picking up her phone, Lam Wai was startled to see a message from an unfamiliar name. She exclaimed in surprise, "Jia Lam." A user with the nickname Jia Lam posted in the chat. "If anyone has any trace of that powerful expert, please report it to me." Lam Wai couldn't believe her eyes. This was the first time the usually secretive Jia Lam had spoken up in this chat group. Directly below, a member named Fong Ha Siu replied, "All right, Jia Lam, I have another question. Do you all think the one who saved us could be the famed figure from Black River Rotten Dragon? If it really is that great master, why would he save us?" At this moment, on the Immortal Cultivators Forum, the atmosphere was boiling with discussion about that mysterious powerhouse. Hot topics kept appearing. Breaking news! Breaking news! One post was drawing major attention. The great master of high-level Yang attribute has reappeared. One slash fell like a rainbow piercing the sun. The world's light was swallowed by that blinding white radiance. I saw it in the Black River Rotten Dragon polluted area. That white beam came with erupting flames. We were forced to flee the cave. I'll say it, our Xia nation has no cultivator of the same rank who would dare block that slash head-on. If you see him appear where the great calamity happens, be careful and keep your distance. While everyone was wildly speculating, the powerhouse they spoke of was leisurely walking his bicycle, preparing for a night ride. Fwang Dike got on his bike, calculating inwardly. All right, Lam Wai will probably be less on guard around me now. Going out won't make me look like I'm following her. The wheels rolled steadily under the pale streetlights. He had to take advantage of his cousin's rest to find something that could absorb the wild attribute.
Fwang Dike pondered.
The wild attribute is closely tied to plants, but its nature is sinister and highly corrosive. If applied to a living body, it would likely cause adverse reactions, not to mention possible conflicts with the thunderous attribute already flowing in him. He concluded, so the best approach is to find something similar to that demonic vine. That vine hung down from the sky because it sensed the dense spirit energy during restoration and chose to evolve itself, thereby producing the wild attribute. Having resolved it, Fwang Dike pedaled faster. He now clearly knew where he needed to go. Under the silver moon and dim streetlights, he rode straight ahead. A roadside sign flashed past, Sam Lam Park. Soon after, Fwang Dike stopped his bike beside a large ancient tree in the city park. He strolled in at leisure, murmuring as he walked, I need to choose a plant that can resonate with my spirit energy, and it must show goodwill, a sense of intimacy, to be the lucky recipient of the wild attribute. Standing in the center of the park, Fwang Dike closed his eyes and slowly released wood element spirit energy, letting it creep into every corner of the grove to search for the best candidate. The spirit energy spread like an invisible wave. The surrounding plants began to tremble as if answering the summons of an unseen king. He clearly felt each reaction. Is this how plants respond to spirit energy? Leaves rustled and branches shook, all trying to show themselves. But Fwang Dike was not yet satisfied. Very intense, but still not enough. He continued to spread his spirit energy farther. He needed something stronger. Suddenly, a powerful feedback signal returned, surprising Fwang Dike. He immediately moved to inspect. Ha! In the midst of the thick grass, a wildflower full of vigor swayed. Its petals trembled frantically as if desperately calling for his attention. Fwang Dike squinted. Is it this one? But a little test won't hurt. He reached his hand toward the flower. At once, the fragile petals seized his finger, joyfully sucking up every bit of wood element spirit energy he offered. The flower was still small and, after barely drawing that much, was already sated. Its petals spread in satisfaction and its stem swayed, clearly displaying goodwill. Fuang Dike looked at it and couldn't help laughing. Very spiritual. This wildflower was clearly just a plant, but when it met spirit energy it behaved like a gluttonous puppy. After feeding, it even rubbed against his hand to curry favor. It seemed to understand that the young man before it was its savior, its creator, the one who would give it a new life in this harsh world. So it didn't hesitate to show loyalty and wanted to follow him. Indeed, Fuang Dike was very pleased with this display. He bent down and whispered, "Among all the plants in the grove, you responded most strongly to my spirit energy. Very suitable to graft the wild attribute. Little flower, I choose you. Are you ready?" The flower seemed to understand human speech and immediately nodded repeatedly. Immediately, a terrifying power erupted across the grass field. Deathly chi poured from Fuang Dike, aimed straight at the tiny life form. He gently uprooted the flower and placed it in his palm. The system chimed a confirmation. "Do you want to forcibly graft the wild attribute onto this object?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Yes." Suddenly, a surge of power struck down from the sky, enveloping them both. Fuang Dike's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the flower begin to transform. Huge leaves sprouted, bristling outward. The pistil gradually emerged, emitting an eerie green light. Seeing the surrounding area affected, Fuang Dike was stunned. The wild power was truly terrifying, like the hand of a demon. In just 3 seconds, it had nearly drained the life from an entire ring of the city's woodland. So overpowering, continued to spread wildly. The flower, once gigantic, gradually shrank back down. Fuang Dike hurriedly grabbed it and decisively pulled it free. Enough! If this keeps going, it'll attract the Spirit Energy Association. Grasping the mutated plant, he hastily turned to leave. At that moment, his gaze hit a surveillance camera mounted on a nearby tree. After all, this is the city center area the Spirit Energy Association would definitely watch. He thought to himself, with spirit energy recovering, the plants here are all potentially dangerous. He also noted that since entering, the surveillance network felt denser and the surroundings unusually silent, with no visitors in sight. Fuang Dike glanced down at the flower in his hand. Still absorbing? It has no roots yet can still live. Amazing, even uprooted. Its spirit energy hasn't diminished from before I chose it. He wondered if it was just an ordinary wildflower. Could it be that after being assigned an attribute, this plant began to evolve? As if unlocking some evolutionary shackle. At that moment, in the control room, a mechanical voice blared over the speakers. "Warning! Abnormal value exceeded threshold. Warning! Exceeded threshold." Hearing the commotion, Fuang Dike clicked his tongue. Not good. The surveillance system's been triggered? Let's go. Cut to the plant research division during spirit energy recovery. Alarms wailed and red lights flashed throughout the room. Warning! Abnormal value exceeded threshold. Warning exceeded threshold. Abnormal value is spiking. The staff panicked. What's going on? The lead immediately barked an order. Everyone put on your wristbands and head to the park to secure the scene. No outsiders allowed. Looking up at the display, the number had reached 30. Good grief. Previously, the north gate of Tan City University only hovered around 8 to 10, while Black River Rotten Dragon registered 25. That's right. An abnormal spirit energy concentration above 10 will be taken over by the military. Someone fretted. This park's spirit energy was originally not even 10. The research team continued checking environmental indicators. Strange. Look. Air humidity, surface moisture, temperature. Everything's normal. Solar radiation is fine too. But the trees here seem to have been drained of life all at once in mere seconds. I wonder what attribute of spiritual force caused this? Someone asked. I think we need to go a bit further forward. That's the real center. Suddenly, an old but authoritative voice warned. Do not approach any closer. Absolutely do not touch. This is the wild attribute. The researchers stared at each other in confusion. The wild attribute? The elderly professor began to explain in a grave tone. Do you know about those vines hanging suspended in the sky? Everyone snapped awake, exclaiming in shock. You mean that demonic vine has been classified as an A-tier mutation? The professor nodded in confirmation. That's right. It's been classified as A-tier because it's extremely dangerous. Its ferocity has torn many predecessors to pieces, ultimately because it possesses the wild attribute. Hearing this, everyone shuddered in fear and swallowed hard. A research student asked tremblingly, Sir, if you hadn't stopped me just now, wouldn't I have died the moment I stepped in? The professor replied curtly, Yes, plants that have awakened the wild attribute create death zones around them. Anyone who enters will have their life force devoured. He continued with an example. I've reviewed records of another wild attribute plant in Han Nation, a forbidden ancient tree in Thuong City. The rotting ancient tree contaminated the whole forest, turning it into a restricted zone. Any living creature that approaches gets pierced through. Under drastic changes of heaven and earth, plant mutations must never be underestimated. He emphasized that, based on current knowledge, the wild attribute is the strongest attribute a plant can awaken. At present, besides the ancient tree and the vines, a new source of wildness has appeared. Suddenly, Major Han Lu appeared like a phantom, placing a hand on the professor's shoulder. I've heard the situation. The professor startled and turned. Major Han? Wasting no time, Han Lu gave a decisive order. All researchers present, put on protective suits immediately and follow us into the contaminated area. Receiving the order, the team quickly donned full gear and cautiously entered the danger zone. Inside the deadly grove, someone asked, We haven't found the origin of the wildness inside. Wasn't it said only that vine could move everywhere? Could the wild chi be decreasing? We just entered the forest 5 minutes ago, and the level dropped to 25. Han Lu said calmly, Let us probe a bit. Tan Huyn, his capable assistant beside him, replied, Understood. Han Lu and Tan Huyn simultaneously placed their hands on the ground, activating their sensing abilities. 2 streams of power threaded deep into the earth, searching for traces. Suddenly, both of them flinched and their eyes opened wide. Wait! The source has been dug up. The accompanying doctor stammered in shock. Dug up? How can this be? Han Lu rose, his gaze sharp as he reasoned. If someone really could excavate the source from within the wild forbidden zone, then that person's identity deserves close scrutiny. Tan Huyn spoke with a solemn expression. Captain Han, I know what you're thinking, but at the scene there are no remnants of that great cultivator's spiritual force. Han Lu opened a 3-dimensional console and scrolled through the data. Based on big data filtering and analysis, we found this person's file. His movements matched the locations of the 2 anomalies. He then transferred the data to Tan Huyn. She took the electronic file and read the name on the screen. Phuong Dike. Han Lu instructed thoroughly. I'll forward all his files to you. This person is very likely the one you encountered earlier. The rest is up to your association to handle. Tan Huyn nodded and complied with the order. Understood. 2 hours later, in a safe place, Phuong Dike was admiring his spoils with eager delight. Ha ha! My first time growing a flower. How come I couldn't even get a flower pot? This is the little home you chose yourself. Don't cling to my hand anymore. He continued monologuing to the small flower. Now that this one's been given the wild attribute, it will keep cultivating. Consider it a powerful assistant I've nurtured. The small white flower now lay obediently still. Phuong Dike nodded in appraisal. The wild attribute is quite special. It can help a lot in combat and even has many surprising effects. Right? Besides, it looks just right. Not too conspicuous. He was pleased with his plan. Even if Lam Wai happened to see it, she would hardly suspect anything. In battle, a normal appearance is the best camouflage. He gently stroked the petals, his eyes glinting with craftiness. In real combat, power is only part of it. More important is who has the most tricks. Suddenly, his phone rang. The screen showed a call from old neighbor Vong. Phuong Dike took the phone. Unable to hide his surprise, Old Vong. Isn't this his childhood friend who'd been in the military for 3 years and they hadn't seen each other? Old Vong, full name Vong Luong, had been his inseparable neighbor and buddy from elementary through high school. They could have stayed deskmates in senior high, but that kid slapped his own butt and bluntly declared he wanted to join the army to defend the country. Phuong Dike happily answered, in a familiar tone, "You brat, you're back?" On the other end, Vong Luong responded boisterously, "That's right. Want to grab a drink? Meet at the old place." Vong Luong laughed sheepishly and lowered his voice mysteriously. "Yes, I have an important secret to tell you. Don't faint when you hear it." Having said that, Vong Luong hung up with a sharp click. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the military briefing room grew stifling. A subordinate stood solemnly and reported, "Reporting, Commander. I've done as you instructed. But I propose, if he's not the person we're looking for, can we ensure his safety?" The female commander tapped her fingers lightly on the table. The dry sound echoed in the silent room. She replied coldly, "Do your duty and avoid unnecessary actions. If he's not the one, treat him as a friend and give him some advice." At their usual pub, Phuong Dike met his old friend again. The two men cheerfully clinked glasses, their boisterous laughter drowning out the surrounding noise. Bottoms up. Though urged to drain his glass, Phuong Dike only sipped, while Vong Luong tossed his back and drained his like water. Seeing his tanned, rugged friend, Phuong Dike thought, military life must have been hard on him. The once jokey Vong Luong had grown mature and weathered. He slammed his empty beer down with a clack and looked at his friend with a distant gaze. "In 3 years I've felt a lot. Military life. Oh, how about you?" Phuong Dike smiled faintly and replied simply, So. Passing the college entrance wasn't bad. Vong Luong nodded, his expression easing. Phuong Dike smiled and twirled his glass, but his mind drifted to memories of his previous life. In that life he never had the chance to meet Vong Luong again. When chaos came, communications cut off and reunions were out of the question. As a soldier, Vong Luong may well have silently died on some anonymous battlefield in an unnamed battle. Looking at the friend seated before him, Phuong Dike wondered, this time, could I change my old friend's future? Lost in thought, his reverie was interrupted by Vong Luong's hesitant voice. "What I want to ask is, have you encountered anything strange lately? Like zombies, monsters, things from movies?" Upon hearing that, Phuong Dike's mind shifted immediately. He thought, of course, the army collecting intel on spirit energy recovery isn't surprising. But Vong Luong's question was clearly probing. He silently raised his guard while pretending ignorance. "Huh? What exactly are you getting at?" Vong Luong covered his face, as if wrestling with an inner struggle. After a long pause, he decided to speak the truth. "Good if there aren't any. Actually, I'm here to tell you something, not to comfort you, but to warn you. In the not-too-distant future, maybe months, maybe a year, things we value now like education and property will turn into worthless scraps. Everything will have to be rebuilt from scratch." Phuong Dike listened quietly to his old friend's words, but an alarm bell rang inside him. Ordinary soldiers must sign strict confidentiality agreements and are forbidden to reveal anything about spirit energy recovery. It seemed the army had put him under suspicion and was covertly monitoring him. Vong Luong, being a childhood buddy, had been sent to probe him. Perhaps Vong Luong himself felt revealing these secrets was too risky, so he lowered his voice to warn him. "Don't worry. What I told you today, as long as you don't spread it, you'll be fine." Phuong Dike inwardly admired him. He'd played dumb and uncooperative, yet his old friend still risked violating discipline to kindly warn him to be careful about anomalies. The conversation was abruptly cut off by the insistent ringing of a phone. Vong Luong answered. His expression immediately hardened as he heard urgent orders from the other end. He had to return to his unit and be at the target location within 10 minutes. Vong Luong replied sternly, "Copy." He hurriedly stood up, stuffing his phone into his pocket as he ran off, glancing back to say, "Brother, sorry, I have an emergency mission. Go on ahead. I can't see you out." Phuong Dike, who had been pretending to be naive, suddenly spoke in an unusually calm voice. "Is this about spirit energy recovery? Let me go with you. Vong Luong's steps stalled. He spun around in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. Unexpectedly, Phuong Dike stepped forward, patted his shoulder and said nonchalantly, "Take me along. You met me this time. Was it on your superior's orders?" Vong Luong stammered, "Why would you?" Phuong Dike smiled to reassure him, "Don't worry. While I'm not sure what your superiors told you, I know you wouldn't harm me." Besides, there was something he hadn't mentioned. He wanted to learn more about the military's handling procedures. It surely related to the terrestrial anomalies. If the Spirit Energy Association deals with anomalous beasts, then what is the military responsible for? Right now, he wanted to probe the truth and gather more information. With no other option, the two quickly moved to the encampment in Restricted Zone 19. When they arrived, Phuong Dike couldn't help but be secretly astonished. The concentration of spirit energy there was overwhelming, even surpassing the Hak Ha Dung Long contaminated area. At the heavily guarded camp gate, Vong Luong stepped forward to report his identity to return to his unit. After verification, the gate opened and he led Phuong Dike deep inside. No sooner had they set foot at the scene than thunderous explosions shook the earth and sky. Dust and smoke choked the air. Before them, a large force was pouring all their spirit energy into binding a gigantic, ferocious, anomalous beast. The creature resembled a mutated dog. Even bound by spirit energy chains, it frenziedly yawned and spewed burning jets of flame, injuring nearby soldiers. Phuong Dike squinted and assessed, "Is it fusing attributes?" The one who answered him wasn't Vong Luong but Officer Ko Lam, an imposing woman at the Ghost Court 3rd rank. "Correct. This anomalous beast possesses both dark and fire attributes. It's in the process of attribute fusion, making it extremely ferocious and violent. Several soldiers have been severely injured." After speaking, she barked an order at the soldier beside her. Vong Luong immediately placed his hand over his chest and saluted. Ko Lam demanded sternly, "How dare you bring an unrelated person into a restricted area without permission?" Vong Luong hurried to explain, "No, Before he could finish, the female officer cut him off decisively. "Enough! This is an emergency and we need every hand. Get over here and join the countermeasure line." Vong Luong obeyed promptly. Ko Lam's gaze then swept over Phuong Dike, full of scrutiny. "Are you Phuong Dike?" He looked ordinary, his spirit energy only fluctuating slightly. Could it be not him? But now was not the time to be distracted. She issued a blunt warning. "If you're Vong Luong's friend, I won't repeat myself. This is a restricted area. Your life is your own responsibility. Keep everything you see confidential." Phuong Dike nodded obediently. "I understand." Not waiting on strangers, Ko Lam began directing the operation.
Chung Mat, Lee Ngok.
At the call of names, no extra orders were needed. The named soldiers immediately surged to their battle positions and unleashed spirit energy en masse toward the feral hound. Ko Lam did not stand aside either. She raised her specialized rifle and took aim at the target.
Bang!
A bolt-charged shot, like a streak of lightning, tore into the beast's chest, making it howl in agonized pain. However, that attack inadvertently provoked its frenzy, causing the dark attribute within its body to erupt violently. Someone noticed the abnormality and shouted urgently, "Its level of anomaly is increasing." The anomalous beast snarled, raising its vicious claws forward. The female soldier Lee Nok, standing on the front line, couldn't react in time. She only heard a comrade cry out, "Lee Nok, watch out!" At the hair-raising moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across and struck the beast's face, stopping the lethal attack. Ko Lam fired supporting shots while sternly ordering, "Don't be careless. Keep your distance from it. Neutralize it before it completes evolution." The team members responded in unison, "Roger." Watching from the back, Phuong Dike smiled slightly in appreciation. This unit was well-trained, disciplined like steel, highly trustworthy and coordinated. Each person was an indispensable link. Combined, they could unleash power far beyond individual capability. Suddenly, Phuong Dike's expression changed, his face going pale as he realized something. He shouted anxiously, "Run! You're no match for it. No sooner had he spoken than a earth-shattering explosion rang out. Thunder and lightning crashed from above. The beast roared, rocks flew everywhere, and the ground trembled violently. Had completed its evolution. Ko Lam immediately issued an emergency order. Upgrade alert. The anomaly in the restricted area has escalated. No one is to retreat. The soldiers tightened their grip on their weapons. Even though the beast before them had swollen to several times its size, its body radiated deadly aura and searing heat, the perfect fusion of darkness and fire. A hurried report sounded. Attention! The feral hound in Restricted Zone 19 has completed fusion with the dark attribute and is fully mutated. From above, the monster glanced down at the nearest target with blood-red, blade-cold eyes. The unlucky person directly under its gaze was Vong Luong. He swallowed, his legs rooted to the ground. Ko Lam shouted in alarm, Vong Luong! Phuong Dike gritted his teeth, a flash of thunderous anger in his eyes. He's in danger! The beast swung its gigantic claws down. Vong Luong dodged swiftly but was still slammed away by the tremendous concussive force. Ko Lam decisively updated the situation. Attention! The feral hound in Restricted Zone 19 has fully evolved from Grade C to Grade B. Update the combat plan. Before the words finished, Vong Luong's body was already flying toward Phuong Dike. Phuong Dike hurriedly caught him and asked anxiously, Are you okay? Vong Luong's hand trembled. His arm was crisscrossed with black streaks eaten away by the dark attribute. He tried to stifle the pain and weakly reassured, No, I'm fine. I just boosted the spirit energy in the collar binding it and it rebounded. Don't worry too much. We're soldiers from Restricted Zone 19. Seeing his friend severely injured yet still trying to fulfill his duty, Phuong Dike's face darkened and his gaze grew cold. On the other side, Ko Lam slammed the butt of her rifle hard on the ground, creating a loud noise. She shouted commands in a voice full of resolve. Everyone, regardless of tactics or method, even if it cost their lives, she and the soldiers would not retreat. They stood firm where they were, resolved to block the feral hound to the death, absolutely not allowing a Grade B anomaly to leave the restricted area. As soon as she finished, Ko Lam flinched slightly when she saw a figure in black sprint past her like a gust of wind. She barked, What are you trying to do? Phuong Dike didn't answer, leaving only a voice behind. You're not a soldier. You don't have to follow Ko Lam's orders. He charged straight at the monster, his arm shrouded in raging thunder, ready for a sky-shattering blow. The thunderous fury roared. Phuong Dike closed on the target as fast as lightning. He sneered, Arrogant, aren't you? The feral hound raised its blood-red razor-sharp claws to strike. If this blow hit, it would surely shred its opponent to pieces. But with superior speed, Phuong Dike leapt aside easily. His fist wrapped in thunder aimed straight for the beast's head. Then, Let the god of thunder punish you. Thud! The devastating punch landed, sending the giant feral hound crashing to the ground. The earth split apart, rubble flying everywhere, and the soldiers below struggled to withstand the reverberating shock. Truong Mat stared in shock at the scene. Am I seeing this right? This is a Grade B anomalous beast that even Captain Ko Lam can't handle alone. Vong Luong gaped in astonishment and turned to ask, Captain, could my brother? Is he really? Ko Lam observed seriously, then nodded in confirmation. Yes, we aren't mistaken. Looking at Phuong Dike with lightning crackling from his arm, standing arrogantly before the felled monster, she asserted, He is the tyrant from the rumors. However, such a powerful punch still wasn't enough to completely destroy a Grade B feral hound. A ruthless gleam flashed in Phuong Dike's eyes as he saw the beast still twitching. Not dead yet? Then, this will do. Captain, Old Vong. Everyone step back. Ko Lam immediately signaled the whole team to withdraw. Extreme curiosity stirred within her. A Grade B anomalous beast requires a coordinated formation, even willing sacrifice to hold it. And yet, one person could dominate it to this degree. She narrowed her eyes, the scar on her face growing more menacing. What kind of power is this? She quickly concluded, Lightning attribute. At its extreme, at that moment, Phuong Dike raised his right hand to the sky. Lightning flashed dazzlingly, brilliant as if it could pierce the heavens. Ko Lam thought to herself that even in Ha Nation, he must be among the top-tier experts. Her thought was cut off by Phuong Dike's next action. She watched him turn his arm into a living lightning rod, drawing all the lightning in the area. Black clouds swirled and thunder tore the sky. Huge blue lightning bolts, like electric dragons, churned the air. Phuong Dike spun, stepped forward a few paces, then slammed his hand down. Boom! A colossal column of lightning, like an ancient tree trunk, struck the gasping feral hound. In the witnesses' minds rose the same thought, truly worthy of the name tyrant. After the finishing blow, Phuong Dike turned away coldly, not bothering to glance once at the charred corpse of the monster. Lee Nok clutched her neck, still in shock. My God! My neck's freezing. My head is buzzing. Truong Mat trembled in agreement. Why does the lightning attribute feel so much more terrifying than the dark attribute? I can bear corrosion, but getting electrocuted like that, I couldn't take it. Vong Luong forgot his pain and ran over joyfully, smacking his friend's head with a swing of his hand. You scared me to death. I never thought my brother would be this cool. Seeing his old friend return to his usual playful self, Phuong Dike laughed loudly. Ha ha! Repaying favor with resentment? I hit the dog, and you hit me? Vong Luong laughed too, then scratched his head with a slightly guilty look. Sorry. Actually, I knew you might be an immortal cultivator. Orders are orders. I dragged you into this? Phuong Dike shook his head, reproachful but fond. What do you mean by that? 3 years apart and you're already distant with me? Don't I know you? Just then, Ko Lam stepped forward, pausing their conversation. She solemnly extended her hand. Phuong Dike, thank you for your help.
Phuong Dike smiled warmly
And returned the handshake. It's nothing. Just consider it me saving my friend. The earlier urgency left no time for introductions. Now the danger had been eliminated. Ko Lam solemnly placed her hand over her chest and saluted in military form. Forgot introductions. I'm Ko Lam, responsible for guarding Restricted Zone 019. You saved Restricted Zone 019. I hope you'll leave contact information. I must truthfully report this to my superiors. No problem, right? Phuong Dike did not refuse, replying with a smile. No problem. Vong Luong standing beside him glanced at his commander and chuckled inwardly. Seeing the captain salute my friend. Truly an amusing experience. While he was still grinning, Ko Lam solemnly extended an invitation. Your strength far exceeds many of the cultivators the army recruits. Therefore, I'd very much like to invite you to join the Ha Nation's military. But an invitation from a restricted zone officer like me alone probably isn't sufficient. The reason was simple. She realized the most astonishing thing was that Phuong Dike's realm was only Ghost Court 3-star. Yet his strength far surpassed the level of a revered spirit in the spirit crafting realm. Phuong Dike was slightly surprised by her bluntness. Captain Ko, do you mean you think you aren't qualified to invite me? She nodded, admitting it without hesitation. Yes. I don't think there's anything to deny or be ashamed of. This time we were following orders from above to learn about you, not to drag you into the recent danger. I think they'll personally come to invite you. Phuong Dike understood the situation and explained, It's not like that. Actually, I greatly respect you. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. I've never before seen soldiers fight up close. You just now moved me. Acknowledged by a powerful expert, Ko Lam felt touched as well. She responded politely, Thank you. Phuong Dike continued, expressing a willingness to cooperate. If any trouble arises later, you can call on me to help, as you have helped ordinary people like us in peacetime. Of course, there's one precondition. Do not interfere with my personal cultivation, and do not restrict me. His frank request and attitude surprised Ko Lam a little. She was silent for a moment, clearly considering how to report back to her superiors and how the army would handle it. Having achieved his purpose, Phuong Dike took his leave. I'll take my leave first. Ko Lam nodded. Fine. Vong Luong and I still have to handle the mutated hound's corpse. We'll arrange someone to escort you back. Hands in his pockets, Huang Dike strolled away, his mind in turmoil. Now he understood the army's role. They garrison in areas dense with spirit energy. Dangerous places that on one hand allow for cultivation and ensure combat advantage. On the other hand, they act as a solid fortress, erecting a boundary isolating ordinary people from dangerous anomalous species, protecting the country's peace. After Huang Dike's back receded, Ko Lam turned to Vong Luong, her voice thoughtful. Vong Luong, this friend of yours, not simple doesn't begin to describe him. Today he only displayed a portion of his power, like the visible tip of an iceberg. She sighed, eyes fixed on the distance, her tone full of admiration. But even that was already enough for us not to catch up. A cultivator reaching this level so quickly indicates he possesses unprecedented insight and knowledge. Fate, courage, and ability. Lacking anyone would be unacceptable. Hearing this, Vong Luong patted his chest proudly and seized the chance to self-nominate. Captain, if that's the case, can't we really raise the offer? If the boss feels unqualified to recruit him, let this close friend speak on our behalf. Seeing his subordinate start to put on airs, Ko Lam promptly shoved his head down. Cut it out, kid. Go clean up the scene with me. Your strength still doesn't match the squad leaders. Vong Luong drooped but obediently complied. Yes, ma'am. That night, in the shabby apartment complex where Huang Dike lived, a golden light suddenly glowed through the window. Although the trip had revealed part of his identity, he had skillfully kept his other cards, showing only the power of his lightning attribute. In the quiet room, Huang Dike sat cross-legged and focused on cultivation. His mind began to analyze the entire recent incident and the army's attitude. He judged that this might not necessarily be bad. At least he had confirmed an important piece of information. His lightning attribute was extremely rare, possibly unique, and moreover suppressed the dark attribute, the very thing the army coveted. Huang Dike exhaled lightly and calmly weighed every aspect. To attract him, they had not used coercion or oppression. Instead, they offered him a voice, the fastest path to power, and the most advanced information channels. He gradually understood the roles of each force in the new era. The army, they are the night watch, the sharp sword in the darkness, the sturdy shield protecting the nation. Meanwhile, the Spirit Energy Association fills in the gaps, cleaning up the fish that slipped through the net in the city, striving to maintain stability for people's lives. The government is carrying out a parallel strategy, using restricted zones to protect civilians while broadcasting warnings about forthcoming spirit energy recovery. This buys precious time, preventing sudden transformations from wreaking havoc and avoiding early widespread displacement and ruined homes. At that moment, the spirit energy around Huang Dike began to condense, coalescing into a radiant orb surrounding his dantian. The golden yang breathing technique circulated non-stop, greedily swallowing every stream of pure energy. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the restricted zone is rich in spirit energy. When he captured the wild attribute, there were no signs of advancement, but just being in the zone for a while already filled his body with spirit energy. Spirit energy enveloped his body, the golden light growing ever more dazzling. Huang Dike opened his eyes wide, clearly sensing an imminent breakthrough. Outside, the streets were still bustling as usual. Lam Wai had just returned from the supermarket, laden with bags, wondering inwardly if her cousin had come back yet. She strolled leisurely toward the building, planning dinner. If she made it back in time, she could let him test her cooking and see if she'd improved. Suddenly, a pillar of golden spirit energy shot up into the sky, ripping through the silent night. The blinding light made Lam Wai startle sharply, astonishment clear on her pretty face. Reflected in her eyes was the image of a gigantic golden axe gradually forming in midair. That was the ascension fluctuation of the ghost court realm. However, feeling the violent surge of spirit energy erupting from that direction, even from a distance Lam Wai couldn't help shivering with fear. She realized her judgment was wrong. No, this aura was far more terrifying. Black clouds rolled in, obscuring the sky. Spirit energy descended like a waterfall, accompanied by thunderous detonations. Lam Wai was utterly bewildered. Could a cultivator be on the verge of breaking through to the spirit crafting realm? As if to prove her guess, The golden ghost court axe in the sky began to tremble violently. She whispered, "It's moving. In a moment it won't be ghost court anymore." A mighty force shattered the giant axe. The fragments dissolved and reformed into a golden hand, majestic like a god's. Lam Wai stood frozen in place, unable to believe what was unfolding before her eyes. At the army's surveillance room, alarms blared and monitors flashed urgent warnings in red. Warning! Warning! Anomaly value reached 99. Anomaly value reached 99. Spirit energy fluctuation located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Han Le sprang up in alarm and ordered, "What's happening?" "Emergency. All units move to the target area." Tan Huyn stood beside him, pale with fright. An anomaly index this strong. How was it never detected before? This number is enough to destroy a whole city. In the operations room, a 3D map was immediately generated, simulating the spirit energy fluctuation that lit up a corner of the city like a second sun. People buzzed with speculation. Was a new spirit crafting cultivator appearing? Or was a great disaster imminent? Or both? Han Le couldn't delay. He grabbed the radio and urgently requested reinforcements from headquarters. "Immediately request HQ support. Besides large-scale destructive weapons, we need all the most advanced equipment and resources." Before he finished, a soldier burst in reporting, "Major Han, the alarm has been lifted. It's not an anomaly. It's a cultivator's ascension." The news hit like a time bomb, shaking the entire army. Back in his rented room, Phuong Dike exhaled deeply after completing the ascension. He had now entered the 1-star spirit crafting realm. He checked his body, scratched his head, puzzled. Just that easy to break through? Apart from feeling lighter, there seemed to be no other obvious differences. Suddenly his phone buzzed wildly, the screen lighting up to indicate a new message. Phuong Dike opened it. The sender was Vong Luong with the cheesy chat name Luong Sun Good Guy. He shared a trending news link with the shocking headline, "Large Fire at Tan Tan University Sports Field." Vong Luong added, "Bro, check this out. Insider says an anomaly appeared in the contaminated area, and this is the second time." Phuong Dike quickly replied, "You mean that high-temperature anomaly near the North Gate before? This time it turned into a sports field fire." Luong Sun Good Guy answered, "So you heard about it too? I heard a cultivator once cleansed the contaminated area at Tan Tan University, but nobody knows why the anomaly reappeared." He added jokingly, "Ha ha, don't tell anyone I told you this." Phuong Dike curtly replied, "Got it. I'm going to find your superior." Vong Luong hurriedly warned, "Hey, one more thing. You're way too strong. The higher-ups say they can't control you. I can't cover for you either. Be careful when you're out." After reading the message, Phuong Dike fell silent. He still held his phone, but his eyes were distant in thought. Vong Luong was right. That's why he kept his distance and stayed cautious with both the Army and the Spirit Energy Association. Being too flashy doesn't necessarily bring benefits. That's why he decided to hide the true power of his Yang Flame attribute and the Azure Red Fire Axe. Thinking it through, Phuong Dike sent a confident reply, "Don't worry. I'll be careful. I still have a trump card." Just then the door swung open and Lam Wai came in. "I'm back." Seeing Phuong Dike sitting there, she held up a bag of food. "Cousin, have you eaten? I brought you something." Phuong Dike kept his face buried in his phone and gave a perfunctory reply. "Yeah, fine. Leave it there. I'll eat later." Lam Wai reluctantly shook her head and sighed inwardly. Watching her cousin glued to his phone and neglecting to eat, she couldn't help but complain quietly. Her cousin had decent morals and no bad habits. The only problem was laziness. He liked lying around like a corpse, refused to attend university, and clung to his phone every day. Although in this era going to university wasn't so important, his attitude toward life genuinely worried her. Lam Wai wearily entered the room and flopped onto the bed. But cultivators like them were always busy, roaming to seek world opportunities and pretending to hide in front of ordinary people. Yet her cousin lived so carefree. Her thoughts drifted back to that mysterious powerhouse. In the same area, there had even been a world-shaking spirit crafting ascension. Cultivators monitoring anomalies would surely spread the news fast. In the end, she reassured herself, whatever, when it comes, she'll protect her cousin and consider it repaying him for letting her stay. In the outer room, Fong Dike was intently watching the report on the Tauntaun University fire. He frowned, reasoning. Previously it was just high temperatures. This time it's a fire? And a yang attribute again? The footage showed the blaze spreading quickly, flames erupting violently. Trees and flower beds around the sports field were completely burned to ash. The area has now been cordoned off. On social media, netizens were buzzing about the incident. Oh my God! Such a huge fire! Did someone cook hot pot in the dorm and blow the wiring? Jesus! This is awful. Am I seeing this right? Special forces came to put out the fire? Is this within their jurisdiction? Huge fire. Classic Tauntaun. So prestigious that it randomly catches fire and the special forces show up to save face. Because the video was too short and cut off abruptly, Fong Dike couldn't fully assess the situation. He muttered, "Video too short. Stops suddenly. Looks much more serious than the Northgate incident. I need to see it myself. I should contact her." The person he meant was Ko Lam, Vong Luong's direct superior. The next morning at Tauntaun University's gate, reporters crowded the entrance. Although the army tried to block them, they still leaned forward, thrusting microphones at the soldiers to question them. "We heard the university is on fire and can't be extinguished. Is that true? Anyone injured? Why is there no official information about student safety and flammable materials on campus for such a major incident?" Amid the noisy, chaotic crowd, two people approached side by side. Seeing them, the guarding soldiers immediately stood at attention and respectfully opened the gate to let them in. The reporters erupted in indignation. "Who are these two to act so important? We're being held outside. How did they just arrive and get in?" The two who had just arrived were clearly Fong Dike and Ko Lam. Leaving the gossip behind, they headed straight for the university stadium. Seeing the desolate, ruined scene, Ko Lam was stunned. "It's burned like this? Is this heavenly fire?" Fong Dike asked curiously. "Heavenly fire?" Ko Lam nodded and explained. "Yes, that's the name the government gave it." She remembered a previous forest fire. No warning signs. It suddenly erupted. Couldn't be extinguished. You could only wait for it to burn whatever it wanted. "Doesn't it look very similar?" She looked around and continued. "But wandering aimlessly through the campus isn't something we should do." Ko Lam turned to Fong Dike and offered, "Fong Dike, I'm going to the principal's office for a moment. Will you wait here or come with me?" Ko Lam repeated, "Fong Dike, I'm going to the principal's office for a moment. Will you wait here or come with me?" After Ko Lam walked away, Fong Dike slowly stepped down the stairs and approached the army's yellow cordon. He stepped over the barrier and bent down to inspect the layer of ash at the edge of the stadium. The scorched ground had cooled, no longer retaining any residue of heavenly fire's spirit energy. So of course there was nothing to collect. It seemed he'd oversimplified things. Lost in thought, a familiar female voice behind him startled him. "Really you? What are you doing here?" Fong Dike turned around, utterly surprised to see his ex-girlfriend. So Tan Lai. The bespectacled girl walking beside Tan Lai sneered with disdain. "Oh, Fong Dike, the ex you mentioned. Is that the guy who only got into a community college?" Tan Lai nodded slightly in confirmation. "Yes." The girl laughed mockingly and patted Tan Lai's shoulder, but spoke directly to Fong Dike. "Buddy, I know you might still have feelings for Tan Lai, but the gap between you two is obvious. Let go." Fong Dike made a blank face, question marks crowding his mind. "Me? Still have feelings for her?" At that moment, curious students began to gather to watch. Someone who recognized Tan Lai exclaimed, "Isn't that so, Tan Lai? Why is there a male student standing next to her?" Her friend replied, "Not sure. Probably some poor guy chasing our campus beauty so." Someone asked, "Never seen him before. He's probably not from our school, right?" Seeing a stranger in the restricted area, some students complained, "What are the guards doing? Weren't they supposed to tighten control? How can outsiders just walk in?" It's annoying how people come to exploit this. The bespectacled girl strode up to Fong Dike aggressively, coldly shooing him away. Tan Lai is our school's beauty now. I advise you to think carefully. Do you know how many outstanding male students better than you are pursuing Tan Lai right now? You can't compete. Go away. This is not a place for you. She added a threat. Also, the school is sealed off. How did you get in? If you don't explain, I'll report you to campus security. Tan Lai had been silent. Inwardly, she half believed Fong Dike had come because of her. Her cheeks flushed slightly and her heart skipped a beat. Didn't he say he wouldn't regret the breakup? So why come now? Saying one thing and thinking another, just as the mood grew awkward. Ko Lam suddenly appeared to defuse things. Fong Dike, is this your friend? Fong Dike only glanced once at Tan Lai, then replied indifferently, a high school classmate. Doesn't count as a friend. Ko Lam made an O laden with implication. So just a classmate. Ko Lam was military trained, her strong presence imposing, and the long scar across her face made her even more authoritative and mysterious. A single glance from her was enough to make Tan Lai and her companion shiver with fear, thinking, what is this woman's background, and how does she know Fong Dike? Ignoring the curious students, Ko Lam leaned close to Fong Dike and whispered, I spoke with the principal a moment ago. The Heavenly Fire incident is more serious than we thought. It's hard to say immediately. The principal will take us to the initial ignition point. You're here as a special military advisor, so you must come along. No problem, right? Fong Dike nodded at once. No problem. No sooner had she finished speaking than the principal of Tantan University personally approached. The security team cleared the way ahead, shouting, everyone disperse. While the stadium is sealed, no one may come near. Tan Lai and the students jumped, stammering, Principal. The elderly principal walked with a cane, his face radiating an austere, unapproachable authority. Tan Lai couldn't help thinking, he's usually swamped with work, like a dragon whose head is visible but tail hidden. They say even the vice principal finds it hard to get a meeting, and there's even a rumor that nobody at the university has ever seen him smile. He came because of this woman? And Fong Dike? The bespectacled girl beside her, with shallow understanding, smirked victoriously. The principal's here. Isn't he here to catch these two intruders? But completely contrary to that guess, under the protection of his bodyguards, the principal stopped in front of Ko Lam and Fong Dike. But completely contrary to that guess, under the protection of his bodyguards, the principal stopped in front of Ko Lam and Fong Dike. He warmly shook Fong Dike's hand, his tone extremely respectful. Greetings. You are Advisor Fong, introduced by Commander Ko Lam, right? I've been worried about the university's anomaly lately, fearing students might be harmed by the fires. Now that you are here to handle it, nothing could be better. Then the principal bowed respectfully and said, please take charge of the stadium situation. Fong Dike, slightly embarrassed, hurried to help him up. Tan Lai stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide, watching the authoritative principal kowtow before the ex-boyfriend she had once coldly broken up with. After Fong Dike and the principal reached an agreement, the two sides officially began to cooperate. The bodyguards quickly formed a human barrier and started driving back the curious students. Unaffected persons, step back. No crowding. Back. Everyone back. Some students couldn't believe their eyes, pushed back as they murmured, am I seeing this wrong? The elderly principal bowing to this youth. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Tan Lai standing dazed as people jostled past. She heard whispers. That young man must have some special status. No wonder he can enter our school. Look at the authority and treatment he gets. Tan Li's face darkened at the taunts. Who said he's her suitor or ex-boyfriend? How could that be? Even if Tan Lai chased him, she might not get him. Can't you see? This youth hasn't paid any attention to Miss So at all. Tan Lai stood motionless, unable to speak or move her feet. The north gate of Tantan University sat at the mountain's base, shaded by lush greenery. The principal personally led Fong Dike, Ko Lam, and the group of soldiers in from that direction. As they walked, he recounted the events. After the golden sun at the north gate vanished, I thought the situation was nearly over, but a few nights ago, Stadium 1 suddenly caught fire, and the fire engines couldn't put it out. Fortunately, there were no students at night, and we were able to cordon off the scene in time. He paused to catch his breath, his face still showing horror. Then Stadium 2 and Stadium 3 also suddenly burst into flames. One fire could be explained, but anomalies occurring in succession. I saw flames descend from the sky, and chains of fire suspended purposelessly in midair. The group halted before a devastated stadium. The principal pointed ahead. Luckily, the fires in the rear stadiums were extinguished. Only this one remains. Following his gesture, Fwang Dike looked up to observe. The acrid smell hit his nose. Definitely a strong burning odor. Before them, the stadium's basketball hoop was engulfed in roaring flames, the blaze as if intent on consuming everything. Standing before the scorched wreckage, Fwang Dike squinted to study it, then asked, "Was this hoop the initial ignition point?" The elderly principal nodded, his face full of helplessness and fear. "Yes. Only the fire here couldn't be put out." At that moment, the measuring device in Ko Lam's hand suddenly vibrated violently. The warning light blinked rapidly and settled at the number 11. Fwang Dike glanced over and asked curiously, "What is that?" Ko Lam didn't take her eyes off the screen, her tone grave. "This is a basic device for detecting abnormal spirit energy. Simply put, once it crosses a certain threshold, it must be cordoned off from civilians. Ordinary lives are fragile. For them, abnormal readings above that level are essentially unavoidable disasters." But no sooner had she finished than the number on the screen leaped wildly from 11 to 60 in an instant. The alarm beeped frantically, and the air instantly grew extremely tense. Ko Lam gasped, "This high?" Her combat experience warned her something was wrong. She immediately judged, "Not good, the threshold is too high. If left unchecked, it could affect not just Tauntaun University but the whole city. We must immediately deploy 3 3-star Ghost Court Warriors and 7 2-star Ghost Court Warriors to form a formation against this anomaly. We need the purest spirit energy and the most stable cultivators." Hearing the severity, the principal jerked his head up. What hit his eyes was the sight of Fwang Dike ignoring all danger signs and calmly crossing the cordon to approach the demonic fire. He couldn't help but shout, "Advisor Fwang!" The moment Fwang Dike stepped into the influence zone, the heavenly fire, like a sentient creature sensing an intruder, roared and launched a gigantic fireball toward him. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion rang out, the aftershock driving the reading on Ko Lam's device into the red. The piercing beeps sounded like a death trumpet as the blaze erupted violently, the heat waves whipping Ko Lam's hair into the air. She reevaluated the situation in horror. "It's rising again. A reading of 110 can already be classified as an S-level anomaly." The principal standing beside her trembled, sweat pouring down him. "He's gone in. What do we do now?" Before Ko Lam, the barrier had been completely swallowed by the heavenly fire. The flames surged and shifted into the shape of a ferocious fire dragon, bearing fangs and slashing to defend its territory. She clenched her fists anxiously. He dared to rush in alone? Contrary to the extreme worry of those outside, Fwang Dike remained composed, confidently stepping into the sea of flames, heedless of the loud, crackling explosions. Around him, his tempered yang attribute fluctuated violently, forming a thin but sturdy protective barrier around his body. Last time, the tempered yang helped Fwang Dike stop the Thunder Court's onslaught, so of course it could resist the heavenly fire now. However, he realized a problem. While maintaining the protective layer, he couldn't touch the fire's core, which meant he couldn't trigger the system's technique synthesis ability. Fwang Dike moved closer to the basketball hoop where the fire dragon presided. He told himself, "So I must get as close as possible to the core of the fire radiance." No sooner had the thought formed than the heavenly fire, in the form of a gigantic fire dragon, opened its glowing red maw and lunged at him. Fwang Dike calmly reached a hand forward, his face cold, composed, without a hint of fear. At the instant the heavenly fire closed in, he made a bold decision. He canceled the Golden Sun protective shield, exposing bare flesh to this destructive force. The flames roared, Heat waves like molten lava surged toward him. Huang Dike braced himself, lowering his center to avoid being thrown. Though strong, direct contact with the heavenly fire's essence without protection was still an extreme trial for a mortal body. He gritted his teeth against the searing heat, patiently waiting for the system to respond. True to his hopes, the familiar mechanical voice sounded in his head. Detected strong heavenly fire attribute fluctuations. He suppressed the pain and let out a hearty laugh. Ha! No wonder it's heavenly fire. Stronger even than the wild attribute of death. But I will absorb you. The system immediately ran at full capacity. Initializing maximum calculation. Compiling. Compilation successful. A notification panel appeared before Huang Dike's eyes, making him break into a triumphant smile. You have acquired the Heavenly Fire Attribute Technique. 9 Dragon Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. 9 Dragon Heavenly Fire, purging evil and destroying karma, sealing all demons. At that moment, the heavenly fire frenziedly coiled around Huang Dike, then shot straight up into the sky as if to incinerate him into ashes on the spot. A new notification appeared. The compiled technique requires no study and has been auto-unlocked, extracting attribute. At the same time, the sky flamed red. 9 fire dragons plunged down from above like meteors. Huang Dike closed his eyes. Bright red patterns began to appear on his face. System confirms heavenly fire attribute received. The eerie patterns spread across both cheeks, climbed his forehead, and encircled his eyes. Each undulating line represented a dragon taking residence. When all 9 patterns were complete, Huang Dike suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils now glowed blood-red, majestic like a deity incarnate. He pressed his palms together at his chest and shouted, 9 Dragon Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. Clang, clang, clang. 9 thick chains of red-black stone, carrying harsh metallic clashes, slowly emerged from his spine. The 9 fire dragons that had been charging fiercely were instantly bound tight by the dense black chains, trapped with no escape. They roared and thrashed madly, but the more they struggled, the tighter the shackles cinched. The chains interwove, forcing the 9 dragons to merge into a layered sealing mass. Observing from a distance, Ko Lam noticed something unusual. This is a sealing aura. I once saw a senior vanguard of the military seal of Forbidden Zone. That person's technique differed from Huang Dike's, but the sealing aura is eerily similar. Huang Dike extended his hand and gently drew the power back. The chains formed a vortex of energy, sucking back into his palm. The violent aura of the heavenly fire was forcibly subdued and compressed into a tiny fireball. Outside, the chains wrapped tight like a bound ball. The heavenly fire inside still howled in unwilling fury, but every effort was futile against the absolute sealing power. Finally, the seal was complete. He lightly tossed the fireball back to its original place, returning it to the territory it had chosen. Only now it would be imprisoned forever, unable to wreak havoc. Seeing the fireball lying motionless on the rim like an abandoned ball, Huang Dike turned to instruct the principal. I've temporarily sealed the heavenly fire here. For now, do not unseal the stadium, do not repair it, and do not allow anyone near. That way, at least the heavenly fire won't spread. The principal, overjoyed as if struck gold, bowed and pledged repeatedly. Rest assured, this stadium will not be unsealed. After all, the school has more than one stadium. Ko Lam stood there, lips pressed, watching the young man who single-handedly eliminated an S-level threat for the entire city. Her eyes held complex thoughts. Huang Dike looked around and joked to the principal. Tonbak is certainly flashy. There are like 7 or 8 stadiums. The principal laughed heartily, his mood much lighter. Ha ha, Advisor Huang, you're funny. If you need anything. Before he finished, Ko Lam stepped forward and cut in. Principal, I have a few matters to discuss with Advisor Huang. The perceptive principal immediately understood and stepped back. No problem, no problem. Please. When they were alone, Huang Dike looked at her curiously. What is it? Ko Lam got straight to the point. Huang Dike, you've been hiding things. He gave a wry, modest smile. It's nothing special. This heavenly fire is powerful and hard to handle. Ko Lam's expression turned serious, her gaze sharp as if trying to see through him. Don't play dumb. You know I'm talking about you hiding your talent and cultivation level. Seeing him only smile without answering, she sighed in resignation. Forget it. It's normal for a vanguard to have secrets, especially when they're as strong as you. Huang Dike, though I don't have the right to command you, I hope you'll hear the next things I say. Ko Lam began sharing her heartfelt thoughts. In this era of catastrophic change, Han Nation desperately needs top-tier talents like you. Put it this way, when spirit energy fully recovers, you'll be equivalent to today's nuclear deterrent. Therefore, whether military forbidden zones or spirit energy associations, everyone will compete to recruit you. It's even possible high-level foreign powers will come to invite you with generous offers. She shrugged slightly, her tone growing more sincere. Of course, I won't deny I have my own calculations. If you join the military, it would be a boon for our forbidden zone, another ally. So I'm suggesting you start considering now, so you won't be undecided when the time comes. Knowing she genuinely meant well, Huang Dike candidly shared his question. I'm curious about one thing. Why do both you and Vong Luong not want to invite me into your forbidden zones? Even feeling I'm unworthy. Ko Lam hesitated slightly, then lowered her voice to reveal. Of course it's because of that legendary-level military sector. They're so powerful they're a bit perverse. So I thought you'd be more interested in them. Sure enough, Huang Dike exclaimed. Intrigued. A high rank, she nodded in confirmation. Yes, but I haven't met them much. I've heard they've been very busy recently. Huang Dike nodded inwardly, having confirmed an important piece of information. The nation's strongest military force has been so occupied lately that officers from other military districts have heard the rumors. Ko Lam turned and signaled him to follow. Let's not talk much. Come on. The principal invited us to eat at Tantan University's canteen. Huang Dike followed behind, pondering as he walked. It seemed even the elite units were facing significant troubles, indicating the emergence of extremely terrifying anomalies far beyond the current vanguard's power. According to Ko Lam, there must be someone in those ranks who has reached the spirit-crafting realm like him, perhaps even stronger. Huang Dike frowned, a twinge of unease rising. The day spirit energy fully recovers is drawing near, and he felt his preparations were still insufficient. Leaving the stadium, his mind stayed tangled over the heavenly fire attribute he'd just acquired. How to make the most of it. Heavenly fire defies rules, burning indiscriminately, leaving nothing intact, like an endless wild flame, ideal for dealing with anomalies that proliferate without limit. Suddenly his eyes lit up. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Got it! He clenched his fist, resolving decisively. Isn't this attribute perfectly suited to my Crimson Fire Blade technique? An attribute is like embroidery on brocade. The more, the better. A few days later, after the incident at Tantan University concluded, Huang Dike went alone to the area behind the mountain to test his new power. After walking a distance, his steps halted in surprise. Oh! In front of him stood a large warning sign blocking the path, reading, "This mountain is dangerous. Do not climb." Huang Dike thought to himself that there were no anomalies behind the mountain, yet the path was blocked. Army intelligence couldn't have spread that fast. Someone knew he would train and test behind the mountain, and the only ones who knew his habits would be the Spirit Energy Association. They've gifted this whole area for my testing? Fine. Obedience is better than ceremony. However, before his smile faded, Huang Dike detected an odd sound behind him. He immediately went on alert, standing still as his sharp gaze swept the dense forest. Wait! Someone sneaking behind the mountain? A rustling sounded from the treetops. Huang Dike's senses were now far keener. He quickly assessed the aura. It matched exactly the one from the factory incident, though less intense. It was a mutated ape. The creature hung from a branch, red eyes scrutinizing the prey below. Unlike the frenzied mutated beasts earlier, it didn't attack immediately but acted cautiously. Huang Dike smiled and slowly placed his hand on the sword hilt at his side. It even has the wit to gauge an opponent before deciding to attack? Then, take a good look. He decided to test it immediately, implanting heavenly fire into the blade at his side. The system responded instantly. Heavenly fire, also called supreme flame, is a radiant attribute that eradicates evil. Confirm implanting the heavenly fire attribute into the 100-performer Moonblade, yes or no. He didn't hesitate and chose yes. Immediately, the everlasting heavenly fire ignited. A large, brilliant orange-yellow flame engulfed the blade, wrapping the metal. Terrible heat radiated outward, warping the air. Huang Dike turned, eyes blazing with battle intent, eager to see how this undying heavenly fire would combine with his crimson fire blade technique. Realizing it had been discovered and sensing the opponent's overwhelming strength, the mutated ape screamed in terror. Huang Dike swung his arm, slicing out a blade aura. I'll use you to test my blade. The heavenly fire on the blade transformed into two fierce dragon heads of flame, jawing and roaring as they shot forward. The mutated ape was utterly stunned as the wave of searing heat rushed at it at unimaginable speed. The heavenly fire swept by, singeing a large patch of fur on it. Terrified, the ape spun and fled for its life. Although the attack didn't hit directly, seeing such terrifying destructive power, Huang Dike was very pleased and nodded. Good, the energy of this flame is double. No, even triple that of my original Crimson Fire blade technique. He lightly touched the blazing blade with his hand, but oddly he wasn't burned. Moreover, this energy didn't affect him. The result was truly beyond imagination. To Huang Dike's senses, the blade felt cool. Looking toward the fleeing monster, he narrowed his eyes. Then, let's chase and see what that mutated ape is like. At the same time, deep in the forest, a young woman was live streaming on her phone. Her clear voice rang out excitedly. Everyone, I'm really not faking this. I've been super lucky since I was a kid. You know, the pretty, lively girl appeared on screen, walking and interacting with viewers. Even though this is my first day live streaming, the content will come to me. However, the comments were not very positive. User 123456. Clickbait? Urban legend Malat. Stop the nonsense. If you're capable, go straight to Tauntaun University's North Gate and film that high heat. I'll gift you a rocket. 5,000-year fake expert. Are you using 2G up there? The hottest thing now is the heavenly fire at Tauntaun University's sports field. All videos were removed. It's definitely not fake. If OP can film the heavenly fire, I'll plant banana trees and eat chili on camera for everyone. Suddenly, the girl heard an odd rustling around her and glanced over, suspicious. But before she could react, a dark shape lunged at her and violently knocked her to the ground. The phone flew out, struck a rock and cracked a corner of the screen, but the lens still faced her, capturing the entire terrifying scene. A mutated ape was pinning her down. On the live stream, a flurry of question marks appeared. Urban legend Malat spoke again. OP, what's wrong? Meta ghost. 5,000-year fake expert. Oh my, that acting was sudden. The special effects are fake too. The ape clamped its hands around her throat. The burning pain and suffocation brought tears to her eyes. No! The ape screamed wildly, bearing a mouthful of sharp fangs as saliva dripped onto its prey. The girl closed her eyes in despair, thinking she would die out here in the wild. But at the moment of doom, a huge dragon head of fire roared and hurtled forward. Its heat and force terrified both human and beast. Seeing the fire dragon, the ape hurriedly released its victim and curled its tail to flee. This spectacular scene was recorded clearly by the camera. Netizens exploded in the chat. My gods, what is that? Fire dragon is awesome. Top-tier special effects. Viewers surged dramatically. The counter rose to 13,540. The ape hadn't run far before the flames caught up, instantly burning it to ashes that vanished into nothingness. The red-haired girl sat up trembling, tears in her eyes, clutching a bloody scratch on her neck, stammering, You are. Without thinking much, she snatched up the phone from the ground. Before her, a vast blaze was burning a patch of forest. Strangely, she felt no fear. Instead of fleeing, she stood still, raising her phone to snap photos repeatedly, laughing with excitement. Ha ha! I got it! Someone is standing in the fire. On the phone screen appeared a photo of Huang Dike holding his sword, proudly standing amid the brutal sea of flames. Though the fire obscured his face, his aura was unmistakable. She asserted confidently, "Definitely an immortal. An immortal came down to save people." In a short time, her photo and livestream clips spread like wildfire across social media, dominating forums with lurid headlines. "Flaming blade slices the sky. A celestial being descends to save the world. Heavenly fire? A mysterious man slashed out heavenly fire with one strike. The Flame King creates a sea of fire." Views skyrocketed to a staggering 13,596,254, topping the search charts. In Tauntaun University's dormitory, a female student scrolling the web jostled her friend. "Tonlai, look, a celestial being descended to save someone. There really are high cultivators, and heavenly fire is real." Tonlai was sitting and reading. She feigned disbelief, but curiosity made her glance at her friend's phone screen. Then her eyes widened, and her false composure completely collapsed. "If this is..." The bespectacled friend beside her giggled. "See? I told you it was real. He's handsome, right?" Tan Li's expression shifted slightly as she forced herself to retort. "This video is definitely fake. It's all special effects." But inside she was in turmoil. A creeping unease filled her mind. "Can't be. It absolutely can't be him, it's just that the figure looks similar. If it were really him, he'd have been burned to ashes." Then another thought flashed that sent shivers through her. If it's true, would he take the chance to get revenge on her? Damn it! I absolutely will not bow my head. Elsewhere, in thick mist, the alluring woman who had advanced to 81 was also watching the news. She handed her phone to Lam. Why? Doesn't this person look a bit familiar? Very similar to the vanguard who saved us from the vines. Lam smiled and nodded. "I think so too. Besides, I recently learned that a great figure broke through to the spirit crafting realm and lives near my home. Could these two actually be the same person?" In the dark forest, Hu Na was eagerly discussing with Old Lai. "Old Lai, look. Could this be Fuang? It feels like he's grown noticeably stronger." Old Lai glanced over and couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. "My heavens, the sword stance is exactly the same. We really did catch the great man's favor back then." At the City Spirit Energy Association headquarters, the atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely tense. A reporter presented, "The city's danger is approaching, and we still lack enough vanguards." The chair sat in thoughtful silence. "I hear the military has been in deep contact with Huang Dike." Tan Huin immediately stood and, with determined eyes, voiced his view. "Q2, I believe he will help us." At the military conference room, Ko Lam couldn't hide her curiosity and admiration. To have advanced to the spirit crafting realm in such a short time. What kind of monster is this? Even anomalies tremble at him. And how many high-level attributes does he actually have? Han Le calmly speculated. 3, or more than 3 attributes. With such strong potential, our threat is like a clown dancing. Recruiting him is the only way. Ko Lam asked in surprise. "So, you mean the superiors have decided to approach him personally?" Han Lu nodded, adjusting his military cap. "The decision has been made, but the higher leaders still seem unwilling to lower themselves to meet Huang Dike. After all, in the past, top vanguards always appeared within the military." He continued listing the forthcoming incentives. Newly developed weapons and equipment, 2 suitable training location leads. These can all be offered to him. Also, we need to handle the live streams and videos circulating. Tan Huin was more cautious. The entire spirit energy community of Ha Nation has turned their attention to him. Ko Lam only smiled, eyes carrying a hint of expectation. This kid really makes people look forward to his next performance. In a quiet wardroom, the heart monitor beeped steadily. Tick, tick. A girl with long brown hair sat beside the bed, her soft voice whispering to the teacher in a coma. The next day, in the shabby apartment, Huang Dike ate breakfast while browsing the news. He shook his head in disbelief. It blew up yesterday. Who would have thought someone sneaked behind the mountain to live stream? For fame, people really dare anything. He took a bite of his sandwich and analyzed the situation. But now you can't find that video anywhere. The live stream channel was locked. Must be the military or the Spirit Energy Association stepping in. Suddenly, the unusual silence in the house made him uneasy. Fong Dike looked toward Lam Y's room. The door was wide open, but it was empty inside. Wait, Lam Y didn't come back all night and didn't message me. What happened? Even if she was on duty, a creeping unease filled him. His intuition warned that something was wrong. She wouldn't be so irresponsible. He hurriedly grabbed his phone to call Lam Y, but his worry was met only by the impassive voice of the operator. Hello? The number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Fearing something had happened to Lam Y, Fong Dike didn't hesitate for a second and sprang out of the house. At the same time, in the thick misty forest, the alluring 81-year-old woman and Lam Y huddled together, exhausted and terrified. Lam Y turned to her companion and asked, "How long have we been stuck here? Can you roughly estimate the time?" Both were drained, covered in scratches from branches and impacts. The alluring woman frowned, calculated for a moment, then hesitated. "Roughly about 10 hours. I haven't kept precise track. Sorry, I dragged you into this. At first I thought it was just a common ghost image." As she spoke, she clutched the wound at her side that was oozing blood and let out a soft groan of pain.
La miritan de stanishing calm.
She scanned their surroundings and decisively said, "Don't apologize. After all, I'm just not strong enough. Remember, stay vigilant. Conserve your fighting strength." In this life-or-death moment, a fierce yearning for power surged within her. She recalled the earth-shaking breakthrough scene from that day. If only she could be as strong as that person. They helped each other along, limping forward in despair. Suddenly, a gloomy dark shape with blazing red eyes appeared, blocking their path. Its form was demonic, insubstantial, hovering like a poisonous smoke. It reached out a huge, pitch-black hand and ruthlessly struck toward the two small women. Lam Y, quick to sense danger, spun around and shouted, "Watch out!" Though exhausted, Lam Y forced the last of her spirit energy into a counterattack. Boom! A surge of spirit energy tore through the night, blasting off the monstrous head. Its body froze, then collapsed to the ground like a lump of soggy mud. Examining the disintegrating corpse, the alluring woman was horrified to find it covered in human faces, all twisted and writhing in unbearable pain. She cried out in shock, "Are these the people who were trapped and killed in here?" Lam Y's face hardened as she coldly analyzed the brutal truth. "They've become the flesh of this anomaly. It's toying with us, trying to assimilate us into its food." The alluring woman's face drained of color as she clutched the throbbing wound. "Our attacks have no effect on this black bone veil. Our spirit energy is being drained quickly, and we still can't locate that anomaly." Watching the fallen corpse dissolve into the black bone veil as if it had never existed, she said in resentment, "It's like it's waiting for our spirit energy to run out. Then it'll truly toy with us like it toys with mice. Here, it seems invincible." Helplessness and despair began to creep into their minds. Suddenly, from within the dense bone-like veil, a gigantic blood-red eye slowly emerged and drew nearer. The alluring woman screamed hoarsely, Why, that eye?" The eye did not stay still but began to writhe. The masses of flesh on it twitched, then split into countless smaller eyes, densely packed, one becoming 10, 10 becoming 100. An utterly chilling sight. Unable to bear the disgusting spectacle, the alluring woman went berserk and launched an attack. "Die, you bastard!" Sensing the abnormal energy fluctuations around them, Lam Y urgently warned, "It's starting to lose patience. Don't be careless." No sooner had she finished speaking than a coldness ran down her spine, as if thousands of needles pricked her skin. Her instinct told her she had been targeted. The ground beneath their feet turned into biting ice. Crack! The sound of breaking ice echoed harshly. From above, a vicious eye stared down at her as if at prey already trapped. Lam Y found herself surrounded by hundreds of blood-red eyes that emitted a hypnotic, eerie light, numbing victims' minds until they could only wait to die in despair. "Am I about to die?" she wondered. The darkness surged like a black tide, swallowing everything. From it, countless inky arms reached out, seizing her body and dragging her down into a bottomless abyss. Lam Y's consciousness grew hazy. She could no longer hear the alluring woman's voice. Of course, not a soul remained unconsumed by the darkness. Her eyes gradually lost focus, and belated regret welled up.
Sorry.
I shouldn't have acted on my own. She had been overconfident, thinking the two of them could handle the mission. The path of cultivation is strewn with thorns and blood, and she had once foreseen this end. As her body sank deeper into the darkness, she reached out as if to grasp one last fragile thread of hope. But what will the world be like then? What role will the practitioners hiding on the surface play? I fear I won't get to see the grand scene after the spirit energy recovers. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Lam Y gave up and accepted her fate.
Suddenly, boom.
Thunder cracked across the sky. A brilliant blue light tore through the oppressive darkness like a divine sword severing the deathly chains. Phuong Dike appeared amid thunder and lightning, majestic and imposing like a savior god. He smiled at his bewildered cousin. That was almost too late. Lam Y opened her eyes wide, tears still on her lashes, unable to believe what she saw. Phuong Dike unleashed the lightning attribute, which strongly counters dark devils, dispelling the hallucinatory mist surrounding the two women. Lam Y snapped awake, realizing she was still standing on solid ground, beside the alluring woman who had fainted. She murmured in utter amazement, "It's really my cousin. He saved me. So he's not ordinary after all." Suddenly she saw the hideous, many-eyed anomaly sneaking up on Phuong Dike from behind. She shouted, "Careful! The anomaly's core is behind to the right." Phuong Dike remained unflinching. He gripped the hilt of his blade. The blade flared into a fierce blaze, radiating terrifying heat. "Good, let's see how heavenly fire affects the dark attribute." He smiled arrogantly and decisively swung the blade backward, refusing to dodge the gaping maw rushing in. One horizontal slash. The azure red fire blade technique combined with heavenly fire not only cut out flames but also unleashed a mighty fire dragon. The fire dragon roared and charged, incinerating the monster. Tormented screams echoed as the anomaly writhed in the sea of flames, then collapsed, utterly motionless. A wall of flame rose up, enveloping the two women to protect them. Lam Y hurriedly supported the alluring woman. She slowly opened her eyes and weakly asked, "Why are we dead?" Feeling the intense heat around them, she panicked. "My God! What kind of sea of fire is this? Did we all go to hell with the anomaly?" Lam Y gently reassured her. "Calm down. Look closely, we're still alive." The alluring woman, dazed, "We're still alive?" She looked around and exclaimed, "Wait! Are you the one who dealt with the anomaly?" Phuong Dike had by then withdrawn his power and the wall of flame dissipated. He turned and smiled kindly. "All taken care of, it's over." He rubbed his stomach and asked something entirely unrelated to the situation. "I haven't had breakfast yet this morning. You two haven't eaten, have you?" Seeing the handsome young man before her, the alluring woman seemed to forget her fear, her eyes lighting up. "It's you? In Yonghua Town, at the Deadly Vines? You're the one who saved us." Phuong Dike scratched his head sheepishly. Am I that easy to recognize?" Only now did Lam Y piece everything together. She interjected and asked, "Wait! You said the great figure with the fire attribute who saved us. Is he your cousin?" The alluring woman was equally astonished. "My heavens! The great figure is your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was an ordinary person?" Phuong Dike could only give an embarrassed smile and offered no further explanation. The alluring woman couldn't hide her excitement and shook Lam Y's shoulder vigorously. "This is our savior. He's the one who defeated the wild beast with a single stroke, caused the great Uncle Van truck of the Ghost Mansion's third star to collapse, and drew Sister Ko Lam's attention." Lam Y stood stunned. "So my cousin is that great figure with the advanced fire attribute?" But just now he clearly used an exceptionally pure lightning attribute to dispel the black mist. She quickly reasoned. The aura of both lightning and fire far exceeded her own. A supreme prodigy with two high-level attributes. "Wait! Could the great figure who broke through into the spirit-crafting realm near our area be my cousin? Seeing the two girls absorbed in speculation, Fwang Dike cut in. All right, that person is me. I have something to ask you. You know, anomalies with the dark attribute can't be treated like ordinary anomalies. Why did only the two of you come here? Where are your teammates? The alluring woman hesitated and recounted the team's dire situation. It was an online romance scam. Nam Hao seems seriously ill. He used to hide missions from his family and is now under restriction, so he couldn't come. Great uncle seemed to have a more difficult mission too. The other teammates can't always go together. Lam Wai bowed her head awkwardly. Yes, this time I underestimated the enemy. I thought I'd broken through the Ghost Mansion's third star, so there wouldn't be a problem. Fwang Dike was left speechless. He recalled what he'd witnessed before. Each teammate had their own mind. This team wouldn't last long. But at the most dangerous moment, only the alluring woman stayed to protect Lam Wai, saying firmly, "You go. I won't abandon a teammate."
Fwang Dike silently admired her.
This woman, nicknamed the Alluring Lady, who had once been resentful toward the team, now stood up to defend her teammates' honor before outsiders. She valued loyalty. Knowing he couldn't hide it forever, Fwang Dike made a decision. Cousins, actually I think like this. Since you already know my identity, I trust you. He looked straight into the two girls' eyes and proposed, "Let's form a team, shall we? But you two must not tell anyone about this." Lam Wai's eyes widened in surprise, while the alluring woman squealed with joy, her face flushing with happiness. "Really? Great figure?" She hastily promised. Yes, I can keep my mouth shut." "Oh, I'm truly fortunate thanks to Wai." Fwang Dike smiled, waiting for his cousin's reply. Lam Wai was so moved she began to cry. Yes, her cousin was a powerful celestial practitioner, who had probably discovered her status long ago and had been secretly protecting her. A tear rolled down her cheek and she pressed her lips together. It turned out that on this lonely path of cultivation, having a reliable relative who helped and accompanied her so selflessly was such a joy. She looked up, smiling radiantly like sunshine after rain. "Great! Thanks, cousin. Tonight I'll share 2 extra eggs with you." Just as the 3 of them escaped the gloomy forest, Lam Wai's phone buzzed. She checked it and announced, "Sister Ko Lam has posted a new mission." The message read, "Notice. Collect mission items at the extremely dark zone. Related to the dark attribute. Think carefully before signing up." Fwang Dike read the message, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "My cousin has the dark attribute? Do you know anything about this extremely dark zone?" Lam Wai replied hesitantly, "Yes. The extremely dark zone lies on the border of the dark attribute region and is strictly forbidden by the Xia state. Because the dark attribute there is extremely strong, celestial practitioners on missions have to avoid that area and take detours. Moreover, most of the anomalies in our city today originate from there. The government has never fully explored this forbidden area. I've heard there were very serious accidents inside." Fwang Dike grew more intrigued. "Is that so? Then we have to check it out. Ask what the mission specifics are and see if she replies." The alluring woman waved her hand. "Probably not. Sister Ko Lam is very mysterious. She never says much." Fwang Dike was pondering another matter. He was more curious about Ko Lam's identity. The extremely dark zone was a forbidden area heavily guarded by Xia state, where many had died. Yet Ko Lam could assign missions related to it to celestial practitioners. He hypothesized, unless she's a lunatic opposing the government, her identity must be special. Or she might be a high-ranking member of the military or the association. He leaned toward the latter. Following his cousin's advice, Lam Wai used the account Not Fong Ha Cu to message, "Sister Ko Lam, I want to register. What exactly do we need to do?" Unexpectedly, Ko Lam replied very quickly, "This mission's objective is to collect rotting 7 flowers. Note, the reward for this mission is more generous than before, but the dangers in the extremely dark zone are all of the dark attribute. The danger coefficient of anomalies is higher than previous times, so form teams before registering." The alluring woman exclaimed in surprise, "My God! Why is Sister Ko Lam answering so thoroughly? Lam Y was also stunned. She's never been this talkative. Another message from Ko Lam arrived. This mission may involve S-tier anomalies. The mortality rate is very high. Think carefully. If there are strong, reliable celestial practitioners to form a team, it's not too late to register. Elsewhere, Ko Lam strode forward, leading a group with elite soldiers close behind as protection. She thought to herself, very well. Let's see if that person agrees. Phuong Dike burst out laughing after reading the message. Strong, reliable celestial practitioners? He felt the woman was not ordinary. Saying it so plainly, he grasped the implication behind the message. It was practically saying, I know you. I know a celestial practitioner like you will be interested. Do you dare to come? This was Ko Lam's plan. Neither side had met, but the silent mind game had begun. Phuong Dike smirked. They invited me like that. I don't mind accepting. Cousin, looks like they're aiming at you. Thinking of an uncharted forbidden land, his adventurous blood surged. Sounds intriguing. This extremely dark zone. I definitely have to go. Lam Y quickly replied, Sister Ko Lam, our team has 3 people. In the hospital corridor, Ko Lam's assistant hesitated. Sister Lam? Their team is small. Ko Lam did not turn back, clutching a bouquet of fresh flowers as she walked. It's fine. If he is a celestial practitioner worthy of Xia State's trust, he will come. The assistant worried. But if he doesn't come, won't this group of celestial practitioners then? Ko Lam, who disliked forcing anyone, replied unly. If he doesn't come, then the fate hasn't come. Seeing her assistant seemingly misunderstand the mission's purpose, she stopped and asked, Do you also think the Rotting 7 Flowers collection mission is purposely sending strong celestial practitioners into danger to die? Her assistant stammered in embarrassment. Sister Lam, we? Ko Lam entered the sick room, placed the bouquet on the table, and explained softly. The Rotting 7 Flowers collection is essentially a life-or-death mission, but its fundamental purpose is completely different from its appearance. It is the inevitable path to accumulate power for Xia State. Only by collecting Rotting 7 Flowers can we save more celestial practitioners, those who will become Xia State's core force in the future. On the subway, Lam Y and the alluring woman were intently reading news on their phones. Phuong Dike leaned against a pillar, relaxed, a long saber at his side. A nearby boy pointed at him and asked, Mom, that guy's holding a long saber. The mother patted her son's head and smiled. It's cosplay. Mom used to play with these things back then. In the quiet sick room, Ko Lam and 2 assistants stood respectfully before an old man's bed. Her eyes, looking at the respected teacher, held boundless sorrow. This was the top core fighting force, sacrificed, life and death unknown. She took the old man's frail hand and whispered like an oath. No matter what, we must gather more Rotting 7 Flowers. The man on the bed was an elder with silver hair, his body crisscrossed with veins of red blood webbing like poison strands, his eyes tightly shut and motionless. Ko Lam resolved, as Xia State's only celestial practitioner who reached the Diamond Realm, we must use Rotting 7 Flowers to heal and awaken him. She understood this man's importance. After spirit energy recovers, the existence of a Diamond Realm powerhouse is as valuable as a nuclear weapon today, the greatest leverage for negotiating with other nations. Therefore, even if it means sacrificing some like me, some units, or even many more celestial practitioners, it's worth it. Her assistant disagreed and tried to stop her. The mission is important, but your body is equally important. Those words struck a sensitive nerve in Ko Lam. She scowled and pressed her lips. My body is important? The next instant, emotions erupted and she shouted angrily, Yes, very important, because my life was brought back by my teammates. After the anger passed, the chronic headache returned. Her bruised eyes showed a fleeting sadness and remorse. She leaned against the bed, holding her head and sighed, Sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you. Her assistant hurriedly apologized. Sister Lam, it was my fault. Has your headache flared up again? In Ko Lam's mind, the familiar faces of fallen teammates surfaced one by one. She shook her head lightly, chasing away the painful memories. It's fine. It's not time for my medicine yet. Never mind. It's all in the past. Dark, painful fragments of memory suddenly surged back, crushing her heart. In her aging mind, the tragic battlefield scene reappeared. Soldiers' bodies scattered everywhere, blood staining the ground red. The commander's shouted order echoed in her head, instructing the sword-bearing squad to withdraw immediately. In that hell on earth, her teammates fell one by one. A soldier dragged his mutilated body, missing an arm, trying to crawl to her, groaning in pain. The extremely dark zone is truly formidable. Little lamb, the rotting 7 flowers mission. We can only entrust it to you. For the teacher, for Xia State, for everyone. At that moment she sobbed and screamed in despair. No, I'm not going, Captain. But the captain would not allow her to be weak. He poured out his last bit of life force, transferring all his spirit energy to her, his gaze resolute and unquestioning. Our attribute. We hope you can use it. You must survive and return. Ko Lam snapped back awake into the cold reality. She bowed her head, looked at her hand with sorrow, and murmured. They gave me their spirit energy, but they didn't know that rotting 7 flowers contaminated with blood or not harvested properly will be useless. Scene shift to a remote wilderness far from the city. More than 1 hour and 45 minutes have passed, and Fong Dike's group is still trudging on. The long trek became unbearable for the alluring woman, and she began to complain. How many more kilometers do we have to walk? She suddenly had an idea and asked hopefully, Hey, great figure. You two are so strong. Can't you just fly part of the way? Lam Wai immediately doused that slim hope with cold water. Spirit energy isn't abundant enough to let people fly at will. Even celestial practitioners can't. Fong Dike didn't join the pointless discussion. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, where waves of energy were faintly appearing in the air. Ahead stood a sturdy barricade and countless heavy defensive armaments. He watched curiously, assessing inwardly. So ahead is the extremely dark zone?
Fuang Dich unconsciously frowned.
Even separated by layers of obstacles, he could still sense the characteristic malignant scent of the dark attribute, an odor that made one nauseous and uncomfortable. The alluring woman felt a chill down her spine and instinctively hugged herself. This aura is disgusting. Far more terrifying than 100 times. No, 1,000 times the anomaly we faced last night. Lam Wai also felt an invisible pressure weighing on her shoulders. She tried to reassure her friend. Hold on. We've come this far anyway. Looking toward the assembly area, Fong Dike noticed quite a few people present. Yes, look ahead. There are surprisingly many other celestial practitioners. Lam Wai nodded in agreement and analyzed rationally. Right. I think it's not just for the generous reward. As she and the alluring woman had experienced, the dark attribute is extremely hard to handle, carrying a breath of death and an innate hostility toward humans. She complained, anxiety rising in her heart. But now there have been outbreaks of dark attribute anomalies in the city, and not just once. Fong Dike's expression grew more serious than ever. That's right. I've faced 2 dark attribute anomalies head-on. One was a mutated rabbit, called a wild hare, but it looked more like a giant rat. The other was a large serpent lurking in a factory. They were far smarter and more cunning than the initially mutated beasts, even coordinating to set traps and encircle for a kill, nearly wiping out a whole team from the Spirit Energy Association. Fong Dike frowned thoughtfully. Most importantly, as you said, anomalies are extremely sly. They seem to deliberately avoid the city's border defense forces. As he pondered, he examined the energy barrier surrounding the forbidden area, wondering whether this site's defense system was superior to others. Fong Dike couldn't help but worry about a potential disaster. Although he didn't know how they did it, the frequency of anomalies appearing in the city was increasing. It seemed to have reached an uncontrollable level. Finally, he signaled the 2 girls to move toward the assembly area. So, we have to make a trip. At the gathering area before the barrier, celestial practitioners were clustered in small groups, chatting animatedly. Among them was Tan Huyn, engrossed in conversation. Her gaze suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure approaching. Tan Huyn flinched and blurted out, Oh my God, him! He's here too? And he's brought 2 girls. Realizing she had spoken too loudly, she immediately turned away, covering her mouth in panic. The green-haired girl beside her saw the captain's strange behavior and shook her, calling, "Boss, boss." Tan Huynh didn't answer. She squeezed her eyes shut and muttered prayers like a mantra. Amitabha, great Buddha of mercy. Please don't let him notice me. Don't notice me. But perhaps the prayer hadn't yet traveled to the western heaven before Phuong Dike recognized her. He stepped forward and greeted, "Oh, you're Captain too, right?" Caught out, she couldn't pretend not to know him and forced a smile as she turned back. "Oh, it's you? You're going to the extremely dark zone too? That's great news." In fact, she had already received his file from the military. That's why she felt awkward about her earlier attempts to show off. The alluring woman leaned in and whispered, "Great one, this girl. She's not Y's sister-in-law, is she?" Lam Y, curious, chimed in, "Huh? Cousin, he." Tan Huynh blushed, worried the misunderstanding would anger Phuong Dike, and hurriedly waved her hands to deny loudly, "Oh my God, what a big misunderstanding." Phuong Dike stepped in to defuse it, smiling as he half-joked, half-seriously introduced, "Of course not. She's my errand runner, Captain 2 from the Spirit Energy Association." The misunderstanding was cleared in an instant, but the label errand runner left Tan Huynh speechless, thinking to herself, why does that title sound so harsh? As they were talking, a heavy stomp rang provocatively from behind. A middle-aged man stepped forward and snorted coldly, "You kids? Really arrogant." He looked weathered and rugged, a rifle slung over his shoulder and a blade strapped to his back. Assuming seniority, he lectured, "Celestial practitioners nowadays. The younger ones have no respect for their elders. If you meet a senior, fine if you don't greet them, but the loud fighting, don't you see where you are? I want to see, later in the extremely dark zone, whether you can rely on each other." The remark was clearly aimed at Phuong Dike. The alluring woman, who had become his ardent fan, immediately flared up. She snorted, rolling up her sleeves and about to rush in, "Don't blame me for being hot-headed. Do you know who these people are?" Phuong Dike shook his head to stop her. "Keep it down. Don't reveal their identities." Understanding, the alluring woman switched to a sharp, provocative tone. "Old man, you should worry about yourself. Later you might be the one scared to death." Just as the man was about to retort, the sound of an engine drew everyone's attention. He narrowed his eyes toward the source of the sound and sneered, "Oh, the vehicle's here? Then let's wait and see." An armored military vehicle slowly entered the area. The vehicle stopped and the door opened. A slender figure with a powerful aura stepped out, drawing the attention of all the celestial practitioners. It was Ko Lam, the one who had issued the summons. The crowd immediately buzzed. "That's Sister Ko Lam. It's really her." She stepped down, flanked by rows of soldiers fully armed and maintaining strict order. The crowd automatically parted to make way. The alluring woman whispered curiously, "My God, what position does she have to carry such authority?" Phuong Dike guessed, "Probably the one opening the gate for us." Seemingly hearing that, Ko Lam slightly turned her head and glanced at Phuong Dike, then walked straight to the energy barrier that shimmered with a blue glow. She took out a strange stone carved with ancient patterns, the key to open the barrier. She infused spirit energy into the stone, causing green veins to rise across its surface. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled as the barrier began to split apart, revealing a path into an interior as black as a monster's maw. A deep, oppressive aura and a strong metallic, bloody stench poured out from within, accompanied by rumbling growls. Ko Lam shouted clearly, "Everyone has arrived. Open the main gate." The barrier fully opened, revealing a swirl of pitch-black mist slowly shifting behind her. She turned and announced, "You may enter now." A reminder, rotting 7 flowers must be collected intact and uncontaminated by human blood. Phuong Dike and the other celestial practitioners fell silent and listened, receiving the rules before stepping into the dangerous forbidden land. If the collected flowers don't meet the requirements, no reward will be given. If there are no questions, you may begin. The middle-aged man in red armor from before led his group in first, muttering curses irritably as he walked. Damn it, they won't go themselves and push us to die. And they don't even have the decency to talk about compensation after we die. A young man from his team, fearing trouble, quickly advised, "Old Dang, pipe down a bit. If we die, they'll just report us missing. Do you think the government will suddenly pay a huge compensation to your family? Wouldn't that just make it look like they killed us?" The middle-aged man named Old Dang fell silent and trudged in, grumbling. Walking behind, Tan Huynh leaned in to share her assessment of Old Dang and the other groups with Phuong Dike. That middle-aged man is probably like you, a one-star spirit crafting realm. Also, among those who stayed quiet there seemed to be a few strong ones, but they've likely concealed their aura, so it's hard to judge. The others are 2- and 3-star Ghost Abode realm celestial practitioners, with solid cultivation foundations. Each team's strength is roughly comparable.
Phuong Dike nodded in acknowledgement.
Yeah, for such a difficult mission, I didn't expect they'd find so many elite celestial practitioner teams. However, a slight doubt still stirred in him. Was that man just now also spirit crafting realm? Why does his spirit energy feel not very high? Outside, her assistant ran over with the personnel list to report to Old Lamb. "Sister Lamb, we've finished tallying the participants for the Extremely Dark Zone event. This time there are 37 2-star Ghost Abode Realm, 12 3-star Ghost Abode Realm, and 3 1-star Spirit Crafting Realm. The anomaly difficulty for this mission ranges from B to S grade." Old Lamb nodded in satisfaction. "All right, everyone proceed to the monitoring equipment first. I've prepared everything, rest assured." Inside the Extremely Dark Zone was a completely different world, desolate and deadly. Trees were withered and twisted like demonic arms. The air was thick with gloom and a rancid, pungent stench. Upon entering this area, to avoid being eroded by the darkness, everyone had to use spirit energy to protect their bodies. Phuong Dike went ahead to lead the way, followed by Tan Huyn's trio, with Lam Wai and the alluring woman bringing up the rear. Seeing teammates falling far behind, Phuong Dike turned back to warn, "You two stay close to me. The dark attribute here will obscure vision. If we don't walk near each other, it's easy to get separated and lose direction." The alluring woman, weakest in the team, was quickly invaded by the cold and evil chi here. She clutched her chest, collapsed to the ground, face pale. "Sorry, I really can't hold it. I need to vomit." Tan Huynh stepped over and patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's okay. This is the smell of rotting corpses mixed with brain fluid. You're not the only one wanting to vomit. It's perfectly normal." After speaking, she pointed toward a group ahead where someone was also retching violently. "Look, the teams of comparable level ahead of us are also throwing up badly." Lam Wai stepped forward to support the alluring woman. Tan Huynh took the chance to explain further. "The dark attribute naturally suppresses celestial practitioners. You can think of it as a form of pollution. Moreover, the anomalies in the Extremely Dark Zone are very active." Phuong Dike listened silently as she explained the classification system for anomalies. B-grade anomalies correspond to the Ghost Abode realm for celestial practitioners and have controllable damage zones. A-grade anomalies correspond to the spirit crafting realm, with violent spirit energy, often concentrated in places like this Extremely Dark Zone. S-grade anomalies are on par with the Diamond Realm or higher, and are almost always at the level of a great catastrophe. She emphasized the most important point. But one thing must be stressed. Dark attribute anomalies inside the Extremely Dark Zone are further enhanced. An anomaly originally rated B will be increased by at least 1 rank here. Lam Wai listened in surprise. "There's that too? This is the first I've heard of it. I understand." Then she turned to ask, "Captain 2, are you all right?" The alluring woman also worried. "Yes. Are you not contaminated?" In fact, Tan Huynh had already broken through to 3-star Ghost Abode realm, but she laughed it off to hide it. "Haha, you're overthinking. My teammates and I often handle similar anomalies, so we're not afraid of the stench. Besides, I've recently forced myself to upgrade. My water attribute mutated into ice." The weak alluring woman shared her feelings. "Since we're the same level as Captain 2, do you feel the same as I do?" As soon as we entered the Black Bones, Spirit energy was sharply reduced, worse than the last mission. Tan Huynh still looked fairly normal. She nodded solemnly. Yes, many masters have fallen here before, including military elites above one-star spirit crafting realm, so we must be extra careful. Lam Wai shuddered in fear. Oh my god! Move faster. This mission is important. She scanned around and warned. We can't see the figures ahead anymore. We should stay closer. I'll speak less from now on to conserve energy. Everyone concentrate your spirit energy. Don't give the black bones any chance. Huang Dike had been quietly observing. He told himself that upon entering here his body seemed to lack severe discomfort. It seemed the enhanced yang and lightning attributes were effective at dispelling the dark attribute, or else after Huang Dike's breakthrough to the spirit crafting realm his spirit energy had simply become stronger. Elsewhere, old Dang swung his blade and severed the head of an anomaly blocking the path. He laughed with satisfaction. Ha ha! Anomalies in the extremely dark zone are nothing special. Old Dang led his team charging forward, shouting, Brothers, the rotting flowers must be picked by us. Let these youngsters see what real strength looks like. Those following him echoed, Big brother, well done. Charge. Back with Huang Dike's group. The deeper they went, the colder it became. Lam Wai began coughing from the cold. The alluring woman looked at her friend with concern. Hearing the cough, Huang Dike turned back. After all, she was his younger cousin. He couldn't not take care of her a bit, so he stepped beside Lam Wai, gently patted her twice on the back, secretly transmitting a protective stream of yang attribute into her. Lam Wai opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at him. Cousin! She suddenly felt warmth flood her body. The nausea and bone-deep cold vanished in an instant, as if warmed by gentle winter sunlight. No wonder that's the power of the spirit-crafting realm, she thought. Lam Wai marveled with delight. The fire attribute is really warm. No wonder it's a rare high-grade attribute. Since rising to 3-star Ghost Abode realm, I can sense attributes more deeply. My wood attribute is good at absorbing spirit energy from vegetation, and Captain 2's water mutated to ice attribute is also very rare. Seeing his cousin misunderstand, Huang Dike corrected her. It's not the fire attribute. It's the yang attribute. I hadn't explained it clearly. I'm the one who handled the Northgate incident and the sports field at Tanchang University. He patiently explained further. These two anomaly types are different. The yang attribute and the heavenly fire attribute also have some differences. Tan Huynh then realized the shocking truth and stammered. Huh? You just admit that? So you now have 3 rare high-grade attributes. Huang Dike closed his eyes and thought. Actually, there's also the wild attribute, but with so many cards it's good to keep one hidden. So he just nodded roughly and let it go. He looked at the alluring woman shivering like a wet cat, her teeth chattering. She spoke in broken sentences from the cold. Well, I haven't broken through to 3-star Ghost Abode, so I'm not clear on attributes, but I generally follow the metal attribute path. Great cousin. I promise I won't tease you outside anymore. Can your yang attribute warm me a bit? Huang Dike chuckled at her pitiful state and gave her a firm pat on the back. Fine. I'll warm you for one day. Startled by the slap, she leaped up, but immediately after, warmth spread through her body, and she sighed in relief. Oh, so warm! The 2 girls in Tan Huynh's team, seeing the strange sight, curiously asked, What are you 2 patting each other for? Huang Dike glanced at Tan Huynh's team and generously offered, Captain 2, does your team want to try? Tan Huynh smiled. Doesn't it feel pretty good? The blonde girl shouted excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? The red-haired girl quickly turned her back. Big brother, please. The 3 took their turns getting into position. Huang Dike lightly patted Tan Huynh and the 2 girls on the back. Receiving the warm protective yang attribute, all 3 showed visible delight and couldn't help giggling. But the joy was short-lived. The heavy, clumsy footsteps of anomalies echoed, shattering the relaxed atmosphere. Huang Dike immediately warned, Watch out! An anomaly is coming. Tan Huynh reacted instantly, sending a burst of spirit energy toward the sound. What is it? But the attack struck nothing but air. Instead, a shadow lunged at the alluring woman. She startled and leapt aside. A gigantic, pitch-black anomaly loomed up. Someone screamed, "Alluring lady! Right in front of you!" She panicked. "Oh my God!" Tan Huynh recognized the creature's rank and shouted, "Careful! It's an A-grade anomaly." The alluring woman froze in fear, eyes wide as the fanged, clawing beast charged. Tan Huynh summoned sharp shards of ice and leapt to intervene. But as the razor ice shards struck forward, the anomaly suddenly dissolved into the black bone mist like a phantasmal illusion. Tan Huynh gritted her teeth. This level of difficulty? Lam Y behind rushed up to help and was also stunned. It vanished. Huang Dike calmly scanned the surroundings and discovered a horde of shambling undead approaching from behind. The undead, neither fully human nor fully ghoul, growled and encircled them as black bones gradually gathered at their feet. Huang Dike cautioned, "Watch your feet!" The group was driven into a corner. Without hesitation, Huang Dike stepped forward, hand on the hilt. "Move aside!" A blazing yang attribute erupted, and his eyes turned a fierce red like two torches in the night. He swung his blade, unleashing heavenly fire. Two fire dragons roared forth, tearing through the darkness. Boom! The flames exploded, incinerating the surrounding anomalies. The crackle of burning mixed with the rank stench and the monster's miserable screams. "Hot, hot! Don't burn me!" With a single strike, everything was neatly resolved. Huang Dike rested the blade on his shoulder and turned to the team with a smile. "We're safe for now. That wave of anomalies has dispersed. Don't be fooled by their many eyes. There were actually only two." He rubbed his chin in wonder. "I didn't expect the anomalies here to have evolved enough to mimic human speech." Tan Huynh, with her learned knowledge, explained, "Maybe because they've eaten too many people and learned it. Even the weakest of these anomalies has been nurtured into A-grade by the extremely dark zone. They're not at spirit crafting realm. It's basically impossible to confront them head-on." Not far away, a mysterious figure stood watching silently. That was Old Lam. She wore a mask covering her face, her eyes showing approval. One strike defeated two illusionary A-grade beasts. Even you would have to trade blows with them for several rounds. After the danger passed, Lam Y remained highly alert. She suggested, "If Captain 2 is right, we must stay united. Otherwise, I think anomalies could disguise themselves and blend in with us, attacking when we let our guard down." Huang Dike looked at the alluring woman sitting on the ground in fear and said gently, "Alluring lady, get up now." The girl, who had gone numb with fright, was still breathing heavily. The oppressive aura is terrifying, stronger than cat demons in Jiangshi. A single touch could burn you to death. Is this suppression from their realm level? It feels like you can't breathe. Suddenly, a strange rustling noise rose somewhere. Huang Dike narrowed his eyes and looked around, as if he'd noticed something unusual. Abruptly, Lam Y tilted her head to listen. Her keen ears picked up odd sounds echoing from afar. She asked doubtfully, "Everyone listen. Could that be the sound of ocean waves ahead?" No sooner had she spoken than the ground beneath their feet shook violently, as if a giant monster were stirring underground. The group flinched, staggering to keep their balance. Very quickly, heavy stomping footsteps thudded closer, accompanied by the sharp crack of gunfire. A celestial practitioner came sprinting, half alive and half dead, shouting hoarsely, "Run! Stop fighting! This thing is weird." Panic-filled screams rang through the air. "Help! It's a demon!" Huang Dike's expression darkened. He felt a heavy, invisible pressure bearing down on his shoulders. Ahead, waves roared like the ocean's fury. Countless mutated fallens, black as storm clouds, swarmed in, blotting out the sky. The celestial practitioners fled in all directions, faces drained of blood. Ironically, the first to run was Old Dang. Amid the chaotic crowd, someone cried out in despair. This is what even legendary armies suffered terrible losses against. It's the Black Dark Tide. The Black Dark Tide. A jet-black tsunami filled with death energy surged forth, sweeping everything away. Those who lagged were swallowed in an instant. Heart-wrenching cries for help never ceased. "Help! Save me!" Seeing that scene, Old Dang's reckless heroism flared up. He stopped dead, ceased fleeing, unleashed his protective spirit energy, planted himself and shouted, "What the hell is this black dark tide? Just because government troops couldn't beat it doesn't mean we can't. Damn it, that's just something in my bag here." With that, he madly charged straight at the raging wave. The courage was admirable, but sadly old Dang had seriously underestimated the destructive power of the black dark tide. In a blink, his body was swallowed by the inky tide. As he sank into the black waters, he realized in horror there were no fish inside, only things far, far more terrifying. Oh shit, no, the anomalies in here. But old Dang's regret came too late. His body was ripped apart by thousands of anomalies lurking in the deep dark. Weak, pained moans echoed. Not just a grade, not just S-grade. No. Don't let them catch up. Don't. Not only old Dang, countless other celestial practitioners met the same tragic fate, dragged into the abyss by the black dark tide. Desperate screams continued without end, tearing at the hearts of the survivors. Standing on a temporarily safe high ground, Manhwa trembled and asked worriedly, "The aura of the dark attribute is too strong. Are they beyond saving? Can we escape?" Huang Dike remained unnaturally calm, perhaps deaf to fear. He turned to Tan Huyn and asked, "Captain 2, what is the black dark tide?" Tan Huyn's face went stern, her voice filled with fear. "The black dark tide is the pinnacle of the dark attribute. It can devour all rot, and the anomalies inside are no exception. But this plan clearly avoided the tide's timing." Manhwa trembled in terror. "Oh my God! Have the people ahead really all died? This is the black dark tide? I only heard about it from forum posts. It's said to be capable of destroying a whole city. Cousin, shall we retreat now? Is it still in time?" Without answering, Huang Dike silently activated the lightning attribute in his hands. He deftly combined yang and lightning attributes to form a sturdy spherical shield enveloping everyone. Don't panic. This spirit energy shield counteracts the dark attribute. If necessary, you can all pool strength to maintain the shield and protect you from the black dark tide's impact. Tan Huyn immediately recognized his reckless intention and hurriedly intervened. "What do you intend to do? The black dark tide is a condensed state of the dark attribute. Our current power can't stop it." Even that spirit-crafting elder was swallowed instantly. Huang Dike drew his sword. One side radiated the blinding light of the yang attribute. The other side crackled with blue lightning of the lightning attribute. Spiritual power surged like a waterfall. "So it condensed? I'll destroy it." Having said that, he stepped out of the safe shield and shot toward the raging wave like an arrow slicing through the wind. Manhwa called after him in alarm, "Cousin!" They were not far from the dark sea. In an instant, his body, blazing and enveloped by Huang Dike's yang attribute, plunged straight into the heart of the dark tide. Boom! The pitch-black waves swallowed him. Thanks to the yang attribute strongly counteracting the darkness, Huang Dike could still move freely within this sea of death. He dove deeper and deeper. At a certain depth, countless greedy red eyes appeared around him. Huang Dike curled his lip into a cold smile. Oh, so that's how it is. To these monsters, Huang Dike was nothing more than a fat, delicious morsel. They gathered, slowly surrounding him from behind. Meanwhile, Huang Dike calmly analyzed the situation. Rather than calling these mutated beasts level A controlled by darkness, it was better to call them composite forms of an upgraded version. His gaze swept over the beasts that kept evolving from B to A, then from A surging to S. The monster levels in this whole dark tide could justifiably be called SSS. No wonder it could easily swallow a nascent spirit cultivator's created spirit scene, which was already humanity's elite. He channeled lightning spiritual power. Thunder and lightning exploded on his hands, and then Huang Dike flashed like a bolt, throwing thunderous punches. His illusory footwork cut through ranks of dark beasts, but the number of enemies was too great. He couldn't kill them all. Seeing their kin slain, they chased him even more frantically. Huang Dike skillfully stretched the distance. His eyes suddenly flashed the golden light of the yang attribute. He spun and launched a fierce counterattack. A blade descended, combining the heat of the fire attribute and the purification of the yang attribute, scorching the giant beast tailing him. The power of the created spirit scene combined with an enhanced weapon was truly terrifying. Previously, he had struggled against a giant B-rank snake. Now he easily dispatched a composite A-rank beast right in their lair. While fighting vigorously, his gaze suddenly fell on a familiar sight. A beast had its jaws clamped on the head of old Dang, the man who had loudly scolded him earlier. "Is that the person from before?" he asked casually. Still alive, perhaps due to his high realm, old Dang had not been completely swallowed. Hearing a human voice, he uttered a few weak, incoherent sounds. Phuong Dike judged silently. He still reacts, so his spiritual power hasn't been entirely consumed by the darkness. Although his created spirit scene base wasn't as stable as Phuong Dike's, it was still a genuine created spirit scene. So there was at least a glimmer of hope for survival. If he could be saved, Phuong Dike couldn't turn a blind eye. With that thought, he raised his hand and summoned the power of thunder. Godly thunder forged 100 times. Phuong Dike lowered his hand. A colossal column of lightning descended from above like a punishing divine hammer. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the pack of beasts surrounding old Dang. He was freed but completely lost the ability to fight. His body severely corrupted, he collapsed to the ground. Phuong Dike examined the victim while holding his blade. Indeed, he can still be saved, but chances aren't high. Just then, the shattered dark shapes began to regenerate, writhing and jostling as they headed toward the young man standing tall amid the Black Sea. The ear-splitting growls sounded again.
Phương Dịch Clitket his stronger. Ulimit Rerenati.
Is that a trait of beasts above S-rank? He sneered at the giant monster reforming before him. There's a way to deal with this. Let's try it. Thinking and acting, he reached forward and deliberately dispelled his protective spiritual aura. He wanted to borrow the system to see if he could edit this darkness attribute. The system immediately warned, detecting extremely strong darkness attribute. However, the next notification left him profoundly disappointed. Special Force attribute temporarily cannot be edited. Without the protective layer, Phuong Dike struggled to resist the invasion of darkness using only the lightning attribute. Reached created spirit scene and still can't edit the darkness attribute? Sure enough, the darkness attribute is more special than the others. This wouldn't do, so he had to think of another plan. He hurriedly reactivated the Yang protective spiritual power, a calculating smile lifting one corner of his mouth. Seeing the prey stand still, the mutated beasts lunged in more violently, tearing deeper. Phuong Dike stood motionless, his mind calculating like lightning. If I can't destroy it completely and can't absorb it directly, then I have to switch to another method. He felt a twinge of regret. Too bad I didn't bring Little White Flower. Otherwise, I could use wild force to contend with this darkness attribute. What else is there? Suddenly, a brilliant spark flashed in Phuong Dike's eyes. Outside, within the safe shield Phuong Dike left behind, the group remained tense with fear. The alluring young woman asked, "Captain 2, have you ever seen a situation like this?" Tan Huynh shook his head wearily. "I have little experience. Never seen anything like it." Looking toward the grotesquely surging dark tide in the distance, someone whispered, "Can the dark tide calm down at all?" At that moment, the protective shield trembled slightly. Lam Wai shivered, deeply uneasy. "What's wrong with the barrier? So strange. When facing the Ghost Ridge before I wasn't this unsettled. But in this bizarre environment He's been in there so long. What if something happened?" Tan Huynh took Lam Wai's cold hand and patted it reassuringly. "His spiritual shield is still there. It's just flickering. If we combine our spiritual power and push outwards, we can help. Besides, if something happened to him with his strength, we'd all be doomed." The captain knew how to comfort with brutally practical analysis. A created spirit scene who controls several mutated attributes. I even suspect his true strength is now a 3-star created spirit scene. It's not up to a bunch of minor Ghost Mansion 3-star cases like us to rescue him. Although harsh, it was true. Lam Wai and the alluring woman were speechless, unable to refute. Lam Wai even laughed. "Captain 2, you're so funny." Tan Huynh scratched his head in embarrassment. "Oh really? My teammates say the same." Feeling better now. While they were joking, a beam of golden light, brighter than the sun of truth, suddenly shot up from the horizon, tearing the night apart. Boom! The terrible explosion shook the land. 9 colossal fire dragons coiled and twisted into being, majestic in the sky. This was Fwang Daika's newest ultimate technique. 9 dragons' heavenly fire seal. Hovering among the writhing 9 dragon heads, he roared loudly, the cry echoing through heaven and earth. Unlike everyone's astonishment, the alluring woman shouted for joy as if she'd struck gold. Why? Your cousin? He's been stunned. Manhwa stared at the magnificent sight, exclaiming in admiration. This move is so cool, really so cool. The 9 fire dragons coiled tighter, gradually swallowing and compressing the ferocious dark tide within. In the distance, Jia Lam couldn't hide the surprise on her usually cold face. A heavenly fire sealing attribute? Watching the energy sphere take shape, she murmured in wonder. Has he sealed the dark tide? Below, Fwang Daika gritted his teeth, using all his spiritual power to control and shrink the giant sealing sphere. He combined additional lightning attribute power to increase the counteracting force, forcing the dark tide into submission. At that moment, Fwang Daika looked like a god carrying a planet on his shoulders, spiritual power pouring forth like a flood. 9 dragon seal. He hurled the sealing sphere to the ground with force. Crash! Rocks flew everywhere. The earth split open. Fwang Daika paid it no mind and continued compressing the seal smaller. The heavenly fire band spun like deathly frozen ropes, tightening the siege and sealing off every retreat of the darkness. Finally, the sphere shrank to the size of a fist, emitting a brilliant heavenly fire aura like an eternal lock, imprisoning the dark tide monster within. After finishing up, Fwang Daika pulled Old Dang's limp body out and threw the bundle to the ground. Temporarily safe, unexpected haul, picked up 1 person. What should we do with him? Manhwa ran over joyfully. Cousin, you're okay. That's great. Seeing Old Dang motionless, Tan Huyn suggested, hand him to my team members. He's an elder after all. Noting Fwang Daika's sullen face, she wondered, you sealed a high-level darkness attribute. Why aren't you happy? Inwardly she admired him. You said you'd destroy the dark tide, and you actually did. This person truly is. Fwang Daika turned and hurried. Because this is only a temporary seal. The darkness attribute here is too abundant. We must move quickly. While the seal still holds, gather the rotten flowers. Tan Huyn nodded in understanding and signaled his members. Understood. We'll take him back to the Spirit Artifact Association for treatment. Someone asked, what about the people ahead? No one could escape. Fwang Daika shook his head sadly. Not a shred of clothing or bone remains. Apart from this one, they've likely all been devoured by the darkness attribute, regardless of their realms. The alluring woman sighed heavily. They were alive just a moment ago, and now they're gone. Maybe I'm cold-blooded, but I'm glad I didn't witness their deaths firsthand. Fwang Daika quickly assigned tasks. Alluring woman, you 2 and Captain to go ahead. The most dangerous thing right now is this black pool. I'll cover the rear. The girls raised no objections. Yes. Fwang Daika stood on the rock, looking down at the remaining patch of black water. The system in his head began to operate, checking the intense waves of the darkness attribute. The pitch-black surge rolled as if trying to rise and swallow him. Check successful. Initializing central extremal calculation force. Compiling. Columns of dark energy rose up, surrounding Fwang Daika. He relaxed his body, offered no resistance, and let countless strands of dark filament enter him. Moments later, Fwang Daika opened his eyes. A gloomy purple light flickered in his gaze, full of sorcery. Compilation successful. You have received the darkness attribute technique. Boundless Dark Realm. Effect. Condenses and seals a misted space. Within this space, spiritual energy is corroded by the darkness attribute, and existing spiritual power will be greatly diminished. Fwang Daika toyed with the small black orb in his hand, curious about the new power. Dark Realm, a special domain. He quickly analyzed. So I only need to cast Boundless Dark Realm against an opponent. The corrosive effect of the darkness attribute can deplete an enemy's spiritual power, gradually reducing their spirit. If combined with my other attribute techniques, won't the effects stack and weaken them even more? That way, even if something stranger and more diabolic than the dark tide appears, I can outlevel it and destroy it. The commotion behind caused the mist to ripple. Tan Huynh couldn't help but turn in curiosity. The elder, she was speechless when she saw the horrifying scene. Phuong Dike hovered in midair as dark mist from all directions gathered and poured into him. Tan Huynh marveled inwardly. This spiritual wave. How did he break through again? Just now there wasn't any world-changing transformation. But then she realized the oddity. No, could he be absorbing the dark tide's power? The thing the government rates as S-rank? That's absurd. Among spirit cultivators, everyone knew the darkness attribute was the most taboo and terrifying. It crystallizes from the deepest negative emotions and malice. Absorbing it is strictly forbidden by the government because the price paid is too great. For this reason, abnormalities bearing the darkness attribute are listed separately. Although ranks still range from D to S, even a D rank is enough to make a spirit practitioner newly entering the Ghost Mansion realm suffer all kinds of torment, let alone the dark tide and S-rank abnormality. Not even one created spirit seen, even 10, could casually swallow it. She recalled a case where a 3-star Ghost Mansion spirit practitioner tried to absorb a tiny fragment of C-rank darkness attribute. His flesh rotted, his mind went mad, and he remains in a psychiatric hospital to this day. At this moment, Phuong Dike had completed the absorption. He exhaled a sigh of relief, eyes toward a hidden corner, his tone indifferent. Come out. You've been watching us for a long time. Gia Lam pulled down her face covering and calmly stepped out of the shadows. If I'm not mistaken, Phuong Dike, you sealed the dark tide by yourself. Tan Huynh cried out in alarm. What?
Ya Lam.
But Gia Lam paid her no mind, her cold eyes fixed on Phuong Dike. Also, what were you doing just now? Absorbing the darkness attribute. Phuong Dike casually admitted. Ah, that's right. Tan Huynh was stunned. He admitted it without another word. Gia Lam drew a pistol from her coat pocket and leveled the black muzzle straight at Phuong Dike. The atmosphere dropped, chilling to the bone. The alluring woman yelled, Sister Gia Lam, what are you doing? Lam Wai watched the two struggling with worry. Tan Huynh disregarded the danger and sprang forward to shield Phuong Dike, shouting, If I remember right, Phuong Dike is the prime target your forces wanted to recruit, right? In the past, the people our Spirit Artifact Association tried to recruit were always snatched up by you. What are you implying? Moved by Tan Huynh action, Phuong Dike gently pushed her aside and said calmly, Strange. Wasn't our mission to find the rotten flowers? Lady, you seemed eager to finish the mission, but now you look displeased that we didn't die here. Gia Lam silently admired his acuity, but kept her finger on the trigger. The alluring woman stepped forward in his defense. Sister Gia Lam, we've always trusted you, but you arrived and didn't act. If not for Elder Phuong Dike, we'd have been wiped out. I'm expendable, but he's still like a child. Yet you just stood there and now want to make things difficult for him. Suddenly, Gia Lam smiled and slipped the gun back into her coat. Just kidding. You seem well liked by your teammates. Congratulations on passing the test. The alluring woman flushed. Liked by them? What are you talking about?
Thanh Huỳnh chỉ met in.
Phuong Dike gave Gia Lam a cold look. So your purpose in coming here was to test me? She nodded in admission. Something like that. Because you have such talent and strength, I didn't want to rely on those cold files. I wanted to see for myself what kind of person you are. Her gaze turned to the alluring woman, cold as a blade. Also, answer why I didn't act earlier. A dominant aura radiated from Gia Lam, making the alluring woman shiver. Because spirit practitioners must abide by the rules of practitioners in the world of spirit restoration, we're all the same. This is the rapidly shifting fate of life and death for spirit practitioners. Her voice held a hint of envy. But you're lucky. You have someone trustworthy and strong enough to protect you. Haven't you noticed? No abnormalities have attacked you so far because they were frightened by Phuong Dike's sealing power over the dark tide. Phuong Dike pondered. The dark tide is like that, bullying the weak, fearing the strong. Gia Lam turned and signaled. Let me lead everyone to find the rotten flowers. I'm more familiar with this place than the others. Huang Dike watched her retreating figure, thinking, why do I feel like there's something wrong with her mind? As if reading his thought, Tan Huyn leaned in and whispered. Her team also encountered the dark tide before, but in the end she was the only one who survived. Huang Dike nodded in understanding. So that's it, because her identity required absolute obedience and indifference to missions and rules, and because a certain belief kept her going, seeing you seal the dark tide pushed her beyond her limits. He smiled sympathetically. All right then, Lady 81, Little 2, let's give this wounded patient some leeway. The alluring woman blinked in confusion. She's injured.
Phương Dịch Adline.
Her spiritual power shield is severely deficient. At minimum, she has the strength of a 2-star created spirit scene, but her shield is effectively reduced by 2 grades, indicating significant internal injuries. As they moved forward, Jia Lam suddenly stopped, turned and said briefly, Thanks, but my wound is fine. The group entered the ultra-dark graveyard area, where white bones were scattered everywhere, giving off a chilling, hair-raising sense. Jia Lam led the way, a solemn atmosphere settling over them. Passing a skeleton still wearing a military helmet, Huang Dike silently guessed it was the remains of soldiers from long ago. Before them, a strange flower shimmered atop a high mound. Jia Lam pointed at it. We're here. This is the graveyard. Look, that's the rotten flower. She fell silent, painful memories flooding back. Jia Lam slowly stepped closer to the flower, surrounded by dark shadows swirling like guards protecting a princess. She reached out, her face twisting into something terrifying, as if losing control. Finally I meet you again. Standing behind, Huang Dike frowned as a sense of unease rose. Not right. He immediately condensed a sphere of fire in his hand, threw it straight at Jia Lam and shouted, Snap out of it! Suddenly, a blazing fireball tore through the air toward Jia Lam. The heat scorched her face, jolting her out of the trance. So strong. This is an extremely rare yang attribute. She spun quickly and unleashed a palm that shattered the fireball into 1,000 embers. Jia Lam frowned, her eyes full of displeasure as she looked at Huang Dike, who had rudely snapped her out of her stupor. She turned to look behind her. The hazy figures of her old teammates, the illusions only she could see, had vanished into nothing, and self-reproach welled up inside. Was my preparation still insufficient? Lam Wai stepped forward worriedly and asked gently, Sister Jia Lam, are you okay? Tan Huyn beside her spoke up to explain. She was heavily affected by the darkness attribute. Maybe we should stay here. Jia Lam fell silent, lips pressed, saying nothing, but her feet no longer intended to move forward. Seeing this, Huang Dike quietly detached himself from the group and walked alone toward the target. Tan Huyn watched his determined back and told Jia Lam, Let him pick the rotten flower. Wherever Huang Dike stepped, the dense black mist bearing the darkness attribute recoiled from him as if repelled by a nemesis. Before long, he had approached the rotten flower's location. But at that moment, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. Boom! A loud rumble rose from beneath, heralding the emergence of something terrible. A giant half-demon toad, its body festering, burst up from the black earth. It gave a frenzied roar and then lunged viciously at Huang Dike. Its blood-red mouth gaped, full of razor teeth, and inside countless tormented souls screamed, the unlucky ones it had swallowed. The plaintive wails echoed in his ears. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Huang Dike glanced coldly at the disgusting monster, raised his right hand high, and summoned the power of thunder. Divine thunder! He swung his arm forcefully, unleashing countless crackling lightning bolts across the sky like a web, suppressing and striking the toad demon's body. Crack! Crack! The creature howled in agony as the lightning seared its flesh. Still, the lightning's power only restrained it. The toad demon continued to thrash wildly in resistance. Huang Dike couldn't help but wonder inwardly, how many abnormalities did this toad demon swallow to mutate into this? Is it an S rank? A flicker of worry rose in him. He decided to finish quickly so he could pick the flower and return. The sealing time on the dark tide was running out. He spread his arms to perform the newly learned technique, Still not dead? Then let me test you. A gloomy black-purple barrier radiated from Fuang Dike, swiftly enveloping the space. Infinite dark realm. In just a few seconds, the barrier fully formed, trapping both the Toad Demon and Fuang Dike inside a separate world. Inside the infinite dark realm, the Toad Demon was bound by countless streams of black energy pouring in from all directions, constricting its body and corroding its strength. It trembled in fear, bewildered as it felt its power plummet. A system notification sounded in Fuang Dike's mind. Under the influence of the dark attribute unique to the infinite dark realm, the S-rank abnormality, half-demon toad, has been downgraded to rank B. Staring at the bound monster, Fuang Dike gripped his sword and remarked, "Dropped 2 ranks. It seems the cultivation foundation of S-rank abnormalities in this ultra-dark land isn't that stable after all." The blade in Fuang Dike's hand erupted in fierce red flames. A strong yang attribute surged, shining brightly within the darkness of the infinite dark realm. He swung the blade in a decisive arc. A roaring fire dragon burst forth, engulfing the Toad Demon entirely in a sea of flames. "It's over." Outside, Tan Huyn stared intently at the jet-black sphere concealing everything within and asked curiously, "What is this? Is this black aura the darkness attribute? But it doesn't feel exactly the same." Lam Wai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I don't sense that chilling oppressive pressure." Jia Lam, the most knowledgeable of the group, stepped forward in astonishment to explain. "Because this is Fuang Dike's domain. He possesses the darkness attribute and taught himself how to create his own field." So many surprises in one day left her reeling. She thought to herself, using spiritual force to create a domain is extremely difficult. Previously, only one person could form a domain space with spiritual attribute, my teacher. Aside from him, you can count those who can do this on one hand worldwide. The other 2 remained mysterious, known only to be abroad. Memories surged back. She recalled the terrifying moment years ago when the capital was predicted to face a catastrophe. Her teacher deployed a domain to try to suppress it. But the result was, before Jia Lam could sink deeper into memory, Tan Huyn's excited cry pulled her back to the present. "Something's moving. It's out." Jia Lam blurted in surprise. "That fast?" The barrier dissolved. Fuang Dike stepped out with an innocent smile and reassured everyone. "All right, this graveyard shouldn't cause any more trouble." With that, he strolled toward the rotten flower. Its fragile petals swayed in the wind as if beckoning a destined person. Fuang Dike carefully and gently lifted the flower, uprooting it with the root intact. Holding the precious bloom, he breathed a sigh of relief. "That should do it, right?" Jia Lam watched from outside, heart pounding, nerves taut as a stretched string. This was what she had been searching for tirelessly. Seeing the small flower in Fuang Dike's hand, she could hardly believe her eyes. "This is the rotten flower? It's only this small." Understanding her turmoil, Fuang Dike nodded in confirmation. "Yes, the mission is complete. We need to leave immediately. The dark tide isn't like ordinary darkness abnormalities. It can break its seal and cause trouble at any time." He glanced at old Dang being dragged unconscious by 2 soldiers along the road and added, "Besides, we also have someone slowing us down." Jia Lam smiled, a rare sincere smile appearing on the usually cold woman's lips. "All right, thank you," Fuang Dike modestly replied. "Without your intervention, this mission wouldn't have succeeded. Thanks to everyone. Let's head out." The group formed up to move exactly as they had entered. Lam Wai and the alluring woman at the front, Tan Huyn's team in the middle, Fuang Dike at the rear, Jia Lam walking alongside him. As they walked, Jia Lam opened up. "Fuang Dike, I'm truly grateful. The only Diamond Realm Elder of Hakwak Old No is critically ill. The rotten flower is the only medicinal herb that can save him. You saved his life." Hearing that, Fuang Dike's eyes showed a hint of thought. Diamond Realm. The group pressed on. The dense black mist gradually thinned. When the first light at the end of the path came into view, the alluring woman cried out with joy. Finally we see the light. We've survived and gotten out." Lam Wai happily chimed in. "Yes, Finally, we can see daylight outside. The crowd of soldiers and members of the Spirit Gear Association buzzed with expectation. Rumors swirled. The rotten flower. Did they really pick it? Sister Lamb said she got it. We can hardly believe it. Indeed. Who actually picked the rotten flower? Stepping out of the darkness to the crowd's warm welcome, the alluring woman felt a little embarrassed. Oh, so many people waiting? Lamb Y paid little mind to the curious stares. Her attention hit a hulking vehicle parked ahead. Two powerful characters meaning spirit were engraved on its military green body. She exclaimed in surprise, "This is a Spirit District vehicle." Spirit District? The renowned name across Hakwak. No one didn't know it. It was the symbol of absolute power. The alluring woman stared. Absolute power? Then she suddenly realized the true identity of the cold woman with them. So Jia Lam is a high-ranking officer of the Spirit District. Oh my, I actually argued with her earlier. The Spirit District ranks first among Hakwak's 10 war districts. Even in peacetime, they were the elite force, gathering outstanding talent in both physique and will. After spiritual energy returned, their status strengthened further thanks to abundant resources and the rare training sanctuaries they guard. The rotten flower was carefully placed into a specialized preservation box and handed directly to Han Lu. He received it with a rare, grateful smile on his usually stern face. Han Lu put his hand to his chest and shouted the command, "Salute!" All soldiers present straightened up and performed the most formal military salute for Phuong Dike and his group. After handing over the flower, Han Lu turned to report to Jia Lam, "I'll take the rotten flower to the hospital immediately."
Và làm nốt đét, rét a súp.
All right, I'll come afterward. The military vehicle roared and sped off, carrying the hope of saving Old No. Once the vehicle was out of sight, Phuong Dike asked, "You're with the Spirit District?"
Và làm smile. Yes.
With your strength and actions, your deed has surely spread through our district. Before long, you'll become famous. Phuong Dike showed no sign of pleasure. He calmly listened as Jia Lam continued, "However, I must admit your solo strength could crush our district's elite unit. Your potential is great. We still haven't seen its limits." She straightforwardly extended an invitation. "If you're interested, would you join us? You'd receive the best training resources. Oh, and regarding this mission, you and your teammates and the Spirit Gear Association team will receive double the reward." Phuong Dike politely declined. "Thanks for the reward. Although I know you're Hakwak's strongest force, I train at my own pace, so joining probably isn't for me." Jia Lam respected his decision and earnestly warned, "Right now the world is undergoing great upheaval. The thing the nation values most or fears most is abnormalities with the darkness attribute. Their numbers are growing rapidly. The situation will only worsen. Their sphere of influence expands like malignant tumors and can cause catastrophic consequences at any time." She emphasized, "Therefore we must devote all our efforts to establishing containment zones. The Spirit Gear Association is also enforcing strict defenses everywhere." Fearing he might misread her intent, she added, "I don't say this to coerce or moralize. I simply believe an outstanding cultivator like you now deserves to know these matters." Phuong Dike understood and appreciated her frankness. He smiled and promised, "Got it. If I encounter abnormalities in the future, even if they're strangers, I won't stand by. You can rest assured on that point." Jia Lam smiled sincerely. "Glad to meet you." To show her sincerity, she produced a black token embossed with a dragon and the words, "Spirit District," and handed it to him. "Keep this token for now. With it, you can freely enter any restricted area to train. The main gates of the Spirit District will always be open to you." She hesitated briefly, then made a request. "One more thing. Would you like to visit Old No?" Phuong Dike asked to confirm. "Visit Old No? You mean the Diamond Realm Elder?" She nodded. "Yes, he is my master. I think you two should meet. Would you agree? This is just my personal thought. I want to be friends with you." Phuong Dike didn't answer immediately. He put the token into his pocket, then unexpectedly reached out. "All right, more friends, more fun. I'll go with you. Consider this a gift for a new friend." Before Jia Lam could react, a surge of lightning enveloped her. She froze. "What?" Phuong Dike calmly explained, I think I can purge the residual darkness attribute toxins from your body, lightning like a blue-green net wrapped around Jia Lam. She felt currents run through her body, but strangely it didn't hurt. Instead it brought a warm, pleasant sensation. The cold aches caused by the corrupting aura faded. Wounds eaten by the black mist closed and healed. Damaged internal organs seemed to be revived. Her blood vessels were purified by the electric current, and a long unfelt freshness rushed back. All the toxins in Jia Lam's body were annihilated by Phuong Dike's rare lightning attribute. Incredible. It's like being reborn. Seeing her face regain color, he asked, How do you feel now? Jia Lam checked herself over and beamed. Very well. The remnants of the darkness attribute in my body have been completely removed. No, rather, smashed. At the same time, old Dang was loaded into an ambulance. The doctor shook his head in despair. A domain-creating cultivator injured this badly? Can they even be saved? Tan Huynh, who had been surveying the area, turned and said, She hurried over to Jia Lam and Phuong Dike. You two aren't leaving yet? Wait. Jia Lam's injuries seemed to be. Jia Lam didn't hide it. That's right. The rare pure lightning attribute has erased the remaining darkness residue in my body. Tan Huynh's eyes lit up like car headlights. This is the lightning attribute of a warlord. Can slay enemies and also save people. Seeing her covetous gaze, Phuong Dike reflexively stepped back a few paces and crossed his arms to shield himself. Hey, what are you looking at? Tan Huynh didn't bother to explain. She waved to the doctors. Come here quickly, Tan Huynh briefly explained. Combining his spiritual force with medical equipment could surely save many cultivators infected by the darkness attribute. When she finished speaking, she encountered someone bowing at a 90-degree angle with sincere devotion. I'm counting on you. Please show it once more. Phuong Dike generously manifested the lightning attribute on his hands, letting bolts dance freely in the air. Is this okay now? The doctor pushed up his glasses, closely observed the energy flow, then nodded. Seems good, really good. Such a pure, high-grade lightning attribute can indeed defeat the dark attribute. Jia Lam shared additional important information. Just now Phuong Dike directly transmitted to me. The dark attribute on me has been dispelled. So we just need Phuong Dike to link with the injured adept, right? I recall one of our people in the creation spirit realm is also in a coma. Tan Huynh shook her head awkwardly. No. Not everyone in the creation spirit realm can withstand that kind of spirit force. The doctor chimed in to support her. That's right, Chief Jia Lam. Although your injuries were quite severe, by our assessment they were only mild. To heal the injured one would require lightning power 10 times stronger than what we used to treat you. Moreover, saving their life and waking them is already very good. Full recovery is impossible. Phuong Dike quickly grasped the issue. Understood. Like a blood transfusion, right? How do I give my spirit force to you? Do you store it for later use? The doctor politely instructed him. Please come this way. The ambulance carries devices for extracting and storing energy. Put your hand here and release your spirit force. Phuong Dike followed the instructions. Outside, Lam Wai watched his cousin and Jia Lam walk away, silently marveling. She hadn't expected Sister Jia Lam to be a high-ranking military officer of the spiritual sector, nor that his cousin could make the renowned spiritual sector extend an olive branch and give such special favor. Sister Jia Lam, who was so cold, had proactively asked to befriend his cousin. Just now she even handed her token to him. While his cousin was lost in thought, Phuong Dike finished and stepped forward to ask, How are you two doing? She smiled and answered, Cousin, we've adjusted fine. Next, the young woman number 81 and I want to train more and do some missions. We can't always rely on you, or we won't make any progress. She told herself she couldn't drag others down anymore and had to quickly catch up to her cousin's pace. Phuong Dike didn't stop them. He only cautioned, All right, be careful. He smiled as he watched them go, thinking to himself, This kid has really grown up. With everything finished, Tan Huynh also had to leave. She waved and said, We'll take our leave. If fate permits, we'll meet again on a future mission.
Phuong Dike nodded in reply.
The ambulance rolled out of the restricted area. On the vehicle, Tan Huin's indignant shouting rang out. Cold one moment, telling others not to go to the scene earlier. Now it's good. The spiritual sector stole the person. After all the relationships I built, wasted. The team members laughed heartily to calm her. Captain 2, calm down, calm down. She could only hold a belly full of frustration. The Spirit Artifact Association structure was too chaotic. Many managers only put on appearances, and the elite teams were like scattered sand. Not to mention whether they'd humble themselves to build good relations with Phuong Dike. Some brazen ones not even coming to cause trouble was already very fortunate. Scene shift to the spiritual sector, in the highest grade ward of the mountain-backed medical base. Phuong Dike looked at the frail, lifeless old man lying in the hospital bed and asked in disbelief, Is this old man no?
Và làm nốt deck in confirmation.
Yes, strange, isn't it? A top-tier Diamond Realm powerhouse reduced to a gaunt old man on a sickbed, she recounted in a somber tone. His complexion used to be even worse. He looked like a corpse. We even used the 7-flower rot and he still didn't wake. Phuong Dike asked curiously, What exactly did he go through? Jia Lam began to recall. When the calamity of the dark attribute struck the capital, strange omens appeared and the sky was torn by darkness. To prevent the anomaly from affecting the capital, he single-handedly tried to seal the rift. Before this, all of us used a special method to transmit spirit force to Master, and he nearly exhausted that supplementary spirit force. She continued, her voice full of horror as she recalled. We assessed that this anomalous calamity exceeded S-rank. Although the dark tide we encountered was a terrifying S-rank, the destructive power of this calamity was several times greater. If it struck, it could destroy a vast capital city, and even surrounding towns would be dragged down and perish. The capital has special significance. Once destroyed, the entire nation would fall into chaos. Master used his domain to forcibly seal the S-rank anomaly. But unexpectedly, this gigantic anomalous calamity was far more terrifying than we predicted, much stronger than the combined power of everyone. Master was Fan Fi by the dark attribute. If he had not been a venerated Diamond Realm sage, in that moment he would have dispersed into smoke, even becoming nourishment for the dark anomaly. After hearing the tragic tale, Phuong Dike felt deep admiration. He stopped a city from being destroyed? He truly was an extraordinary adept. He silently gave thanks to silent heroes like Old No. Back then it was because many adepts stood guard that I became one of the last survivors of humanity. Perhaps in a previous life, at that moment he sacrificed himself. Being action-oriented, Phuong Dike didn't say much. He reached out toward Old No. Jia Lam was startled and blurted out, What do you intend to do to my master? He let the lightning attribute run along the old man's body, then calmly explained, Don't be tense. Although the 7-flower rot has taken effect, I still want to try to remove some of the stubborn dark attribute in his body. That way, he'll wake up faster.
Và làm webtoon.
What? But this is an S-rank calamity. But then she suddenly remembered that Phuong Dike was the one who harvested the 7-flower rot and returned from death. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Fine, try it. Blue lightning crackled in the quiet ward, gently enveloping Old No's emaciated body. Watching the master receive this special treatment, Jia Lam kindled a faint hope, but did not forget to warn. Maybe you are the miracle, but be careful. This dark attribute is more horrific than the dark tide. Otherwise, even with the 7-flower rot, his recovery wouldn't be this slow. Phuong Dike nodded coldly, his gaze turning serious. He focused all his spirit on the lightning attribute gathering in his palms, keenly sensing abnormal oscillations in the surrounding space. I know. I can feel how strong the dark attribute here is. Even suppressed and weakened by the purifying power of the 7-flower rot, it still exerts a terrible oppression. No sooner had he finished than a jet-black mist, like ink, suddenly surged from Old No's body, spreading throughout the ward. Seeing this grotesque sight, Jia Lam gasped in terror. A chill ran down her spine as if a cold wind flowed along her backbone. The black mist quickly condensed, coiling around Phuong Dike like a giant python, poised to swallow its prey. She shouted a warning, Fuang Dike, careful. Focus. It's starting to affect you. Fuang Dike immediately shut his eyes and circulated protective spirit chi. A warm yang spirit force flared up, enveloping his body like a radiant golden armor. When he opened his eyes, his pupils were ringed by a band of golden spirit force, glowing like torches. However, the scene before him was no longer the familiar hospital ward. He stood alone on a deserted street, not a soul in sight. In the gloomy sky, an enormous black cloud shaped like an eye drifted, staring down at him threateningly. Fuang Dike wondered inwardly, is this pulling my spirit back into the past? From above, the eye-shaped cloud, reddened at its center, spoke in a low, ominous voice that echoed through the space. Who are you? Fuang Dike was slightly surprised. He wasn't sure whether this place was a parallel secret realm or merely a hallucination born of an invaded mind. I don't know whether this is a secret realm parallel to the real world or just an illusion. Just by touching the dark attribute in Old No's body, it has defiled my mind and created this vision. Regardless, Fuang Dike's fighting will did not waver. He lifted his head and replied firmly, who I am doesn't matter. I'm only here to destroy you. As he finished speaking, his hand activated the lightning attribute and thunder cracked. He thought confidently, it seems this anomaly isn't invincible after all. Obviously, that red eye was no pushover. Whoever dared invade its domain would pay a heavy price. It summoned a black, ashen energy and ferociously attacked the presumptuous figure below. Fuang Dike did not flinch at the opening strike. What the hell is this? To ensure his safety, he immediately activated the Diamond Yang breathing technique for protection. His figure swept like a gust of wind, nimbly evading the red eye's vicious attack. Watching the black energy closely, he noticed something interesting. It turned out to be lightning too. This grotesque lightning rivaled the divine thunder he once absorbed on Jade Emperor Peak. Not stopping there, a piercing buzzing filled his ears. From the black cloud, countless insect-like anomalies bearing the dark attribute swarmed out like a disturbed beehive. Their ghastliness made Fuang Dike shudder. Even as an illusion, each one was as powerful as the anomalies from the dark tide. Here there were thousands, even tens of thousands, diving toward him like a ruptured hive. Fuang Dike calmly converted his spirit force to a potent yang attribute, blazing hot like the midday sun. He summoned his familiar blade, his gaze cold as he watched the insects form into a monstrous demonic face. He said indifferently, then we have no choice but to exterminate the insects. Gripping the blade tightly, Fuang Dike charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Up! He swung the blade in a horizontal arc. A dazzling golden light tore the air apart, sweeping away the insects ahead. The explosions boomed, shaking the ground. The insects scattered and then quickly reformed into the red eye. From this probing strike, Fuang Dike made preliminary judgments about his opponent's strength. It was a collection of S-rank anomalies, but perhaps because it was an illusion or due to the effect of the seven-flower rot, it had been greatly weakened. Barely had his foot touched the ground when he had to leap to avoid the next attack. Fuang Dike used the momentum to spring onto a high water pillar, closing the distance with the anomaly. He assessed, nearly a rank? Are these really the anomalous calamities Old No faced? Enough to destroy a whole city? He shook his head slightly, his eyes resolute. No, I fear it's even worse. He then deployed the area technique he had learned, the Infinity Dark Realm. The moment a black orb of dark attribute appeared in Fuang Dike's hand, a terrifying gravity radiated out, sucking the insects inside. It trembled and asked, "You? You're not human?" Fuang Dike only gave a faint smile. "I neither acknowledge nor deny it." He gave a shout of excitement and expanded the realm to its maximum. At his yell, spirit light flooded vision. The Infinity Dark Realm detonated its power, the pull becoming more ferocious than ever. Before being drawn into the void, the red eye screamed in hatred, "We will return soon." After that, the space fell silent. The red eye had completely vanished within the Infinity Dark Realm. Fuang Dike guessed this was likely the remaining consciousness of the dark anomaly's power. This final threat made him ponder. He thought to himself, it said we. Could there be comrades? Will other calamities descend? Behind him, Remnants of the insect swarm stubbornly tried to ambush, but he detected them. Huang Dike calmly reached out and unleashed an extremely powerful lightning bolt to annihilate them. Back in reality, Huang Dike suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand high and pulled a pitch-black mass out of Old No's body. The sight left Jia Lam breathless with astonishment. The black mass was ensnared by lightning, unable to escape, only thrashing about in vain. To avoid a long, restless night, Huang Dike quickly cast a seal. 9 Dragons' heavenly fire sealing technique. Strands of fiery chains appeared from the void, binding the dark attribute mass. In no time it was compressed into a small jade bead stamped with a heavenly fire seal, resembling a radiant dragon pearl. Once everything was finished, Jia Lam dared to speak. "Is this the remaining dark attribute from Old No's body?" He nodded in confirmation. The dark attribute in Senior No is surely a remnant of an S-rank calamity anomaly. Huang Dike explained further. Although it still holds great dark power, under the depletion from the 7-flower rot and Senior No's own sealing, its influence is no longer as strong. He couldn't hide his admiration and exclaimed, "Old No truly is the top adept of Han Nation, always using his body as a drain to restrain dark power. If it were anyone else, they'd have died countless times." Seeing the venerable master's complexion gradually return to rosy and the grotesque red veins recede, Jia Lam earnestly asked, "Did you really save his life?" Huang Dike waved his hand modestly. "It's not entirely my doing. Without the 7-flower rot beforehand, I couldn't have removed the stubborn dark attribute in his body.
Và làm nốt deck in argument.
The 7-flower rot kept him alive, but your ability gave him the chance to fully recover." Huang Dike clenched the sealing bead in his hand, using his muscular strength and the lightning attribute to crush it. Crack! The bead shattered, turning into black dust that fell all over the floor. He brushed his hand and announced, "Okay, it's probably completely useless now." Jia Lam sat on the edge of the bed and carefully readjusted the blanket over Old No. Only then did Huang Dike speak seriously. "But I have one more thing to tell you. Just now in the mental illusion, the dark remnant of the calamity warned that it will return. We must always be ready. When that time comes, we can't send an old man just recovered from a serious illness into battle." Jia Lam's expression chilled somewhat and she nodded. "Yes, I know. I've heard those rumors."
Huang Dike was surprised. Rumors?
As far as he knew, information about anomalous spirit force fluctuations was tightly controlled by the military and the Spirit Force Association. How could it leak out as mere rumor? Jia Lam shared. "The rumor says that based on inferred data, with Han Nation's current reserve forces, we're unlikely to hold out past the first year after Spirit Force restoration." Of course, none of US believed that. Huang Dike curiously asked again. "Monitoring anomalous spirit force fluctuations sounds credible. Do you also think this rumor is true?"
Và làm nốt deck. Yes.
Huang Dike fell into thought and did not answer immediately. Could it be that, because I was reborn, the future has changed too? He remembered living to the 3rd year after Spirit Force restoration, even though Lam Tin had then been nearly completely destroyed. He placed a hand on Jia Lam's shoulder and gently comforted her. "Don't overthink it. Old No will probably wake up soon." Then he firmly promised, "Rest assured, if the calamity descends again, I will definitely stand with you." Silently he resolved. The battle with the calamities would come sooner or later, and this time he would change everything. The full moon shone brightly over the shabby apartment complex where Huang Dike lived. He sat cross-legged in the living room, focusing on cultivation, but his mind was still in turmoil. After 2 clashes with S-rank anomalies, he felt he was close to breaking through to a 2-star creation spirit realm. Spirit Force restoration was approaching. Although he possessed the dark attribute, it was still far from strong enough. He gathered chi into his dantian, slowly opened his eyes, ending the session. The image of the red eye in the illusion still haunted him. The anomaly in that illusion, even weakened across countless layers of strength, could not hide its true might. Under the silvery moonlight, the pot of little white flowers suddenly glowed with a shimmering light. Huang Dike looked over and realized he had neglected his little companion for quite some time. Noticing its master's attention, Little White Flower bowed its head and nuzzled his finger coquettishly. He smiled and gently stroked the petal. So it's you. Not bringing you before was my loss, though you weren't convenient to carry around. Saying that, Phuong Dike lifted the flower pot. All right, I just regret not having given you the chance to show your worth and level up. How about a little outing? True to his word, Man and Flower quietly left the house and headed toward the forest behind the mountain. As he walked he murmured, observing, "The Botanical Research Institute of the Spirit Force Association is quite competent. Although spirit force restoration is only in its early stage and nature's self-regulation is strengthening. In a short time many previously burned trees have recovered and a number of new trees have been planted." Deeper in the forest, Phuong Dike carefully took Little White Flower out of its pot. "Someday I need to thank Xiao Tu and his team." Before placing it on the ground, he instructed it carefully. "Absorb a little now and then, but don't be indulgent. Otherwise, with your stomach, the whole forest on Lam Tin wouldn't be enough to feed you." Little White Flower understood human speech and nodded repeatedly like a pecking chick. Seeing it obedient, he felt relieved and set it down. Its delicate roots immediately plunged into the soil. The wild attribute from Little White Flower spread outward, greedily drawing life force and sap from the forest's vegetation. In the blink of an eye, nearby trees lost their lush green and turned dry and ashen. Phuong Dike looked up and scanned the area, assessing, "That should be enough, right?" He quickly lifted Little White Flower, leaving it puzzled and unaware. "All right, we switch feeding spots." Seeing the flower full of vitality after its feast, he wondered, "Among plant-evolved life forms, or in other words the wood system, I wonder where you rank. Wild attribute anomalies at least count as a rank." He put it back in the pot and continued on. The trip went suspiciously smoothly, prompting him to tease. "There used to be many animals on this mountain, but I don't see any today. They must fear the wild power you carry." No sooner had he spoken than a wolf's howl echoed through the woods, startling Phuong Dike into alertness. He listened, narrowing his eyes toward the sound. This sound, is that a wolf? The soft golden moonlight suddenly shifted to a demonic blood red. On a high rock, mutated wolves were howling fiercely, calling their pack to assemble for the hunt. Each of their eyes burned red like embers. Under the blood moon, the Wolf King stood upright on its hind legs, an ominous aura spreading over the area. The whole pack bared fangs and brandished claws, staring at Phuong Dike like a delicious prey. He regained his composure and observed the leader. "This is the Wolf King, right? It seems to have completed its evolution." As if to confirm his guess, the Wolf King roared. Its eyes turned a deadly green. Its body transformed grotesquely, unlike ordinary wolves. Phuong Dike hugged Little White Flower tightly and thought to himself, "This aura? Could it have evolved into an A-rank anomaly?" Following the Wolf King's command, the pack moved in, forming a tightening circle around Phuong Dike. He quickly analyzed his opponents. After evolution, the Wolf King anomaly has developed a poisonous attribute from the forest creature's wood attribute, one with strong corrosive properties. This poisonous attribute likely evolved through absorbing the dark attribute. He realized the severity of the situation. It seems the dark attribute is becoming active more frequently, to the point that the Wolf King suddenly upgraded to dual attributes. However, with experience fighting far more terrifying anomalies, Phuong Dike felt no fear. Even so, it's still only an A-rank anomaly. A bold idea occurred to him. He once again lifted Little White Flower out of its pot. "Let's deal with them right now." He planted Little White Flower into the ground and murmured calculations. Although only an A-rank anomaly, the trouble was the pack's large numbers. Besides, the city at the mountain's base could suffer unforeseeable disaster if they infiltrated the urban area. "Ready," he signaled Little White Flower. "Then let's begin. I want to see how much damage you can do using only your wild power, without any other abilities." The Wolf King recognized the blatant provocation in Phuong Dike's eyes. It wasted no time and roared, ordering an attack. At the foot of the mountain, the patrol and action teams of the Spirit Force Association detected anomalies and rushed to investigate. Seeing an eerie blue light flash deep in the forest, one of them remarked, "The Wolf King has successfully evolved and is very powerful. What's the contamination level?" The man holding the measuring device blurted out, 90. The other widened his eyes. 90. Lu Hong, captain of the action team, watched the numbers dance on the screen and broke out in a cold sweat. Not only that, it's still rising. The Wolf King with would attribute has at least the strength of a 3-star ghost court realm. No, maybe even a 1-star creation spirit realm. How can it be so high? The remaining wolves ranged from 2-star to 3-star ghost court realm. Suddenly, a chill, gloomy aura poured out. Someone noticed immediately. The dark attribute has appeared again. How could this be? No wonder the contamination level is so high. Lu Hong snapped awake. I get it. The reason the contamination is so high is that the Wolf King has evolved into dual attributes. This case has an extremely low probability when anomalies evolve. Alarms screamed as the readout hit a bright red 100. Lu Hong ordered decisively, even if we can't beat them, we must stop them. Once these feral beasts evolve successfully, the area below the mountain will descend into chaos. Their feral nature is already brutal. Now evolved and with spirit force, they'll be even more terrifying. I must report to the Spirit Force Association for reinforcements immediately. Before they could report, a thunderous explosion sounded from afar and the ground shook violently. Wait, do you see the mountainside trembling? An earthquake? How could evolved wolves cause that? A sharp-eyed member realized. Not right. Another anomaly has appeared. The readout on Lu Huang's device leapt from 100 straight to 1,000. The frantic alarms left everyone stunned. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, and wild spirit force swept through everything. The terrified people screamed, Heavens and gods! This wild power. How is there wild power here? The wild power spread at breakneck speed, corroding all life. They dared not hesitate and fled in a mad scramble. Run! Get to the safe zone no matter what. Is this the sky demon that disappeared before? Why has it suddenly appeared here? Lu Hong ran while shouting into the radio. Quick! Evacuate all nearby residents now. But then a trailing team member suddenly stopped. Wait, Captain, the wild power isn't spreading further. But what is this? Lu Hong halted and turned to look. Just as the member said, the death vines had stopped, operating only within a certain range. He frowned. The wild power? Is it hiding deep within the mountain? Yes, strange. The sense of danger is gone. Do we still need to report this? Before them, thick vines like ancient tree roots began to grow vigorously, blooming pure white, immaculate flowers. The wind swept through, and petals drifted like snow across the night. The people stood in awe. These are flowers? Back on the mountainside, the fierce battlefield between the wolf pack and Little White Flower had turned into a sea of white blossoms. The Wolf King furiously slashed with its claws, tearing apart the blocking flowers. Petals scattered and flew in the wind. Huang Dike watched it thrash coldly. This sea of spirit flowers will endlessly regenerate and expand until it drains you dry. He looked at the poor wolf pups bound tightly by Little White Flower's roots and taunted the Wolf King. You have spirit force shielding you to struggle, but what about them? The more the pups struggled, the tighter the roots constricted, siphoning their spirit force and blood at a terrifying rate. Before long, only bleached white skeletons fell to the ground. Sated on blood and life force, Little White Flower changed from pristine white to a vivid blood red. The Wolf King growled angrily, determined to avenge its pups. It opened its jaws and fired a surge of bluish energy laced with toxins straight at Little Flower. Boom! The deafening explosion rang out, but Little Flower casually used its roots to block the attack, keeping Huang Dike completely safe. He curled a faint smile. Useless, can't you tell? The wild attribute of the spirit flower has rooted deep into the soil of this forest. Before the Wolf King, Little Flower now loomed like an arrogant powerhouse it could only look up at helplessly. Huang Dike's voice rang with sarcasm. A sea of flowers taken from the mountain for the mountain. Even if you've opened your mind after advancing, you surely don't know the saying, wild grass not all burned. Spring winds make it grow again. Right? The Wolf King roared in fury and charged straight at the Little Flower's original form whose position it had located. Huang Dike praised. Not bad. You even found the flower's origin. He turned to tease his flower. Little flower, they've discovered you? What are you going to do? Suddenly little flower enlarged into a gigantic form, several times Phuong Dike's height. Its blood-red petals opened like the maw of a giant carnivorous plant, ready to devour enemies. However, it still wasn't large enough to swallow the entire Wolf King. Only its massive head was bitten into. The Wolf King frantically tore at the petals with razor teeth, injecting dark toxin into its foe. Phuong Dike stood with his arms crossed, calmly remarking, letting the dark attribute corrode itself again, but miraculously, the shredded petals immediately sealed as if never wounded. The vigorous life of the wood attribute, combined with the wild attribute's ability to siphon life force, allowed Little Flower to recover in an instant. In contrast, the Wolf King gradually exhausted itself and was completely swallowed. The petals closed and slowly digested the prey. Phuong Dike murmured in awe. Wild power is overpowering. What kind of ability is this? Unexpectedly, after grafting the wild attribute onto the spirit flower, it formed its own cultivation method without needing my system to edit it. Watching the flower chew its prey, he concluded, once trapped in this sea of overflowing flowers, no anomaly can escape. Finally, Little Flower spat out a clean white skeleton. Phuong Dike nodded with satisfaction, stroking the fiery red petal. Even if the spirit flower is continuously destroyed, it can regenerate and use endless wild power to turn them into white bones. Then call it Endless Spirit Sea. Little Flower trembled with joy, emitting a faint spirit force under the moonlight. System notification. The spirit flower has successfully compiled the wild attribute technique Endless Spirit Sea. After the battle, Little Flower unfurled its petals and greedily absorbed the spirit force of heaven and earth to evolve.
Phuong Dike was surprised.
Little Flower, you're about to evolve too. In the observation room of the Spirit Force Association, alarms screamed and screens glowed red with warnings. A rank anomaly contamination detected. An employee shouted, "Look everyone! 2 different streams of spirit force are present in the contaminated area." Tran Lai, a senior administrator, frowned and asked urgently, "Where exactly is it located?" The staff checked and reported, "It's a forest on a low mountain, the area captain to once oversaw." Tran Lai, worried, pressed on, "Isn't the disposal team already heading to stop the wolf pack?" No sooner had he finished than static crackled over the radio, the signal flickering to indicate instability. Lu Hong on the line hurriedly reported, his voice mixed with utter astonishment. "This is the disposal team." A powerful wild attribute force suddenly erupted from where the wolves mutated. The contamination concentration exceeds standards. It was this wild force that eliminated the A-grade anomalous wolf pack. Lu Hong hesitated briefly, then continued, "But the wild force didn't attack us. It withdrew back into the mountain. Right now there's a strange scene on the mountain. Countless flowers have bloomed, red petals dancing in the wind." He faltered, unsure how to describe this bizarre situation. "We can't get close. We don't know whether this wild force will affect the surrounding area." Tran Lai frowned, his mind racing to analyze the situation. If this unidentified anomaly breaks out, its impact will far exceed the sky serpent that appeared before. Will the association send support? If something unexpected happens, all cultivators on site may be unable to cope. It's too risky. Tran Lai made a decisive decision. In that case, we'll dispatch 2 elite teams to assist. Little Tu and Tan Huyn stood beside him, eyes glued to the display. A familiar figure suddenly appeared in their minds. That's right, it's beyond the mountain. I have the feeling it's him again this time. A fierce conviction urged her to speak, cutting into Tran Li's thoughts. Wait, I think the source of the wild power this time must be Phuong Dike. His home is right in this area. She asserted with absolute certainty. He will protect everyone here. At the same time, in the area beyond the mountain, red petals were swept and scattered by the wind, creating a brilliant shower of flowers. Facing the giant crimson flower, Phuong Dike nodded in approval. Indeed, since you devoured the Wolf King, Are you about to evolve a second attribute like it? Little Flower was like a bottomless void, continuously drawing in petals swirling from all directions. Suddenly, the crimson petals transformed miraculously, dancing like living flames. A scorching heat radiated out, the dazzling flames making Phuong Dike squint. He smiled with satisfaction. Fire attribute? What a surprise. To accelerate Little Flower's evolution, Phuong Dike generously donated part of his celestial fire attribute. Watching its rapid change, he couldn't help but marvel, tinged with envy. Just absorb and you can evolve. Your method of ascending cultivation is outrageously easy. After completing the breakthrough, Little Flower quietly shrank, becoming a petite crimson blossom that obediently nestled in Phuong Dike's palm. The system announced, the spirit flower that swallowed the mutated Wolf King and the wolf pack has completed evolution. The wildfire spirit flower is an A-grade anomaly, possessing wild attribute and fire attribute. After evolution, the wildfire spirit flower has an intense desire to absorb spirit force and can be placed into the boundless dark realm for nurturing. Reading the last line, Phuong Dike was astonished. The boundless dark realm? Prompted by the system, he acted at once, condensing a barrier in his hand. A gloomy black circle appeared, rotating slowly. Why didn't I think of this? I didn't expect I could put the spirit flower into the boundless dark realm. Phuong Dike deftly adjusted the barrier's size just enough to enclose Little Flower. Smiling, consider this your new home. Inside the dark space of the boundless dark realm were countless dark attribute anomalies and distinctive soil environments. He calculated silently. The boundless dark realm contains many dark attribute anomalies and special terrain. If the spirit flower absorbs them, it might evolve a dark attribute. At that moment the sky darkened, black clouds massing to obscure the moon. Thunder rolled, signaling a major approaching storm. Seeing this omen, Phuong Dike remained unusually calm. About to break through two-star creation's spirit realm, thunder roared like war drums as the world's spirit force surged toward him. Phuong Dike sat cross-legged and began the breakthrough cultivation process. Amid the powerful stream of spirit force, he felt a distinct change within his body. Using his abilities became easier. The spirit force of heaven and earth blended naturally with his body, as if they were born as one. What he didn't expect was that not far away, a stranger had tracked him down. He hid behind an ancient tree, his hungry eyes fixed on Phuong Dike practicing as if spotting a fat prey. Found you. So you're here. The newcomer was Quang Luke, a true battle fiend. His face twisted with extreme excitement. The legendary celestial fire strike, two-star creation spirit realm? This is exhilarating. He was obsessed with asserting his supremacy, craving proof that he was the strongest fire-attributed cultivator. Seeing the articles praising Phuong Dike, the fighting flame within him ignited fiercely. A fire-attributed cultivator? Then I'll have to extinguish your prestige. I want everyone to know. I'm the #1 fire cultivator, ever vigilant. Phuong Dike quickly detected the intruder's presence. Who's there? Answering him was a giant fireball, whistling through the air at terrifying speed. Phuong Dike calmly assessed. A fire-attributed cultivator? His hand immediately condensed the boundless dark realm. A black orb of energy spun in his palm, ready to devour everything. The boundless dark realm can absorb all other attributes. Phuong Dike gently nullified the sudden attack, smiling inwardly. Finally showed up. He wasn't surprised by this tale. The man had been hiding there without masking his aura, as if afraid no one would notice him. The opponent landed with a thud, dust billowing. A cultivator who had broken through to the creation spirit realm, unaffiliated with any organization or power, who simply loved provocation and slaughtering a wild, free cultivator. Quang Luke brimmed with battle intent, his whole body blazing. He laughed arrogantly. You're interesting. I sense a strong, oppressive spirit force from you. How did you just avoid my flowing fire meteor? Phuong Dike thought to himself. Talkative types die early. Faced with Quang Luke's provocation, Phuong Dike chose silence, his sharp eyes watching the opponent's every move. Seeing Phuong Dike ignore him, Quang Luke didn't get angry. He laughed loudly. Forgot to introduce myself. He lunged like a mad beast, shouting, "My name is Kwang Luk. You'll remember my name immediately." Huang Dike didn't want to waste words. He raised his hand high and summoned the power of nature. Divine thunder began to gather. Kwang Luk, fired up, had no idea the disaster about to fall on him. He smiled confidently, sure this charge would decide the outcome. Boom! A deafening blast rang out as blue lightning began to condense above Huang Dike's head. Kwang Luk charged like a rocket, but suddenly a terrifying event occurred. Lightning writhed like a dragon and struck directly in front of him. What is this? Before he could regain his composure, a lightning bolt as thick as a pillar slammed down on him. If he were ordinary, he'd have been turned to charcoal. Fortunately, Kwang Luk was a creation spirit realm powerhouse. His robust body kept him alive. He exhaled a plume of black smoke, feeling his organs roasted, his body numb from the electric shock. Kwang Luk collapsed to the ground, his face showing utter bewilderment. What just happened? Isn't he a fire-attributed cultivator? Lightning counters fire. With a single move, Kwang Luk had been decisively defeated. He propped himself on his hands, unable to accept this harsh truth. His whole body trembled, sweat pouring as if he had bathed, breathing heavily. Huang Dike walked forward calmly, his shadow falling long over Kwang Luk like a judging specter. He placed his hand on the man's head and pressed down lightly. Crash! A terrifying force accompanied by flickering lightning slammed Kwang Luk down. The ground cracked under the immense pressure. Huang Dike tilted his head and asked in a mocking tone, "I didn't catch that. What did you say your name was?" The vigorous life force of a creation spirit realm cultivator kept Kwang Luk conscious. But the more alert he became, the more humiliated he felt. The opponent used only one hand and he couldn't lift his head. Lying prostrate, he growled inwardly, "How can this be?" He was proudly a one-star creation spirit realm cultivator, always the fastest to advance among his peers. Moreover, his trump card was one of the rare high-level attributes, the fire attribute. With terrifying power and creation spirit realm strength, he clearly was a powerhouse among powerhouses. Everyone should revere him and flatter him to gain the benefits he bestowed during the spirit force recovery period. Seeing Kwang Luk stubbornly silent and glaring angrily, Huang Dike clicked his tongue. Dealing with stubborn types? You just beat them until they submit. A powerful surge of lightning traveled from his hand straight into the opponent's head. Kwang Luk could no longer bear it and screamed pitifully, "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" Fear began to seize his mind. He was in utter panic. Isn't Huang Dike fire attributed? How can he also have lightning, extinguish my flame, even make me unable to stand?
Huang Dike remarked coldly.
I thought you were supposed to be strong. That's all you've got? Kids these days are far too confident. As he spoke, he sent a few more arcs of electricity crawling along the man's body. A fierce will to live kept Kwang Luk hanging on until now. But the absolute suppression sent him into panic. He began to doubt everything.
No.
Huang Dike clearly hasn't broken through to two-star creation spirit realm. How can his spirit force and aura surpass mine so much? No, not 2 realms. It's 3 realms. Seeing Huang Dike smile wickedly as the lightning in his hand flashed again, Kwang Luk fell into utter despair. I'm done. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. He truly believed he would die there. With no pride left, he mustered all his strength and screamed in plea. No, don't kill me. Huang Dike looked coldly down at the defeated man. The arrogant, indifferent demeanor he had shown earlier had completely vanished. He removed his hand from Kwang Luk's head, leaving him stunned, then said coldly, I'll give you one piece of advice. A cultivator's power isn't for casually dealing with others. He put his hands in his pockets, glanced at him with contempt. If you have time, you'd better go clean up those anomalous creatures causing trouble. Kwang Luk lifted his head and stammered, You! But Huang Dike ignored him, clicked his tongue, and turned his back to leave. Kwang Luk clumsily scrambled up and watched the retreating figure with a jumble of thoughts. Who is this person really? How can he possess such powerful spirit force? He racked his brain but couldn't determine whether Huang Dike's power was insanely abnormal or if he himself was just too weak. That night, in a high-rise building in the bustling city, Huang Luke dragged his battered, char-blackened body home. Two roommates were sitting on the sofa waiting for him and couldn't help laughing when they saw the pathetic state of the war god. Lo Q, the long-haired redhead, teased, "Back already? New haircut looks good." Mao Tam sitting beside him shrugged, in a know-it-all tone. "Huang Luke, I told you. Provoking others does no good." Seeing his friend silent and sullen, Lo Q continued to admonish. "Even if you get angry, I have to say it again. You can't keep doing this. Spirit force recovery hasn't officially started. We're as insignificant as dust, yet you go around making enemies. Too risky. You're so belligerent. You don't distinguish friend from foe. You're only courting disaster." Huang Luke didn't answer. He walked silently to, then flopped onto the sofa, looking despondent. Mao Tam stood up to study his friend, frowning. "That's odd. You talked so much today, yet Huang Luke didn't get angry?" Seeing Huang Luke sit motionless like a wooden statue, Mao Tam sat down beside him, draped an arm over his shoulder and teased, "What happened? Did someone take over your body? Are you still the Huang Luke who provokes and fights at the drop of a hat? Ready to strike in a second?" Silence remained, chilling. Sensing the situation was serious, Lo Q asked bluntly, "Wasn't today the day you went to challenge the celestial fire strike? What actually happened?" Mentioning the pain, Huang Luke's lips trembled as he forced out the words, "I was taken down." In an instant, Mao Tam didn't hear clearly and pressed, "Huh? Taken down? Explain." At that, the emotions he'd long suppressed burst forth. Huang Luke trembled violently, tears and snot streaming as he screamed in agony. "I was taken down in an instant." He clutched his head, racked with regret. "At that moment, I should have realized something was wrong. If I'd stopped, I wouldn't have suffered this humiliation." Lo Q, shocked. "What? The celestial fire strike is that strong? You're a high-tier fire prodigy, awakened less than a month ago and already broke into the creation spirit realm. People like that are rare even across several provinces." Huang Luke went pale as he recounted the nightmare he just endured. Just one move. In a single moment, the flowing fire meteor I was most proud of was shattered by his thunderstrike. Hearing the words, thunderstrike, Mao Tam hesitated. "Could you have targeted the wrong person? Your fire attribute is frighteningly pure. Unless he's from a high-level war zone, no one should be able to duel you. Especially now that you're a creation spirit realm powerhouse." Lo Q pondered. "You awakened late, then immediately competed with us for resources, and even defeated two wild cultivators of the same attribute already at 3-star demon abode realm. So is there a chance the celestial fire strike you faced wasn't the cultivator from the news? At the time we estimated the opponent's strength wasn't stronger than yours." Offended at the doubt about his judgment, Huang Luke screamed in rebuttal, "How could I be wrong? That place was exactly where the celestial fire strike in the news occurred. It's definitely his turf. You wouldn't understand unless you saw it. He is simply a monster." He trembled as he recalled the ferocious thunder power. It felt like all the heavenly thunder gathered at my ears. My head almost exploded from the pressure. My instincts told me it was him. Mao Tam and Lo Q began to feel a chill down their spines. Huang Luke went on at length about the terror named Huang Dike. He's a creation spirit realm cultivator, but with high-level fire thunder attributes. His thunder power far surpasses my flames by who knows how many times. He's definitely hiding his strength. Damn, he's at least a 3-star creation spirit realm. Lo Q mumbled in disbelief. A free cultivator reaching 3-star creation spirit realm? How is that possible? Mao Tam frowned in thought. If your sensing isn't wrong, this person will become every prodigy cultivator's nightmare. Lo Q nodded in agreement. Such attributes and martial talent. It's truly awe-inspiring. Huang Luke muttered dazedly. One move crushed me. Suddenly his eyes flashed with determination. Tell me, Should I go seek a master? The two roommates stared blankly and replied in unison, Huh. Scene shifts to Phuong Dike's apartment. He sat cross-legged in his room, training but making no progress. Strange. I was clearly about to break through to two-star creation spirit realm. So why has that breakthrough feeling disappeared? No matter how he absorbed spirit force, he couldn't break through. He frowned, his expression growing serious. It's not an issue with myself. Phuong Dike opened his eyes, withdrew his spirit force, and concluded the cause must be external. He stepped into the living room, closed the door, anxiety weighing on him. Spirit force right now cannot converge and resonate to create the environment needed for a breakthrough. Could it be? Phuong Dike recalled old Jia Lam's words about the military and the Spirit Force Association closely monitoring abnormal spirit force fluctuations, and the rumor that Xia Nation would struggle to survive the first year after spirit force recovery. Looking outside, black clouds churned and thunder rolled, an omen of ill tidings. He wondered, is something big really about to happen? Is the spirit force recovery about to start early in our city? Feeling uneasy, Phuong Dike decided to call old Jia Lam to get the situation. Instead, he was met by the cold voice of an automated message. The number you have dialed is temporarily unreachable. He grew anxious. Can't reach them? Could the military have moved to the front line? No. If there were dangerous anomalies, the military would contact us first. Worst case is a loss of communications. At that moment, the phone rang. The caller was to Tan Huynh. Phuong Dike hurriedly picked up, but the signal was very poor, static drowning out the voice. Phuong Dike, the situation is changing. If you need support. Suddenly, thud, a bat crashed into the window pane. He glanced at it and said into the phone, Your reception is terrible. Have many anomalies appeared in the city? Tan Huynh replied anxiously, voice breaking. No. It's a very big problem. I'm in the city. Then the signal cut out, leaving only meaningless static. Hello. At the same time, the bat outside frantically slammed into the glass. Crash. The window shattered. The bat wasn't ordinary, it was a dark attribute anomaly. Its mouth was smeared with blood, and it lunged straight at Phuong Dike. Irritated at not having the full situation, seeing the creature overreach, he instantly flew into anger. He raised 2 fingers and summoned lightning. Die! A lightning arrow shot out, and in an instant it electrocuted and incinerated the bat. In the room, Lam Wai heard the loud noise and rushed out. Cousin, what's happening? Seeing the shattered window and the charred bat corpse, she grew worried. Lam Wai stepped beside Phuong Dike, inspecting the hole in the glass. Anomalies usually only sneak around. Now they're brazenly attacking people's homes. And it's not just one. Phuong Dike nodded, face grave. Yes, that's possible. If we're lucky. It's still within what I can control. Outside, the sky was pitch black. Lightning tore the night apart, shrouding the city in a grim, eerie atmosphere. Phuong Dike added, in the worst case, this place will experience a major upheaval, like the disaster I saw in the news. He quickly analyzed the situation. 2-star demon abode anomalies? Normally they hide in darkness, not rampage through the city center. Moreover, they even dare attack a cultivator's home. He turned to Lam Wai, voice low. Next, we'll face a tough battle. We just don't know what exactly it will be. Call every cultivator you can reach. Get them here. Phuong Dike stepped onto the windowsill, preparing to jump out and scout. He turned back and instructed his cousin. You're about to reach the creation spirit realm threshold, right? Then I'll temporarily entrust the house's safety to you. Watch this window, don't let anomalies get in. You all will be fine, right? Lam Wai replied firmly, Yes, sir. In the city center, black clouds swirled above the skyscrapers, forming a vast vortex as lightning flashed continuously. On the rooftop of the Western Hotel, Tan Huynh frowned at the useless radio in her hand. Our signal has been affected. Phuong Dike can't hear our exact location. If such a large anomaly disaster really occurs, we'll have to deal with it ourselves. Her team member asked worriedly, Could the equipment be malfunctioning? Tan Huynh shook her head, voice trembling. Captain, I really can't imagine what an unclassifiable anomaly would look like. I hope it's just a false alarm. She tried to retune the radio, contacting internal channels. How are the patrol teams doing? Area A has a pollution level of 4. Everyone stay alert and report the fluctuation values for each area. No sooner had she finished than a rumbling like thousands of wings flapping at once echoed from afar. Tan Huynh and her 2 team members looked up in unison, horror plain in their eyes. Countless bats poured out of the black clouds like a nest of angry wasps, blotting out the sky. She immediately shouted into the radio, urgently notifying the other patrol units. Anomalies are appearing in swarms. Thunder cracked, tearing the night apart, and rain poured down on the city. On TV, the weather report issued a red alert. The city was about to face the heaviest rainfall in half a century. Many areas were issued danger warnings. The entire city was given a day off due to the heavy rain. Citizens were told to stock up on supplies at home and not go outside. The downpour made day feel as dark as night. Some people who had just stepped out with umbrellas hurried back inside. Conversations buzzed through every alley, as if the world were about to be turned upside down. This is terrifying. Oh no, something bad really is going to happen, right? The end of the world? What's really going on lately? Amid the raging storm, 2 figures still risked everything, racing motorcycles through the deserted streets. God, this weather is seriously messed up. We can't be this unlucky, can we? Lo Q tried to keep up with Kwang Luk, shouting over the howling wind. Go or stay. Kwang Luk, say something. But Kwang Luk remained sullen, silent as a boulder. Suddenly, an anomalous bat came at him from nowhere. Already irritated, he was further provoked by this stupid creature. Kwang Luk flared with fury, activated his fire attribute, and roared, "You want to die!" He swept his arm, unleashing a blaze that incinerated the anomalous bat. Boom! The explosion rang out, flames roaring. Lo Q exclaimed in surprise, "What's wrong with this anomaly?" Kwang Luk has a powerful fire attribute. Don't anomalies usually avoid him? However, after a few crackling pops, the bat flew out of the flames unscathed, as if the fire were nothing but a breeze. Lo Q cursed, "Damn it, the bats didn't get burned?" Kwang Luk realized the dire situation, his expression changing. "No, it's not that they weren't burned. They're regenerating." Human strength here had become abnormal, and the anomalies were terrifying. Go home now." A few hours earlier, at the Spirit Force Association, an emergency online meeting with senior leaders had been held. Tan Huynh spoke solemnly. Therefore, we should immediately have the highest level personnel of the Spirit Force Association keep close contact with Phuong Dai. No sooner had she finished than an emergency transmission from a patrol team came through. A member was seriously injured. Lu Min sent a panicked report to headquarters. Special anomaly alert. An A-class anomaly is about to appear in the city center, expected within 24 hours. A large number of anomalous bats have already gathered in the outskirts. Tranlai gasped, "An A-class anomaly?" Tan Huynh immediately asked for orders. "Dispatch teams at once. I will go as well." Before the signal was cut off completely, the last image transmitted was a giant bat diving to attack that team member. He screamed in despair, "S-class." The latest prediction shows the impending anomaly is S-class, with potential for unlimited growth. Then the screen went black, leaving only the monster's blood-red eyes haunting everyone's minds. No one knew whether the crucial report had reached headquarters in time. In the military district, the command center was deserted, not a soul in sight. Outside, a black tide of bats surged forward like a storm, countless in number. Boom! An explosion rent the air, a brilliant light illuminating the area. Old Jia Lam swung her weapon, leading a suicide squad as they charged into the anomalous bat swarm. Her eyes flashed, face cold and resolute as she strode through the torrential rain. Slash! Perfect sword trails cut the air, shredding the swarm into hundreds of pieces. Jia Lam's ability, the high-tier metal attribute variant spirit state, allowed her to transform spirit force into any shape and amplify it, boosting its power up to 200%. However, She quickly noticed something amiss. These dark attribute anomalous bats multiplied endlessly. No matter how many they killed, the numbers never dwindled, as if they were trying to prevent them from doing something. At that moment, a figure with golden hair and the aura of thunder descended right behind her. The young man with golden hair smiled and said, "Commander Jia Lam, it seems your wound has healed quite well. Your power is even stronger than before." He looked up at the bats swirling overhead, his tone turning serious. "But right now the situation doesn't look good. Only the two of us remain as senior officers guarding the military district. Please issue the next orders." Jia Lam raised her eyes to the pitch-black sky and calmly analyzed. "Our military district signals have been interfered with by anomalies. The anti-jamming devices have also failed, preventing contact with personnel outside or other military districts. I believe the other districts are in similar states." Seeing the bats circle once, then prepare to dive for the next wave, Jia Lam decisively ordered, "Teams 1 and 2 stay in guard. Do not let them breach the restricted zone. Everyone else follow me and break through the encirclement to link up with the other district's breakout teams." Immediately, Jia Lam and the golden-haired youth led the group in a blood-forging charge. They had realized the anomaly's true target was not the military zone but the densely populated city. Rain continued to pour in the city, thunder booming without pause. Darkness from thousands of anomalous bat wings covered the sky, turning day into night. On a small street, a few people hurried into a bus shelter to wait out the rain. "Run! It's raining! It's raining!" The girl who had live-streamed the Tianhua event before was there with her phone, sheltering from the rain. She complained, "Oh my, it's pouring. Find a raincoat and then film again." Then she grew excited. This strange weather was really captivating. She happily shared tips on chasing news with her friend. "Like last time, I had to risk myself to get that explosive footage." As she spoke enthusiastically, she suddenly froze when she saw her friend trembling all over. Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream tore through the rain. "Hey!" An anomalous bat with glowing red eyes was latched onto his neck, furiously sucking blood. Not far away, a gunshot rang out. Fight or flight instinct kicked in. The girl dropped everything and ran for her life, screaming in panic as she ran. "Gunfire! Where is that coming from? There are so many bats. They're biting people and sucking blood. Help! Save me!" But human strength is limited. How could she outrun flying monsters? A bat's sharp claws dug into her shoulder. She clutched her face and screamed, thinking she was about to die when whoosh! A green arrow sliced through the air and pierced the bat's body. The creature fell to the ground, thrashing in its death throes. A figure appeared before the girl like a guardian angel. Tan Huyn and 2 teammates arrived in time. She helped the girl up and turned to instruct her 2 teammates. The 2 looked reluctant, but the situation was urgent. C-class anomalous bats were growing numerous and showing signs of evolution. Tan Huyn brushed that aside and repeated the order decisively. "Since they feed on human flesh and blood to evolve, quickly evacuate civilians to safety, then return here and rendezvous with me. This area is the heaviest anomaly pollution concentration." The 2 team members dared not disobey and immediately complied. "Yes." As for Huang Dike, after warning Lam why to be careful, he jumped through the hole in the window, landing on the rooftop of the opposite building. Immediately, he encountered a large anomalous bat. Watching how the bats acted in an organized way, Huang Dike wondered to himself, have these bats evolved to nearly 3-star demon abode realm? Without hesitation, he summoned the flame medicinal blade. Heavenly flame single slash. Huang Dike swung out a blazing sword chi slash, incinerating the bats before him. The flames lit up a section of the sky. However, he quickly noticed something unusual. This anomaly was very different. The bats kept multiplying and transforming. They didn't die, making them difficult to eliminate completely. Moreover, he sensed extremely high concentrations of dark attributes spontaneously appearing in crowded areas. This signaled a wide-scale catastrophe approaching. Therefore, finding where the Spirit Force Association personnel were likely would take more time. Then we have no choice but to handle things one at a time. To speed things up, Huang Dike decided to use a wide area technique. Boundless Dark Realm. become nourishment for my spirit flowers. He murmured, but I must hurry.
Fuong dich calculated silently.
The people who had teamed with him before had all been called home. With Lam-Y's ability and those vanguard practitioners sheltered indoors, self-protection should be manageable. But if things continued like this, that dream would truly become reality. Surviving would likely be very difficult. 10 minutes later, in the area where Tan Huynh was stationed, she panted, swore in frustration. Damn it! We keep killing them and they never stop. She analyzed the situation in despair. The recovery rate of spirit force was completely insufficient. If this continued, her spirit force would be exhausted. She wondered whether those two unlucky teammates had run into trouble. At that moment, a desperate cry for help rang out from a nearby residence. "Hey, help!" Without hesitation, Tan Huynh launched herself to assist. Damn it! These anomalies are getting stronger. Their energy is nearly reaching the creation's spirit realm. Even after allocating people to rescue civilians, it's still not enough. They had begun to attack residents in the buildings. The scene recalled the horrific near-disaster in the capital. She leapt high and fired a volley of spirit force arrows, annihilating the bats in an instant. Provoked, the bats immediately redirected their attack toward Tan Huynh. Falling freely through the air, she felt a flash of worry. A streak of green light flickered, making her eyes widen in astonishment. Boom! A dark green-black vortex accompanied by thunder appeared like a giant hand, grabbed the bats, and dragged them inside. Tan Huynh was stunned. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. An anomaly king will be born. While she pondered that grim prospect, the city was gradually falling. The intensity of these anomalies rivaled the natural disaster at the capital. Worse, it seemed no one could stop them, neither the Spirit Force Association nor the military. The entire city stood on the brink of annihilation. As she fell, Tan Huynh hastily activated a Spirit Force protective field and reported to the association. The vanguard team in Zone A sacrificed themselves defending the city. They released energy to form a layer of bone spirit chi to slow the bats' proliferation. The vanguard team in Zone B lured the anomalies into a circle and also formed a similar layer of bone spirit chi, converging upon the anomalous bats. Latest alert: energy readings of a dark attribute anomalous cocoon have reached the Diamond Realm. Danger level S. An anomaly king is predicted to emerge. At Spirit Force Association headquarters, tension filled the air. An employee reported in tears. Our vanguard practitioners and staff suffered heavy casualties, but the number of bats is overwhelming. Their replenishment rate exceeds current defensive capacity. Tran Lai delivered the bad news. The emergency S-level plan had been deployed, but even if reinforcements arrived from elsewhere, they would not reach in time. Another young man spoke in a trembling voice. The city is shrouded by black mist. The military and outsiders cannot get in. Hearing this, Tran Lai felt heavy at heart. He knew the worst had come. The city was completely isolated. But he could not stand idly by. Indeed, this is the city's moment of life and death. As a vanguard practitioner, I agree to stand with everyone, to live and die with this city. He issued his final solemn order. As residents of this city, if these anomalies want to destroy this place, they must step over our corpses first. Try to send one final signal to headquarters. If this disaster cannot be stopped, to prevent the spread of dark attribute anomalies, immediately initiate a city destruction strike. Back on the battlefield, Tan Huynh truly fell into danger. The bats assembled too quickly and continuously battered her spirit force shield. She tried to gather energy, but her spirit force was depleted. If this continued, she mustered her remaining strength and unleashed a strike, scattering the bats before her. But immediately, a pair of gigantic wings spread out to block the attack, then countered it. A massive anomalous bat superior in size appeared, beating its wings as it lunged at her. Tan Huynh gasped, "Impossible! Is that a 3-star demon abode realm?" The giant bat slammed into her spirit force shield, causing it to crack. Cold sweat broke out on Tan Huynh. Damn! My spirit force is almost gone. Crack! The shield shattered. Tan Huynh was knocked away, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. She fell freely, eyes fixed on the monster closing in behind her. With no other option, she decided to pour all her remaining strength into one final strike, even if it meant sacrificing her life. At that moment, a warm flame sliced through the air past her and streaked straight toward the bat. Boom! The fire incinerated the creature in an instant. Tan Huynh was stunned, then cried out in joy. She landed safely and saw a familiar figure charging forward with a blazing blade. Great deity Phuong Dike. Phuong Dike wielded two attributes simultaneously. His eyes changed color strangely. One side red with fire, the other blue with lightning. After the heavenly flame strike, he immediately switched to the thunder system, divine thunder. The Bat Lord burst out of the flames. Though wounded, it remained ferocious. But unlucky for it, as soon as it poked its head out, it was struck squarely by Phuong Dike's 100-tempered divine thunder. Bang! 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 A chain of explosions rang out, wiping out the surrounding bats. Phuong Dike landed and said softly, "Sorry, finding you was a bit difficult," he explained. "There were too many anomalies like this on the way here." Tan Huynh panted and warned, "Be careful. They can revive." Sure enough, the black vapor in the sky coalesced into bat forms again. Phuong Dike replied calmly, "Of course I know that." He raised his hand and a black circle appeared. "Don't worry, up until now." The black circle expanded, sucking the bats inside. Boundless dark realm, expand the field. Hearing him say, "I do what I say," Tan Huynh suddenly realized she had forgotten something important. Right? How could I forget? This city still has Phuong Dike, a vanguard practitioner with unmatched power. In moments, the bats had been sucked clean. Boundless dark realm sated, then contracted. Phuong Dike turned and asked, "Are you all right?" Tan Huynh gave a weak smile. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I still have hemostatic medicine on me. I can recover." She paused, then added, "If you're going to help completely."
Phuong Dike understood.
Patted her back gently, sending a surge of lightning to purge the toxins. "I've helped cleanse the dark attribute residue from your body. If you have time, treat your wounds." A tingling sensation spread, but the pain eased quickly.
Tan Huynh replied, "Ah yes."
She silently marveled. No wonder high-grade thunder attribute. Her wound hurt less and healed faster than the Spirit Force Association's hemostatic medicine. At Spirit Force Association headquarters, someone cheered, "Look! The anomalies outside seem to be decreasing. Could we have successfully broken the siege?" Noi Bin, the communications officer, shook his head in despair. "No. The vanguard teams sent to relieve the city were attacked and lost contact. We still can't enter the city. Look, the number of anomalies outside the city shows no sign of dropping." He pointed at the screen. "Inside the city, the number of vanguard practitioners keeps dwindling. No team has restored contact. Perhaps an anomaly king is about to appear. The bats are dwindling because they must be sacrificed for the birth of an anomaly king." Having said that, Noi Bin left with a resigned expression. "Actually, I wanted to go home to visit my parents, but I probably won't be able to go back. I'll just do whatever I can." Inside the city, the bats were circling a gigantic cocoon, protecting their king. Phuong Dike asked, "Do you know exactly what this thing is?" Tan Huynh went pale. "A supergrade anomaly. It specializes in sucking the blood of the city's residents to feed itself. It was as powerful as the anomaly sealed in the spiritual war zone." She shuddered, recalling that event. People usually called it a natural disaster, and this cocoon was like a prediction of such a disaster, only a warning at best. Seeing many parts of the city fall and the bats swarming in hordes, it was as if humanity could foresee the disaster but could do nothing to stop it. She pointed at the cocoon. "Something terrible is being nurtured inside this cocoon. If it is born, the entire city will be destroyed." Tan Huynh added an explanation. "But now we have a more scientific explanation. Research shows anomalies, even of the same kind, will bite, devour, and attack each other during evolutionary mutation. Eating to evolve is the fastest path to leveling up. But dark attribute anomalies are different. These anomalous bats are a prime example. A perfect evolutionary form exerts an effect similar to bloodline suppression over other same-species anomalies. Ordinary anomalies will automatically regard themselves as servants. We call this perfect evolutionary form an anomaly king. She looked at Fuang Dike with worry. Great deity, I know you're very strong. Stronger than I imagined. But you're still not a Diamond Realm powerhouse. Moreover, even the strongest Vanguard practitioners fall into coma after sealing a disaster-grade anomaly. Then many people must be mobilized to search for the withered flower. Speaking as a friend and a fan, she sincerely advised, we don't want to lose a genius Vanguard practitioner like you. If possible, you should leave quickly, break through the anomaly's encirclement, and get out of the city. Once outside, contact the military and tell them to evacuate this city. Hearing this, Fuang Dike rapped her on the head with a sting. All your 20-some years of schooling wasted, and when Spirit Force recovers you're just going to return it all to your teachers? He smiled resolutely. This is my home. Even if I pay a heavy price, I will have no regrets. Tan Huynh watched Fuang Dike's retreating figure, unconsciously reached up to touch her head, and felt a swelling pride she couldn't put into words. In the pelting rain, Fuang Dike strode forward with determination. He did not hesitate to march straight toward the giant cocoon and the swarms of anomalies as numerous as ants. At that moment he activated Diamond Body Protection. His whole body radiated a brilliant aura, murderous intent blazing as he faced the monsters. Sacrifice the whole city to celebrate the birth of an anomaly king? He turned to Tan Huynh and held out his hand. Is the device on your wrist still functional? Lend it to me for a moment. She stared blankly for a moment, not understanding his intent. What? Nonetheless, she quickly took off the special watch and handed it to Fuang Dike. He strapped it on and asked to confirm, doesn't this thing detect anomalies and contact the Spirit Force Association? Then he swung his blade, pointed directly at the cocoon, and declared boldly, I want to advance and destroy it before it is born. No sooner had he spoken than thunder and lightning roared in the sky as if in response. The anomalies seemed to sense the threat. They beat their wings furiously, tightening the encirclement around the cocoon like loyal knights defending their king. At the same time, in the monitoring room of the Spirit Force Association, a screen suddenly flashed. The connection was restored, and a caption appeared. Target moving at very high speed. An officer shouted, signal from the previously lost Vanguard practitioner has been restored. It's Captain 2. Immediately someone grabbed a radio and urgently called, Captain 2, can you hear us? The line remained silent. The monitoring staff noticed something amiss and panicked. This isn't right. Why is her speed so fast? She's heading straight toward the area with the highest contamination. On the screen the red dot sped along without slowing. A commander hastily ordered, tell her to return immediately. Charging there alone is like walking to your death. Luke Zhang, the communications officer, frowned and shouted into the radio. Vanguard practitioner to Tan Huynh, respond. Stop immediately. We must avoid unnecessary casualties. Wait for the relief teams from Association headquarters and the military. There will be a plan. Tan Huynh halted and stood still. On Fuang Dike's side, the communication device's light flashed. He clearly heard the warnings, but unfamiliar with the device, he fumbled and couldn't reply. After probing for a moment, he brought the device to his mouth and tried his voice. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Luke Zhang startled and hurriedly asked, who are you? Where is Captain Tan Huynh? Fuang Dike didn't answer that question. Time was urgent, so he went straight to the point. Listen, I need you all to stay in contact with me. I'll destroy the Anomaly King at the center of that anomaly storm. Luke Zhang thought he'd misheard and asked confusedly, you? What did you say? By now the cocoon had fully formed. The bats gathered in a tight ring, swearing to protect their master with their lives. Fuang Dike launched himself forward and shouted into the radio. I say, if you don't want the city annihilated and turned into a nest for anomalies, hand over all your devices and intelligence. Help me strike the cocoon and destroy it. Luke Zhang gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, then made a bold decision and quickly issued orders. All right, Everyone stop what you're doing and connect to him immediately. Use satellites that are still intact to pinpoint anomalies around there and send him all the intelligence we have. Luke Jong commanded smoothly, Ko-Hai, you'll be the main contact, responsible for guiding him to the most accurate coordinates. The specialist with the codename Ko-Hai sat at the control desk at once and replied tersely, Understood. He quickly reported the situation. Satellite imagery shows the cocoon is surrounded by many swarms of anomalies. The density increases the closer you get. They move in a spiral like a vortex. There are fewer anomalies to the north than elsewhere. That's the best breakthrough route we found. The frontal approach is flooded with bats. I recommend breaking through from the flank, heading southeast. Phuong Dike heard this and immediately changed direction according to Ko-Hai's guidance. In the control room, Ko-Hai spotted 2 red blips racing toward Phuong Dike and hurriedly reported, They're coming! The anomalies have detected you. 2 of them, roughly A to S rank, estimated strength, 2-star demon abode realm. Evade them! Luke Jong broke out in a cold sweat, squinting at the screen in grave concern. But, can we dodge them? There was no time left to retreat. Boom! A loud explosion thundered through the comms device, shaking the entire control room. Phuong Dike had collided with the monsters. With an overwhelming yang attribute, he swung his blade and cleaved 2 huge anomalous bats that dared block his path. His eyes flashed brilliantly, battle intent surging. What next? Luke Jong stared at the screen in astonishment. The energy signatures of the 2 anomalies had completely vanished. 1 slash. He'd destroyed S-rank dark attribute anomalies with a single strike. Could it be he's that person? The control room erupted in cheers. The tyrant! It's the tyrant! Ko-Hai rejoiced. Thank goodness we're saved. Luke Jong couldn't hide his excitement either. Indeed, our city is saved. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful vanguard practitioner in the city. Contrasting the jubilation in the rear, on the front line Phuong Dike's gaze remained extremely serious. He realized an important point. After the Dao Blade absorbed strength from the demonic realm, his fire could counter dark attribute anomalies, significantly reducing their resurrection speed. Phuong Dike tightened his grip on the blade, employing both lightning and heavenly flame attributes in tandem, but felt a twinge of regret. If I had broken through the realm earlier and raised my power to a new level, then perhaps that last slash would have been enough to completely annihilate the anomalies so they couldn't revive. He swung his blade continuously. The flashing slashes wove into a net of fire that shrouded the sky. But since he still couldn't ascend, he had to rely on speed and non-stop strikes to handle them. Relentless. What a nuisance. At that moment, the cocoon at the center stirred slightly and emitted an extremely strong suction, forcibly drawing power from the surrounding bats. The bats fighting in the distance were startled, hurriedly turned and flew back, ignoring the attacks from behind. Under the rain, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Countless anomalies simultaneously flew toward the cocoon like moths to flame. The group of vanguard practitioners who had just finished fighting stared at one another in bewilderment. What's happening? The bats stopped attacking. Tran Lai, letting the rain soak him, frowned with worry. This is bad. If these vicious bats stop attacking, there's only one possibility. They've been summoned back by the Anomaly King. Could it be the Anomaly King is about to emerge? At the same time, on the suburban mountains, tank engines roared. The bats are flying back too. If the bats outside the city are also being summoned, do we still stand a chance? Under the torrential rain, explosions boomed non-stop. A slight figure darted through the masses of monsters. Jia Lam fought while asking the blonde young man behind her, "How much longer until we reach the city center?" He checked the navigator and replied, "Estimated half an hour." Standing on the tank roof, Jia Lam watched the bats streaming toward the center, her heart burning like fire. Half an hour. By then the Anomaly King will be born and the city will be destroyed. How do we stop it? The blonde young man shook his head in despair. There's no way. The number of bats far exceeds our initial estimates. The number of mountain rank anomalies is 10 times what we expected. The tank spewed flames, incinerating a swath of bats, but against the sea of monsters it was negligible. Someone lamented. Even with large-scale thermal weapons, we can't wipe them all out. Painful memories of their master surged back. Gia Lam gritted her teeth and resolved, no, if this continues, the neighboring cities will soon become lairs for these dark attribute anomalies. Do we still lack manpower to break the siege? The blonde young man replied curtly, completely insufficient. I don't know what those vanguard practitioners watching from outside think they're doing. Do they really believe this threat won't strike them? Not seeing Gia Lam answer, he looked up and found her staring at the distant sky in astonishment. The gigantic cocoon had turned blood red, drawing anomalies from everywhere. Gia Lam pointed. Look, what's that? Are the bats in the city gathering toward the anomaly king? Then she saw a radiant golden light emanating from the storm's core, like the sun tearing through the dark night. Wait, that blazing light, is that him?
Phuong dich.
The blond young man saw the commander stunned and hurriedly called out, Gia Lam! She recovered, offered a rare relieved smile, and shook her head. Nothing. Immediately after, she issued a firm order. Everyone listen. Increase firepower. Don't worry about running out of firepower. We must enter the city. The spiritual war zone will not abandon rescuing any city. In the city, explosions thundered and shook the earth. A gigantic fire dragon appeared, opening its mouth to swallow swathes of anomalous bats. That terrifying power made even Gia Lam recoil in fear from a distance. Tan Huyn gaped at the sea of flame from inside a building. Lam Wai stood on the rooftop cheering, It's our cousin. It's his blade technique. The bats began to split into two groups. One group blocked Phuong Dike's path. The other continued flying back to feed the anomaly king. Phuong Dike watched the monsters charge and sneered. You come to stop me? Good. Just how I like it. He swung his blade, and heavenly flame erupted fiercely. Boom! Torrid heat surged up, the dazzling golden light devouring the bats. Wherever the blade struck, carcasses fell. Yet they still madly rushed forward like moths to a flame. Phuong Dike's eyes blazed with battle intent. He merged with the heavenly flame, dancing with the blade like an artist. Suddenly, a familiar sensation surged back. He inexplicably felt that feeling again. Light from his body lit up the sky. Phuong Dike, enlightened under such fragile spirit force conditions, felt himself on the verge of a breakthrough. Not missing the opportunity, he leaped up, accelerated his movement, and simultaneously summoned the familiar black circle. Boom! The boundless dark realm expanded, covering the area overhead. Phuong Dike smiled and called, Lin Hoa, come out. CR crackle. The barrier split, and a blood-red flower burst out of the cocoon amid thunder and lightning. Phuong Dike ordered, Suck them dry, help me break through. Lin Hoa unfurled its petals and launched thousands of razor-sharp vines, piercing the bats like skewers through meat. The savage force absorbed all the dark energy, giving them no chance to revive. Phuong Dike stood amid the monstrous flower and looked up at the sky. The bats had been cleared, but the black clouds swirled, obscuring the cocoon. Escaped again? Chasing into midair, he realized the cocoon was actually an illusion. Yet he could hear his heartbeat pounding loudly and clearly. He felt as if he'd fallen into an ancient battlefield. The pounding heart sounded like Wild War drums, enough to awaken the wicked and insane desires buried deep in people. Phuong Dike opened his eyes and mused, If it's hesitating and hiding like this, afraid to show itself, it's probably not time to break the cocoon yet. Killing it now is our best option. He raised his calm and asked, Hey, have you located its exact position yet? The line replied immediately, We've found it. The Anomaly King's coordinates have been synced to your device. The device in Phuong Dike's hand beeped, a red laser pointing at a spot in the sky. He smiled. There. Phuong Dike cultivated and released the golden yang breathing method. Yang attribute erupted, turning him into a blazing sun in the black night. Light spread out, cleansing the remaining bats. Vanguard practitioners far away gasped. What power is that? Is it fire attribute? Not fire. How can it be so effective, even countering dark attribute? It's absolute yang, a high-tier yang attribute that can suppress dark attribute. In the control room, Luke Zhang could hardly believe his eyes. The number of anomalies is dropping sharply. The siege around the city is loosening. Anomaly density has fallen. This is truly unbelievable. On the tank, a soldier reported, "The bats that were blocking us seem to have received some order. They've left and flown into the city." Jia Lam saw the sun in the sky and concluded, "Huang Dike intends to strike straight at the Anomaly King's cocoon." The blonde young man nodded in admiration. As expected, he's the one called the Tyrant and Heavenly Fire 1/. Incredible. This energy is pure high-tier yang. But he's facing the Anomaly King alone. Jia Lam ordered, "Now's our chance. We enter the city immediately." But the blonde young man hurriedly stopped her, panic in his voice. "Wait, look at that thing." Jia Lam widened her eyes. The giant cocoon began to twitch and swell. The pounding like war drums intensified. Could it be the Anomaly King is starting to break out of the cocoon? In the city, Lin Hoa used its vines to tightly bind the veins of the cocoon. Below, the vanguard practitioners shouted in fury, "It's the source, the root of all evil. And those beasts too. They killed our people. Destroy them. I want to annihilate every anomaly." On the rooftop, Lam Wai assessed the situation. "If we only defend, we'll certainly fail. We must do something to help my cousin. If whatever's inside that cocoon comes out, we'll all die. The whole city will become its food." She suddenly remembered the image of the flower siphoning energy and snapped awake. "I have an idea." She looked up at the blood-red spirit flower in the sky and cried out, "Earlier my cousin summoned a flower. I saw it siphon a huge amount of the bat's energy. That flower, isn't it similar to the wild attribute vines we faced before? Could it be my cousin also possesses the wild attribute?" She immediately rallied everyone. "Then we can transfer all our spirit force to that flower, so it can absorb our energy." The vanguard practitioners responded in unison, projecting their spirit force toward Lin Hoa. Tran Lai saw the scene and immediately understood. "I get it. They're supplying spirit force to the plant Huang Dike summoned." The Spirit Force Association staff chimed in, "Me too. Us too." Streams of spirit force in every color shot into the sky, converging on the blood-red flower. Tan Huyn, who was treating wounds, also looked up, deeply moved. "This is the spirit force of all the vanguard practitioners in the city." She raised her hand and sent her spirit force as well. "Come and get it, Anomaly King. This is the resistance of all humanity in the city." Above, Huang Dike felt the abundant energy pouring into Lin Hoa. The brilliant golden light grew ever more radiant. Suddenly, a gigantic anomalous bat appeared right in front of him. Huang Dike, unflinching, swung his blade and cleaved it in half in an instant. He wiped the black blood from his face and heard Ko Hai's urgent warning in his earpiece. "Careful! All the flocks of anomalous bats outside the city are frantically flying toward you." Huang Dike looked around to find himself surrounded by a sea of bats. Ko Hai continued reporting the horrifying numbers. About 200,000 B-rank anomalous bats, equivalent to a 3-star demon abode realm. Around 100,000 A-rank anomalies, equivalent to a 1-star creation spirit realm. And over 10,000 S-rank anomalies. Huang Dike coldly watched the swollen giant cocoon, his gaze untroubled. "It's useless to bargain. No matter how many minions you summon, I will destroy them quickly." A provocative smile curled at his mouth. "Anomaly King, you're not fully evolved yet and are rushing to break the cocoon. Are you afraid I'll kill you outright?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the cocoon cracked open. A set of sharp, gaunt claws pierced the protective membrane and pushed through. The blade in Huang Dike's hand blazed. The torrid heat of heavenly flame radiated out, signaling a deadly battle about to begin. He tightened his grip on the hilt. Alert! "It's coming!" Rustling, the horrific sound of the cocoon tearing rang out. Two emaciated hands with black, blade-like claws slowly ripped the cocoon open, clearing the way for the creature inside to emerge. Immediately after, a gigantic head with a single green eye surfaced, staring at the outside world. It opened a mouth stretched to its ears and growled. The roar shook the entire space. Before the Anomaly King, the once radiant Lin Hoa suddenly seemed as small as a speck of dust. Boom! Explosions reverberated across the city. The surrounding spirit force was siphoned dry in an instant. The ground trembled violently, cracking into large fissures, sending everyone into utter panic. An earthquake! This is the power of the Anomaly King. Someone desperately punched the ground. Damn! Could it be that just breaking out of its cocoon is enough to annihilate us so easily? Jia Lam watched from afar. So anxious she bit her lip until it bled. Tan Huyn clasped her hands to her chest and prayed silently. You must succeed! Lam Wai also looked toward her cousin with the same fierce faith. Phuong Dike stared into the creature's green eye and whispered, You are the Anomaly King of Dark Attribute, the one responsible for this disaster. Yang Attribute exploded, filling the air like sunlight dispelling darkness. Behind him, Lin Hoa shone brilliantly, ready to support its master. Phuong Dike took steady steps toward the Anomaly King, his voice low but commanding. I grew up in this city. I love this place. I love the life here. The Anomaly King seemed to understand the provocation. It opened its mouth and roared in reply. Phuong Dike regarded it solemnly, energy in his body erupting to the limit. So, go die. Boom! A catastrophic explosion rang out. The city's sky split in two as opposing streams of energy fiercely tugged at each other. One side was the deadly blue-black of Dark Attribute. The other was the golden midday sunlight of Yang Attribute. The two forces collided, forming a colossal vortex. For a moment, everyone could only see Phuong Dike's golden sphere of light blazing intensely. As the dust slowly cleared, the Anomaly King emerged completely unscathed after the destructive strike. It widened its single green eye and, in a voice deep as if from hell, said, Just a one-star creation spirit realm? And you dare resist me? Having spoken, it opened its mouth wide, generating a terrifying suction that swallowed everything before it. Faced with this overwhelming force, Phuong Dike, though he wanted to resist, found himself powerless. He thought inwardly, This is bad, and so, Phuong Dike was sucked straight into the Anomaly King's pitch-black maw, sliding down into its stomach along slick digestive passages. In that moment he realized his mistake. He had been overconfident. The Anomaly King was no ordinary anomaly. It could take his full power blow without dying, endure yang burns, and still swallow him. Phuong Dike dropped with a thud into the monster's stomach. Around him was a sea of viscous digestive fluid, reeking with a pungent stench. He quickly assessed the situation. Its digestive juices are highly corrosive, and the concentration of Dark Attribute is off the charts. If it were an ordinary vanguard practitioner, they'd already be wiped from existence. He stood up and surveyed the bizarre space inside the creature's belly. A question surfaced in his mind. Strange. If an anomaly has evolved to this level, its intelligence should have advanced greatly too. Could it be that it isn't afraid of me attacking its internal organs? The insides should be the weakest part. Unable to figure it out, he decided to act. Clenching his fist, Phuong Dike began a counterattack from within. Let's try this first. Boom! A yang-imbued punch slammed into the Anomaly King's stomach wall. Outside, the creature writhed in pain, contracting its abdominal muscles and secreting more digestive fluid to neutralize the strike. Phuong Dike observed its reaction and nodded. It seems that even though my power is weakened by it, I can still inflict damage. As long as it has an effect, there's still a way to deal with it. He summoned his trusty ally. Come out.
Lin Hoa.
Phuong Dike quickly analyzed the situation. The Anomaly King, though powerful, was greedy and had swallowed Lin Hoa too. Luckily, Lin Hoa had absorbed plenty of the anomaly's dark attribute and the spirit force from the vanguard practitioners outside. However, looking down at the flower in his hand, he saw it wilted and unusually lifeless. He asked with concern, What's wrong? You don't like its dark attribute.
Lin Hoa weakly nodded in confirmation.
Phuong Dike was stunned. This is an unexpected situation. Lin Hoa's wild attribute rejected absorbing the Anomaly King's dark attribute. The plan to have Lin Hoa drain the monster from within was temporarily foiled. Huang Dike, furious, struck the stomach wall harder to vent his anger. Outside the city, the giant anomaly king beat its wings and soared across the pitch-black sky. Smaller anomalous bats circled it, continuously supplying energy to their master. A seductive woman looked up at the sky, now lacking the familiar golden light, and asked in alarm, "What's the situation now?" Lam Wai shook her head helplessly. "I don't know either. Where's my cousin?" In another area, the Spirit Force Association was working to evacuate civilians. Loudspeakers blared continuously. "Everyone evacuate in an orderly fashion. Do not panic. Avoid trampling. We will do our best to keep everyone safe." Tan Huyn kept her eyes glued to the monitoring screen, sweat pouring down like a shower. Huang Dike was fighting the anomaly king inside its body. The military had also entered the city. Tanks rumbled down the streets, assisting with the evacuation. Jia Lam issued orders over the radio. "The flocks and the anomaly king are currently too busy to attack the city. Complete the evacuation quickly and minimize casualties." The soldiers responded in unison. "Roger." Watching the monster greedily siphoning spirit force above, Jia Lam grit her teeth. "We must hurry. We can't gamble with this." In the ink-black sky, the anomaly king, having broken its cocoon prematurely, suffered severe malnourishment. It ravenously swallowed the smaller bats, treating them as reserve food to replenish its missing energy. After gulping down its minions, its body began an extremely rapid process of metabolizing the food. Huang Dike, inside its belly, suddenly felt imminent danger. Suddenly, a viscous cascade of green fluid surged from its throat into the stomach. The flow was as strong as a waterfall. Huang Dike had no retreat. He gritted his teeth and activated the Golden Yang breathing technique to protect his body, accepting being submerged in that disgusting liquid. The stomach quickly filled. Huang Dike was submerged in a sea of green fluid, a burning pain like acid corrosion spreading through every nerve. He glanced at the Golden Yang body shield gradually dissolving under the assault of the digestive juices. His eyes grew heavy. Sleep overcame him, irresistible. The vision before him dimmed. Huang Dike slipped into unconsciousness. After who knew how long, he suddenly awoke. Huang Dike opened his eyes wide and was surprised to find he was no longer in that slimy stomach. Before him was the desolate scene of a ruined city. Behind the leaning high-rises, a mysterious shadow lurked, watching him. Suddenly the shadow lunged out, throwing a lightning-fast punch at Huang Dike. If he were an ordinary person, it would have been a killing blow. But Huang Dike, with combat instincts honed through countless life-or-death trials, did not flinch and immediately surged forward to meet the attack. However, he froze for a split second when he discovered a horrifying fact. No strong spirit force manifested in his hands. In that hair-trigger moment, the enemy's fist grazed his face and slammed into the ground hard. Crash! Earth and rock shattered and flew apart. Fortunately, Huang Dike rolled in time to evade. He breathed a sigh of relief as he realized, "I dodged it. My body retained the agility from cultivation." This helped him regain some confidence facing the mysterious foe. It meant this place was an illusion created by the Anomaly King. It hoped to make Huang Dike think he had returned to a past life, convincing him he had not yet awakened, not become a vanguard practitioner. The Anomaly King gave him no time to think. It raised its foot and stamped down hard, shattering a nearby stone pillar. Huang Dike nimbly leaped back, avoiding the second attack. After a few probing moves, he grasped the situation. The Anomaly King was not yet strong enough to strip all his power away. Its strength was not overwhelmingly greater than his. He closed his eyes and focused his mind to find an escape. My power isn't gone. Now to see how to break through this impasse. There must be a breakthrough point in the illusion, and that was the weakness the Anomaly King had inadvertently revealed. While Huang Dike stood still, the monster lunged and seized him. It laughed arrogantly, triumphant. Idiot! Once you're here, you can't get out. Look! Huang Dike opened his eyes and curled his lips in a mocking smile. Got away! The Anomaly King before him suddenly changed shape. His face became identical to Huang Dike's. It whispered hypnotically, It's all over. This is where you truly belong. It opened its mouth wide, pulling Phuong Dike close as if to swallow him again. The Anomaly King pointed to the ruins where the bodies of Vanguard practitioners lay scattered, its deep voice booming. This is the fate you must accept. What does a little power matter? Humans ultimately are just food for us to evolve. Phuong Dike saw friends and cousins fall in the illusion and remained silent. It seemed he had given up in despair, but suddenly he burst into loud laughter. Oh, is that so? His body suddenly radiated brilliantly. A dazzling golden light tore through the illusion's dark night. As expected. You only have such petty tricks. In that light, invisible hands gently rested on his shoulders, bolstering his strength. Phuong Dike sneered. Seems you still don't know. Countless vague silhouettes appeared in the air, the spirits of the Vanguard practitioners who had sacrificed for the cause. They simultaneously transferred powerful spirit force to Phuong Dike. He raised his head and proclaimed his conviction boldly. I was reborn to protect my family and those beside me. The Yang attribute erupted like the sun, scorching like burning fire, leaving the Anomaly King aghast. The light of hope dispelled all darkness, incinerating the false illusion. Crackle, the sound of flames crackling rang out. Phuong Dike's hair turned into blazing flames. His eyes burned with battle intent, overflowing with power. He clenched his fists and commanded, Get to work! 3 gigantic golden hands appeared around Phuong Dike. He stood midair holding a blade, looking arrogant. A system voice echoed in his head. Detection. You meet the breakthrough requirements. Do you wish to break through to 2-star creation spirit realm? Phuong Dike did not hesitate. He swung his blade at the Anomaly King as the 3 golden hands attacked in unison. He laughed loudly. I must thank you for helping me realize this. The monster with Phuong Dike's face contorted with rage. Slash. A razor-sharp blade cut across its body. The power of a 2-star creation spirit realm erupted monstrously. Phuong Dike said coldly, My rebirth is to prevent the future world from being devoured by you. The Yang attribute burst forth, turning his hair into undying flames. Heavenly fire enveloped his blade arm, lightning dancing around his body. At that moment he appeared like a descending savior god. And I am the one chosen to take vengeance. The Anomaly King was sliced in 2, but was unharmed. It warped space, becoming a twisted black shadow, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha! What is this little ant babbling about? It sneered. I thought you had any real skill. Just a tiny 2-star creation spirit realm? And you dare oppose me? With that, it launched a deadly attack. Phuong Dike merely tilted his body slightly and dodged gracefully. The Anomaly King laughed loudly. Human, you cannot leave this place. Obediently become nourishment for me. Phuong Dike said nothing, standing there coldly. Suddenly, the smug smile on the Anomaly King's face died, replaced by utter terror. Phuong Dike curled his lips in the slight smile of the judge. It's over. The Anomaly King's body began to corrode under the combined forces of lightning, heavenly fire, and the Yang attribute. The crackling of electricity sounded almost pleasant, but it was the death sentence for it. It screamed in panic. What is this? My body, my precious body.
Das pikap laumans.
Phuong Dike tuned out the meaningless curses. He reached out and spoke each word coldly. Entomb the 9 dragons of heavenly fire to purge the vial. 9 valiant fire dragons appeared, lunging to tear apart and swallow the Anomaly King's body. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The Anomaly King belatedly realized it had gravely underestimated its opponent. This cannot be the power of a 2-star creation spirit realm. Phuong Dike's voice rang evenly, as if completing a final ritual. In the real world, the Anomaly King's massive body detonated. A golden light like the midday sun flooded the city, leaving everyone stunned. The Anomaly King screamed in pain, regret, and hatred, but could not change its fate of being destroyed. This glossy black form dissolved into nothingness. The dark clouds dispersed. The drizzling rain that had lasted for days finally ceased. Warm sunlight once again spread across the city. In the sky, a gigantic black circle was absorbing the last vestiges of the dark attribute. Standing behind that circle was Fwang Dike, the savior of the entire city. The spirit force and radiance around him gradually faded, leaving the appearance of a handsome but cold young man. He commanded the boundless dark realm to absorb all the pollution, returning the sky to a clear blue. Below, the vanguard practitioners stood stunned, unable to believe what they had witnessed. It's finally over. Is it really over? The vanguard practitioners and soldiers cheered loudly. It's over. The city is safe. We weren't wiped out. We can still live to see tomorrow. Jia Lam looked up at the clear sky and gave a rare, relieved smile. Morning has come. The blonde young man beside her smiled and asked, Aren't you going to meet him? Jia Lam shook her head, enjoying the fresh breeze. No need. We still have a lot to do. She looked down at the celebrating crowd and softly said, We must help people return to normal life. Restore the city to how it was. In the Spirit Force Association control room, Second Miss jumped up with joy. That's great. We did it. We really did it. We also helped prevent the Anomaly King's descent. Luke Zhang was still in shock, feeling as if he'd just awoken from a long dream. Luckily he appeared, and he really defeated the Anomaly King. Without him, we'd be blamed for allowing the city to fall. Even if we died, it would be hard to atone. Under the streets, the Spirit Force Association was actively assisting the wounded. Tan Huyn watched ambulances racing by and asked Tranlai, Are they still alive? Tranlai placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Rest assured, our central hospital was not attacked by the anomalous flocks. Tan Huyn nodded. I understand. Without Fwang Dike, we basically wouldn't have a chance to treat everyone. Sometimes I also wonder, what kind of person is he? How can he be so strong? Always doing what no one else can, at the most dangerous moments. Tranlai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed. After this battle, headquarters will surely take action. Tan Huyn calmly assessed. Judging by the anomaly just now, he clearly broke through to two-star creation spirit realm. With that realm, someone will approach him before we do. She watched Fwang Dike's distant back with a hint of sadness in her voice. When we first met, I thought I was only a little weaker than him, but now, I've been left far behind. Moreover, from what I know of him, Fwang Dike's spirit force level and talent may not stop there. Not just this city. Even among all the vanguard practitioners of Ha Nation, he might be the foremost genius. Tranlai nodded and analyzed further. The golden light tearing the mist, the fire dragon seal, the slaughter of the anomalous. Everyone has seen this scene. It's certainly already starting to spread. Not just among vanguard practitioners, but the general public as well. We must act quickly. Tan Huyn blinked in confusion. What? Tranlai pondered for a moment, then smiled meaningfully. I think we should give him a title. The Entomber. Not a bad title, right? At the same time, amid the ruined cityscape, hurried footsteps echoed. A seductive young woman panted as she ran behind him. Hey, slow down. Wait for me. Lam Wai paid no heed, her worried eyes scanning everywhere. Where's my cousin? The seductive young woman tried to reassure her. Don't rush. I think we should go home and wait for him. But Lam Wai ignored everything. Suddenly her gaze fixed on a familiar figure resting, a sword planted in the ground. The worry inside her vanished instantly, and tears welled at the corners of her eyes. Fwang Dike heard the commotion, turned and saw the two girls, and asked in surprise, Why did you two run out here looking for me? Lam Wai rushed over, anxiously asking, How are you? Can your body hold up? She stepped closer, facing him, her voice choking. I know. You need us right now. Before Fwang Dike could refuse, Lam Wai quickly moved forward and gently supported him. Seeing his worried expression, he smiled to reassure them and praised, I'm fine. You did very well. Images of the fierce battle still lingered in his mind. He silently marveled. No wonder it was the Anomaly King. It had been a long time since he had been in such dire straits. The decisive strike and final seal had nearly drained all the spirit force he had accumulated right after breaking through to 2-star creation spirit realm. No wonder these two girls were so worried. When she supported her cousin, Lamb-Y's natural acuity immediately detected an unusual aura from him. She widened her eyes in amazement. Wait, cousin. You've broken through again? 2-star creation spirit realm. A surge of admiration rose in her heart. Leveling up like a rocket. Just how terrifying is his talent? Fwang Dike only gave a wry smile, offering no explanation. The seductive young woman beside her beamed with obvious joy and couldn't hide her excitement. What? The Great One broke through again. At that moment, social media was exploding. A flood of news, images, and videos of the earth-shaking battle spread rapidly. Netizens buzzed about the mysterious hero. Is the one who saved the whole city a super-level vanguard practitioner? The mysterious entomber, who slew the anomaly king with one blade. Who is he? Alone he defeated a calamity. What level must he be? So cool. Gratitude and admiration filled the comments. I thought I was a goner. The Spirit Force Association and the army were helpless. But he handled it alone? Who is this person? No government resources yet so strong. Could there be a hidden power backing him? In a room, Kwang Luk glued his eyes to his computer screen, reading every line on the Vanguard forum. He couldn't contain his excitement and slammed his hand on the desk. No way. Am I seeing this right? It's him. Someone who can neatly defeat an anomaly king-level calamity. He threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha! Kwang Luk being outdone by such a master. That's lucky. With that, he sprang from his chair and rushed out like a whirlwind. Lo Q called after him in alarm. Young Master Kwang, where are you going? Kwang Luk turned back, his eyes ablaze with determination. I want to find him and become his disciple. Lo Q was speechless, shook his head in exasperation, and advised, I think surely many people want to find him right now. You'd better not go. At the same time, in the metropolis, the most luxurious city in Greater Ha, in a dim room, only the flicker of light from an orb on the round table glowed. Mysterious shadowy figures were in council. A voice broke the silence. What do you all think about this? A man propped his feet on the table, a cigarette burning between his fingers, exhaling a white plume of smoke as he complained regretfully. I thought we'd get a gruesome spectacle between the Army and the Spirit Force Association. What a disappointment. Another man stroked his chin, his voice low and scheming. Or, find a suitable chess piece to send to approach him? A woman sat with her legs crossed, coquettish in posture but cold-eyed, immediately objected. No. He is a child of genius and a savior. Using an ordinary pawn is unworthy. She slammed a photo of Fwang Dike down on the table and murmured the name that was causing a stir. You? The entomber? Sharp nails painted a dark blood red sliced decisively across the throat of the person in the photo. The photo immediately burst into fierce flames of eerie purple fire. She sneered, her cold, emotionless voice sounding as if echoed from the dead. No need to rush. Anyone who stands in our way, regardless of their realm, will be eliminated. At the shabby apartment complex where Fwang Dike lived, a steady knock sounded at the door. Hello, is Fwang Dike home? The two cousins looked at each other in surprise, wondering who would visit at this hour. Fwang Dike stepped out cautiously to open the door. Standing outside were two people, one unfamiliar and one familiar. Tran Lai smiled warmly and spoke first. The S-rank anomaly breaching the city this time was a serious oversight on our part. Luckily you stepped in to help, or the consequences would have been irreversible. We represent the Spirit Force Association. Sincere thanks to you. Tan Huynh stood beside him, arms full of large gift boxes, smiling brightly. Great one, recognizing acquaintances. Fwang Dike relaxed his guard and smiled. Come in. Don't be formal. Let's talk inside. Lamb-Y quickly went to pour water for the guests. After all, this was the first time their home had received such distinguished visitors, so she needed to be attentive. Tan Huynh glanced around the small but tidy apartment and thought to herself, so this is the Great One's home. How does the army manage things? The Spirit Force Association must get him a better house. Tranlai got straight to the point. Actually, the Spirit Force Association delegation came for another matter. But we need your consent. We intend to promote your title, the Entomber. Phuong Dike gave an excited, "Oh, go on." Tranlai explained in detail. The current situation across Ha Nation is like this. Each city has several powerful vanguard practitioners who are quite famous and reputable. And this S-rank anomaly event introduced the most terrifying anomalous calamity scene so far. Therefore, we want to promote the title, the Entomber, so that Tai City, once restored, will become a strategically important city in the era of Spirit Force recovery.
Phuong Dike listened attentively.
Tranlai continued to stress the importance. After this S-rank accident, we've decided the city needs a reputable and capable vanguard practitioner as captain to lead the people. Tan Huynh added with a serious expression. In the future, natural anomalies will occur more frequently and anomalous incursions will increase. We cannot fall into such a dangerous situation again where we were nearly abandoned. Phuong Dike frowned slightly and asked, "Abandoned?" Tan Huynh nodded in confirmation. "Yes, essentially. Without you, this whole city would have been destroyed. Just a different manner of dying." Lam Wai nodded. "I understand. It seems my awareness of the drastic changes since the Spirit Force recovery is still insufficient." Phuong Dike reassured them. "We don't need to be so pessimistic." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, blaming himself for focusing so much on cultivation that he overlooked macro changes. The Tai city where he lived, before the Spirit Force recovery, was one of Ha Nation's key provinces. But in terms of long-term strategy and development, it couldn't rank in the top 3. He calculated, among more than 100 domestic cities, the top 3 are always Than City, Tien City, and Thuong City. There are also Hai City, Nguyen City, Shuyan City, and many other large cities. Therefore, for Tai City, this calamity is actually an opportunity. Seeing Phuong Dike fall silent in thought for a long time, Tranlai continued with more information to persuade him. Cities are currently compiling and reporting the number and strength of vanguard practitioners to develop local combat capabilities. The stronger the practitioners, the higher the city's ranking, which means more resources. More and more independent vanguard practitioners are willing to join cities' Spirit Force associations. He concluded with a sincere proposal. All of us, whether practitioners or civilians, need a capable leader. Someone who can bring hope, like a guiding light on the path of advancement. But the association will keep your identity and privacy secret, mainly crafting a mysterious image, mixing truth and fiction for people to speculate about. Phuong Dike crossed his arms over his chest and nodded in agreement. Mystery can sometimes be wiser than revealing everything. Lam Wai chimed in excitedly. That's right. Human imagination can sometimes be stronger than facing the truth. Phuong Dike smiled and made his decision. I have no objections. This benefits me and those around me. He reached out and shook the partner's hand. Then I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Tranlai was slightly surprised by the easy agreement and hastily clasped his hand. Pleasant cooperation. Entomber. Afterward, with strong support from the Spirit Force Association and the military, Tai City revived at a miraculous pace. Urban reconstruction and relief efforts proceeded smoothly, and social order was gradually restored. This calamity unintentionally became a catalyst accelerating adaptation to the new era. At the Spirit Force Association headquarters in Than City, inside the luxurious skyscraper, staff were whispering and gossiping about the emerging phenomenon. An employee scrolled through a file on his computer and marveled. He's the most famous one. A colleague leaned over to look and exclaimed. He possesses a high-level yang attribute, the opposite of the dark attribute. Truly a favorite of heaven. The other pointed at the screen and corrected. That's not all. According to the materials sent by Tai City, he doesn't just possess one high-level attribute. The person behind the Heaven Fire single blade craze online before was him. And the one known as Tyrant, with the lightning attribute famous in the military war zone, is also him. The colleague gaped in astonishment. Really? And the story isn't over. There's even more unbelievable information. At that moment, a blue-haired woman wearing glasses approached, pushing her frames up slightly, her tone authoritative. You two are talking about the entomber? Please let me see the files. Recognizing the senior, the two employees flustered and stood to make way. Is that the boss? Yes, ma'am. The woman studied the files intently, her gaze lingering on the photo of Huang Dike's back. She remarked softly, more and more Vanguard practitioners are appearing, and someone this outstanding. Many who haven't seen his true strength will be unconvinced. Her voice lowered, full of implication. Even I want to personally verify his strength. The entomber. Perhaps we'll meet soon. Scene shifts to the library in Thuong City. A quiet space where everyone is focused on their own tasks. Tan Lai sat studying, fingers flying over her laptop keyboard. Behind her, a young man kept sneaking glances at her, his face flushing red. Mustering his courage, he stepped forward to speak. Excuse me, may I? Before he could finish, Tan Lai slammed her laptop shut and cut him off coldly. No, this is a library. You're disturbing others. Rejected bluntly, the young man sighed and trudged away dejectedly. Tan Lai opened her laptop again and resumed studying with an annoyed look, muttering, Idiot! Boring. No one noticed that the world was changing. She recalled the recent shocking events. Fortunately, after the exam she discovered she had awakened spirit force and become a one-star demon abode Vanguard practitioner. This made her even more self-satisfied, believing she was chosen and superior to ordinary people. She remembered Huang Dike with contempt. What could an ordinary person do against anomalies? Especially the worthless ones, what could they achieve? She even assumed the worst had happened to Huang Dike. Given his former personality, he was probably drained dry by those bats. How could she have once thought such a genius was similar to a useless person? How ironic. On Tan Li's computer screen was currently the photo of Huang Dike's back, the entomber she idolized. She gazed at the picture infatuated, deluding herself. The entomber was 10,000 times superior to him. Only a strong, handsome Vanguard practitioner like that deserved her. Back in Tai City, the two cousins Huang Dike and Lam Y dressed sharply and stylishly today. Very different from usual. Lam Y wore sunglasses and turned to ask, Today we should take a day off. The goal is house hunting. Cousin, is it okay if we skip cultivation today? Huang Dike replied calmly. It's hard to get even one day off, so training and rest must be balanced. The Spirit Force Association's proposal makes sense. Besides improving cultivation levels, we should also spend some time improving our living environment. Lam Y giggled. That was Captain Tu's line. She recalled Tan Huin's promise. Your housing quality needs upgrading. We'll set a date and I'll go look at houses with you too. Lam Y's eyes lit up with excitement. I didn't expect Captain Tu to provide resources like this. Such luxurious housing. I never even dared to imagine it. And Captain Tu said we could just pick any 2 units. So I get my own house. Huang Dike laughed. What's the big deal? This is the era of spirit force restoration. They all understand the value a strong Vanguard practitioner can bring. A few houses are nothing. Lam Y spread her arms, still stunned. But this still makes me flustered and surprised. I thought we'd just get some money and resources from them. It's still better to have something to rely on. Mid-conversation, she suddenly wrinkled her nose, catching a pungent stench spreading through the air. The odor grew stronger. Lam Y asked cautiously, Do you smell something rotten? Huang Dike nodded, his expression turning grim. Like sewage. Something's wrong. I've lived in Tai City for years and I've never smelled this. Lam Y naively guessed. Maybe someone accidentally broke a sewer pipe? Huang Dike suddenly went serious, his gaze slicing sharply to the rear. Not good. Someone's tailing us. The two cousins spun around. Behind them stood 3 rough-looking men like thugs. The leader was bald, carrying a metal baseball bat on his shoulder, and sneered, Oh, isn't this the entomber? Just wandered into my turf and found you. With him were a skinny man wielding a chain sickle and a masked man wearing a foul air diffuser. The masked man continued to release the stench while the bald one dragged his bat closer, taunting. As expected, just someone hyped by others. A guy with some looks, but useless. Tai City is useless too. promoting a brat like this to be captain. He ordered his cronies. Let us teach you a lesson. Smart one's hand over all the benefits Tai City gave you right now. Lam Y reacted extremely quickly. She unleashed a spirit force palm at the man with the chain sickle. He wasn't passive either, leaping up and swinging the sickle down with both hands. Bang! Lam Y promptly formed a spirit force shield to block the blow and, fortunately, was not injured. The bald man rushed to attack Fong Dike. Lam Y shouted a warning. Not good, cousin. Be careful. They're all creation's spirit realm. Fong Dike coldly raised his hand and stopped the bat swing. With one bare hand he bent the rigid metal bat, causing the thug to go pale as he struggled to pull it back in vain. Fong Dike raised his other hand, summoned roaring flames, and bellowed angrily. Which bastard dares to rob my stuff? Smack! A thunderous punch twisted the bald man's face, and he crashed to the ground. Su Lin saw his companion knocked out and panicked. Impossible! He couldn't understand why Fong Dike was still fine despite having been poisoned. This brat clearly got hit by my all-penetrating water, made from special spirit force. He should have been slowed, his whole body going numb. Seeing Fong Dike strike as fast as lightning, he realized he was facing a beast. The bald man crawled up, trying to save face. That was just an accident. We're all creation's spirit realm. Are we supposed to be afraid of you? Su Lin recovered his spirit and shouted. You rotten brat! This time you won't get away! Fong Dike showed no fear. Instead he looked amused. Oh! An earth attribute mutation and a wood attribute mutation, huh? He privately judged that this grotesque technique fit the style of fringe sects and heretical paths. Fong Dike's whole body glowed brilliantly as he sneered. Ordinary spirit force protective auras might indeed have holes drilled by vanguard practitioners like that guy. Unfortunately, they're completely ineffective against me. On the other side, the Chain Iron Man seemed to know only one move. He leaped again, intending to bring the sickle down on Lam Y's head. But this time he was careless, exposing a deadly weakness. Lam Y didn't miss the chance and delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's groin. Crack! The crisp sound of eggs breaking made anyone who heard it shudder. Lam Y landed lightly and heard his cousin's irritated voice. I don't like conflict, but having my normal life constantly disturbed like this is very bothersome. Fong Dike removed his sunglasses. His gaze was cold as ice. His positive attribute flared intensely. He instructed, Stay away.
Lam Y obedini stipek bak.
The rising heat made the two remaining thugs start to panic. Zich Thiet, writhing on the ground, suddenly saw a blinding light like the sun appear directly above him. The light expanded, swallowing all three thugs into a sea of flames. Horrified screams rang out non-stop. This is terrifying. What kind of fire is that? Is this the Fong Zong person? It hurts to death. It hurts to death. Stop it, please. At that moment, Tan Huynh rushed over in a panic, begging, They're not dead, right? Are they still alive? Great One, don't kill them. Fong Dike turned his head, surprised. Although he didn't understand what had happened, he withdrew his hand. The three others had fainted, lying scattered on the ground. Tan Huynh panted, wiping sweat from her brow. Thank goodness. These guys are high-priority surveillance targets of the Spirit Association. Lam Y asked curiously, Do you mean you want to take them back for processing? Tan Huynh nodded in confirmation. Yes, the Spirit Association has begun registering information on all cultivators and is especially managing people like these. Fong Dike glanced at the defeated thugs and warned coldly, I don't like being bothered. If you dare cause trouble for me again, the outcome won't be this simple. Tan Huynh put her hands on her hips and scolded the thugs as medical staff carried them away. You three should count yourselves lucky. 2 days ago, the Spirit Association wouldn't have intervened in internal fights among cultivators. If you'd been beaten to death, you'd have deserved it. The Fong Zong spared you out of respect for the Spirit Association. If this lesson isn't enough, whatever punishment you face later, you know what's coming. Watching the ambulance drive off, Tan Huynh cursed under her breath. A bunch of idiots. What kind of people are they? How dare they provoke someone officially approved by the Spirit Association? Lam Y asked curiously, Captain Tu, I want to know what punishment they'll receive. Tan Huynh spoke frankly. They have criminal records. Even at the spirit creation rank, they'll face life imprisonment with loss of freedom and privileges. They'll also be exploited to exhaustion for their value as cultivators within the organization. Huang Dike nodded in approval. That's very pragmatic, not bad at all. Tan Huynh carefully observed the two brothers' attitudes. She knew how important Huang Dike was for the city's and the country's future, and she couldn't allow a few short-sighted people to ruin the rare chance to build a close relationship with him. She immediately changed her attitude, smiling brightly. Come on, both of you. Let me take you to choose a villa and buy a car. She told herself she must make an example this time. Tan Huynh led them to the upscale model homes, pointed at the display board, and enthusiastically introduced. These are two houses the Spirit Association has selected for you. One is a penthouse on the top floor with the best view of the city center, fully equipped, very convenient for daily city life. The other is a 3-story villa offering the best privacy and security, located between the mountains and near the river, perfect for cultivation. She added, both houses come fully furnished. You don't need to buy anything. Just move in with your luggage. Lam Wei's eyes shone like headlights with longing. Both are great. Huang Dike decisively settled it. Then take both. Lam Wei looked to his cousin expectantly. Huh? Really? Huang Dike smiled and asked Tan Huynh, is that okay? I trust Captain Tu's sincerity. Tan Huynh, not daring to refuse, quickly replied, no problem. I'll report to superiors. Rest assured, it will be approved. Very quickly. Huang Dike continued, what about the cars? Tan Huynh promptly led them to a nearby luxury car showroom. The Spirit Association cooperates with the 4S dealership. You can choose any model. While the two siblings were busy admiring the cars, murmurs rose outside. Look at that girl. Her skin is so fair. Her aura is extraordinary. That young man is no ordinary person, dressed plainly, yet he can't hide that outstanding presence. One glance and you can tell. I wonder which wealthy family he belongs to. Probably buying a car for his girlfriend. The gossip reached Lam Tu, the bespectacled friend who was with Tan Lai. She turned to look, adjusted her glasses for a clearer view. Isn't that Tan Li's ex? Someone with military connections, personally welcomed by the principal. She recognized Huang Dike and couldn't help but marvel at the ironic coincidence. Just strolling the street and running into her roommate's ex, she recalled their unpleasant encounter before, when she had lectured him and driven him off like a nobody. Seeing Huang Dike and his brother browsing cars, Lam Tu quickly snapped a photo as evidence. A flood of questions ran through her mind, especially when she saw her friend's ex generously buying a car for another girl. In another corner of the city, amid a cluttered study desk, Tan Li's phone buzzed with a new message. Lam Tu excitedly texted, Tan Lai, do you know who I just saw? It's your ex. He's even at the VIP 4S dealership buying a car. Attached was the surreptitious photo of Huang Dike and Lam Wei cheerfully choosing a car. After reading the message, Tan Li's face remained icy and expressionless. She replied in just 2 words, so what? But inwardly she was roiled with chaotic thoughts. Buying a car? Where did he get the money? Humph. Looks like the accident at the Thai residence. He not only survived but somehow lucked into becoming someone else's kept man.
Thanh listener, flatten herself with delusion.
Too bad. The gap between us isn't something he can easily cross. She slung her bag and left class feeling triumphant. Past, present, and future remain the same. Once she becomes a top cultivator, what value do material things like these hold? Foolish. Meanwhile, at the new villa hidden among verdant trees, Lam Wei danced around the house in joy. Brother, we really have a villa. She opened the front door, ran here and there admiring everything, constantly exclaiming. Huang Dike carried the luggage behind her, smiling with satisfaction. Not bad. Wipe your drool. There's another place in the city center we can use in rotation. Lam Wei excitedly ran up the stairs. I'm going upstairs to look. Watching his petite cousins retreating back, Huang Dike's eyes were full of fondness and gentleness. This kid finally looks childlike, No longer like a premature old woman, he recalled the tragic life from his previous life. Before being reborn, he had never reunited with her. She must also be a reliable cultivator. But this time, Phuong Dike would not let his cousin die because of burdens again. His thoughts were cut off by his phone ringing incessantly. Seeing the name on the screen, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Gia Lam, what does she want from me? Phuong Dike answered cheerfully, hello, what's up? On the other end, Gia Lam smiled. Congratulations on your promotion, Captain Phuong. I heard the Spirit Association just gave you 2 houses? That's typical of how they operate. Phuong Dike sank into the soft sofa, teasing back. Actually, I think their style isn't bad. Could keep it. Gia Lam laughed. You don't have to praise them. I know a powerful cultivator like you looks down on such petty material things. But for improving living conditions right now, there's no reward better than material goods. In time, the spirit fruits used to restore spiritual energy will be produced. I'll send you a batch to try. While talking, Gia Lam couldn't help thinking about the gulf between ordinary people and cultivators, and the vast disparity between a top-tier cultivator like Phuong Dike and everyone else. Even the elite war zone's strategic resources probably wouldn't catch his eye. Putting aside wandering thoughts, she focused on the confidential dossier in her hand and got straight to the point. I have an internal assignment I hope you can take. Are you interested? Phuong Dike sneered. This is your real motive, isn't it? Spill it. Gia Lam didn't beat around the bush. Do you know the Tianbao Tower in Thuong City? An image of a magnificent skyscraper flashed through Phuong Dike's mind. Isn't Tianbao Tower the largest shopping center in Thuong City? It was recently sealed off, causing public outrage across the city. Gia Lam confirmed. That's right. Due to abnormal incursions, quite a few people have died there. Now it has become a true haunted building, shrouded in a gloomy death aura. Tianbao Tower is Thuong City's landmark building, with the highest foot traffic in the city. Indeed, the face of Thuong City. However, recently, because abnormalities have been violently frequent, many incidents have occurred. The Spirit Association in Thuong City was forced to cordon the place off for handling. Under Thuong City's overcast sky, a military helicopter took off and departed after dropping people off. Phuong Dike stood in the deserted airfield and waved to the group waiting for him. Hello, everyone. I'm the person assigned by the Spirit Sector. He gave no name, simply walked calmly up to the 4 strangers. He still held the question from Gia Lam about temporarily concealing his identity and rank. Phuong Dike's keen eyes swept over the group. 2 men, 2 women, their attire clearly split into 2 factions. He internally assessed their spiritual energy but couldn't detect definite ranks. Apparently each of them was hiding their true strength. The military sent Tu Vu and Hu Din. Seeing their neat uniforms, Phuong Dike immediately guessed their background. Tu Vu spoke first. Is that you? Pleasure to meet you. From the Spirit Association we have Han Huck and Mac Lai. Han Huck stepped forward to greet. Phuong Dike silently noted these 2 gave him a similar impression to Tan Huynh, likely members of the Thuong City Spirit Association. After brief polite greetings, the group moved to the vehicle.
Hyujin et Lai, Commander Yalam Andidi inform US.
Han Huck added, We are the Spirit Association of Thuong City. This time we'll act together with you. Leaving the airfield in heavy rain, the group boarded a specialized police vehicle. Sirens blared to clear the way as the car sped off. Inside, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Han Huck tried to break the silence with a strained smile. Everyone, we're temporary teammates this time. Although I'm not yet clear on your capabilities. The 3 people on the back seat remained silent. No one responded. Mac Lai, seeing this, chimed in. I think we can at least agree on one thing. Once we're on site, everyone assists each other. Right? Phuong Dike propped his chin and watched the rain on the window. His face was cold and expressionless, but inwardly he assessed the situation. Looks like the personnel this time are quite complicated. A patchwork assembly from many places. Thuong City is a major city, yet the Spirit Association members don't seem very reliable. Tu Vu sat beside Phuong Dike and had been covertly observing him. He leaned toward Hu Din and whispered, Didn't Sister Lam say she invited a great one for us? Is it him? Hu Din glanced at Phuong Dike and whispered back, I'm not sure. He looks a bit skinny, like a student, she observed more closely. But he doesn't have an agency bracelet. His aura is internalized. Can't detect his exact power. Suddenly a bold thought flashed through her mind. The Great One. Could he be the Fengzong, who alone eliminated the calamity and safeguarded Tai City? But could Fengzong be such a young student? Hu Din decided to keep this speculation to herself and continued to observe quietly. After all, someone who possessed 3 high-grade attributes, single-handedly vanquished abnormal calamities, and sealed an abnormal king fruit would naturally pique her curiosity. At the same time, in Jia Lam's office at the Spirit Sector, the phone rang relentlessly. She picked up, "Hello, Spirit Sector." "Yes." The caller cut her off with a frantic emergency report. "Tianbao Tower has been completely overrun. We've lost contact with those who went in. Currently, the abnormal concentration has reached 12,000, with at least 53 casualties. You must take this seriously." Jia Lam closed her eyes and sighed heavily. Has the situation developed faster than expected? Nevertheless, she maintained the composure of a commander and gently reassured them. "Everyone, stay calm. I am not taking this lightly. The people sent this time will be fine. I can guarantee that." The caller snapped. "Who is it?" Jia Lam replied coldly, refusing to reveal Huang Dike's identity. "If we've been assigned the task, don't ask too many questions. That's the rule of the Spirit Sector." At Tianbao Tower, the sky roiled with thunder and lightning. Blood-red clouds gathered atop the skyscraper, creating an apocalyptic, eerie scene. The group of 5 stopped the car at the mall's entrance. The area was soaked in a stench, raining thick dark red blood. Huang Dike stepped out, looked up at the skyscraper, his expression darkening. "This is serious. The abnormalities inside aren't any less than what I've faced before." The city's landmark now bore splotches of black and red blood, shrouded in deathly aura. Someone in the group exclaimed, "Look! What's on that window? If I'm not mistaken, that's blood." Hu Din provided preliminary info. "As far as I know, Tianbao Tower is relatively narrow inside, with a total of 40 floors, the tallest structure in Thuong City. Previously, over 2,000 staff and visitors were evacuated." Maclai added with a worried look. "But before it was fully sealed off, some people refused to cooperate. As a result, many remain inside. Thuong City once sent a rescue team that didn't return. So the current casualty figure of over 50 is only a preliminary estimate. In any case, no one really knows the situation inside." Huang Dike asked, "Is anyone inside still able to contact the outside?" Tu Vu shook his head. "Almost certainly not. Since the abnormalities appeared, those inside haven't sent any messages." Han Huk recounted his horrifying experience. "I was outside providing support on the second day after the building was sealed. That day the whole building felt like a tomb. The brand new building suddenly looked decades abandoned. No silhouettes at the windows, everything shrouded in mist. We planned to break the windows to enter for rescue, but then," his voice trembled, "I saw corpses being gnawed by abnormalities, falling past the windows." He shuddered remembering it. "After that, the abnormal aura in Tianbao Tower grew denser. In less than a week, it became what it is now." Huang Dike turned to him and coldly criticized, "You couldn't contact those inside, so the casualty figures are inferred from bodies or chunks of flesh that fell out? The Thuong City Spirit Association is sloppy." Han Huk stammered in reply, "But we had no other options."
Fuong dich fraunet.
Though reluctant to admit it, he understood their difficulty. Despite the Spirit Association's scant information, there seemed no alternative. The death toll surely far exceeded current numbers. For ordinary people, the Tianbao Tower incident was like being trapped in a sealed pen of lambs awaiting slaughter. How could they escape the claws of the beasts? He made a decisive call. "We shouldn't waste time. Let's go in immediately. Some abnormalities evolve by devouring humans. The higher the casualty count, the harder it will be to deal with what's inside." Huang Dike was about to move when Tu Vu patted his shoulder to stop him. "Wait, although the military was told to fully follow your command, At minimum, you should share your deployment strategy with us. He turned back, eyes puzzled. What deployment strategy? We have no useful intelligence right now. Go in first, assess the situation, then decide. Phuong Dike's answer set the group alight with protest. Mac Lai showed obvious resentment, not only at taking orders from Phuong Dike, but also because he wasn't part of the government. Tu Vu also spoke up. We all have extensive experience handling abnormalities. If you're the leader, you should at least know each person's capabilities. Han Huk seized the chance to jab. See, I knew it. No formal training, lacks leadership experience. Hu Din couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, Enough! Time is critical. Everyone stop arguing. He was nominated by Commander Jia Lam to take the task and come assist us. I think everyone here has heard of Commander Jia Lam's capabilities. Phuong Dike looked each of them in the eye with a cold stare and warned sternly. Before the mission starts, the greatest taboo is internal conflict. Saying that, he turned his back and walked straight inside. If you don't want to go in, then don't follow. Tu Vu hurried after him. Hey, wait! Inside the mall, the silence was eerie. Dim light fell over blood-stained streaks across the floors and walls. Mac Lai whispered, anxious. Why is it so quiet inside? Not a sound at all. Everyone proceeded cautiously deeper in. Suddenly, a dark shape dived down from above. Tu Vu sensed danger and snapped his head up. Unexpectedly, an abnormal creature closed in right before him. A grotesque black face appeared, eyes pale blue like a ghoul floating in the dark. Its teeth were jagged and sharp, ready to rend its prey.
Tu Vu screamed in terror.
Instantly, Phuong Dike spun, his hands sweeping in a flawless arc. The heavenly fire blade burst forth, tracing a brilliant curve that sliced across the creature's body. Phuong Dike said nothing, his gaze icy as he stared at the prey. They only saw him strike once, yet the abnormal's body was shredded into 100 pieces as if it had endured dozens of cuts at once. Boom! The creature's body exploded. Everything happened so fast that Tu Vu couldn't believe his eyes. Mac Lai stood dazed, staring at the young man she had just mocked. Is it over? Hu Din widened her eyes at the blazing blade in Phuong Dike's hand. Where did he get that sword? Phuong Dike bent down and picked up a black feather from the creature's corpse to examine. First time seeing an abnormal like this. Is this an abnormal hybrid of bird and draconic lizard? This level of mutation seems to have fed on quite a few people. Hu Din watched the corpse dissolve and cried in horror. This is, judging from its size, attack speed, and the residual aura after death, I tentatively classify this as an A+ level abnormal.
Tu Vu stood behind, swallowing audibly. A+.
That would be equivalent to a 2-star Dao creation realm, right? But I've only broken through to 1-star Dao creation.